It's probably going to sit right here.
Oh, no, he's cracked it. He's cracked it. When he doesn't like something, he just doesn't talk around here. I've picked up on that.
Exactly.
No, what an honour.
Who are you going to thank?
It's good that
Thank a few people.
Just good the people out there really embrace and enjoy what I'm doing. You know, you add a little bit of energy.
It's a popularity contest, really, isn't it?
Do you get people in the industry coming to you, Bern, and asking you to back off them?
Well, I have
question,
had
Damo.
that.
Yeah.
Have you had anyone get upset at you too?
Jordan Lewis, yeah.
And I would have thought, now that I know you pretty well,
Jordan
that
Lewis?
if someone did come to you and ask you to
rug.
do that, I would think you might double down.
I like to find and keep playing it. So when Jordan Lewis came to me and said, that's enough of that, he went straight into the opener and hasn't left. He's, was it speaking in English?
Got to give.
In English or something like that. But no, it's good fun, and we all make mistakes, and that's entertainment. So
Did
I
he
just
ask
like
you
to highlight it.
personally, or was it a text, or was it a phone call?
No, he ran into me and grabbed me physically in the corridor at it was at Marvel Stadium, I think. Grabbed me and said, "That's enough." And
Like
there's a
you
couple-
get grabbed, Damo, by coaches.
Oh, no, not quite as bad as Bevo.
Bevo.
It's been
a few years now.
I thought you were going to do it easy and just not talk.
Were your
it's
feet
tough
off
for
the
those.
ground at the point when he picked you up?
No, it was about to get to that stage. So he had raised the right arm and
He
cocked the right
raised
fist.
it.
Well, because our former mate, Luke Darcy, we were talking about before,
Yeah.
on his third day of the hot breakfast, picked up Fitzy, the
Yeah.
former boss,
The artist
off
formerly
the
known as Fitzy.
ground
Yeah.
like that.
What,
And
third day?
third day.
In the
And then
lift.
he was marched into
How?
Benny Amafio's office, and third day, he put the actual managing director up against
How
the
does
wall.
that happen? How does it get that far?
Well,
I think
he's got anger issues.
I think Fitzy says, I don't talk to the talent. And that's it, Duke. We're going to head to a break because one of the best talent we have on Triple M, Vicky Roberts, is in the MCG. Katy Perry not far away. McDonald's Room Hot Water. Triple M, rock footy.
The Triple M Footy Saturday Rub for hard yakka. Nothing's tougher.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks the grand final.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments. Like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo. The scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot. And the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. We've got sweet spring savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. Get Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumho free, J-Trax free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Plus Rodex tyres starting from a very low $59 and $128 for SUV and 4x4 tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply. Ready to kick goals on and off the field? You need Employment Hero. From hired to retired, it automates all the pesky parts of HR, recruitment and payroll. Plus, it comes with Smart Match, an AI recruitment tool that matches you with top candidates instantly. Imagine never having to search for people or post a job ad again. Join the 300,000 businesses using Employment Hero to tackle employment admin and get your business back in the game. Search Employment Hero today. It's employment solved.
Things were different back in the 80s. A sea of brown cars and mobile phones the size of fridges. But one thing hasn't changed. With an average return of 8.87% per annum over the last 40 years for our Growth My Super option, Cbus Super has been making hard work pay off since 1984. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Give yourself a holiday boost with up to 10% off your next break when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Boost your well-being, boost your energy, boost your happiness. Whether you're craving a coastal road trip or rainforest adventure, Choice Hotels has over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand. Plus, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it. with Choice Hotels. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for full details.
Hard yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's right, buddy. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Australia's most independently awarded air conditioner brand. And this year, they're proudly celebrating 25 years of designing quality products with unrivaled reliability, superior performance, and cutting-edge technology. So it comes as no surprise that they have the highest levels of customer satisfaction. I think what you're trying to say is, put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments. Like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo. The scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot. And the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
M Sport.
Lift your footy game with Listener. Download the app now and listen for free.
Hi, I'm Sophie Smith. The Swans are celebrating a membership milestone ahead of today's AFL Grand Final against Brisbane. The minor premiers hitting 75,000 for the first time. Sydney has an unchanged lineup for the decider. Darcy Fort replaces injured ruckman Oscar McInerney for the Lions.
You go through different experiences. Both clubs go through different experiences. We know that doesn't give you the right, though. You've still got to earn it. And so both teams will be trying to do that. It's regardless of what's happened in the past.
Coach John Longmire there, and a big blow for the Melbourne Storm ahead of next week's NRL Grand Final. Nelson Osofa Solomona is facing a 4 to 5 match ban for his fiery tackle on Rooster Lindsay Collins in last night's win at Amy Park. The enforcer was sent to the sin bin after the first play.
You'd hate to see him miss a big game. I didn't think it was a sin bin penalty. I thought was fair enough. We'll have a closer look at it, but I didn't think there was a whole heap in it.
Coach Craig Bellamy.
The most unbelievable stories you've never heard.
Are you serious?
Sports Bizarre.
I'm quite exhausted.
Download the Listener app to listen for free.
Right now it's 21 degrees at the MCG. Sunny, winds northerly, a top of 23 in Melbourne today, where we're counting down to the Swans v Lions in the 2024 AFL Grand Final as Triple M rocks footy.
All right, Bern, after a few years of grand final clangers, the AFL has employed a crack team to look after the match ball. This year, they have Kevin Bartlett and Robert Di Domenico on the case. Domenico. Can KB and Dipper keep it safe?
That's better. Dipper. Well, if the biggest Saturday in September has taught us anything, it's that it never hurts to call in the safest hands in the league to come to the rescue. Not sure if those two are that, but that's why Amy will be ready, just in case. Clangers happen, lucky you're with Amy.
Shut up!
Nice one.
The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Triple M Footy, prime time. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries air conditioners. Put your trust in the experts in air.
Welcome back. The live side outside the MCG. Brisbane taking on Sydney. Not far away, Damo. There's been an update. You know, we're talking about Luke Darcy's last game and the fact that our former managing director, boss, Fitzy, he held up against the wall. Well, I've received a text message.
Oh, no.
From? No.
What actually happened was that I was trying to invite Duke to lunch and he told me to talk to his manager. So that's where the comment then came, I don't talk to the talent, apparently. Have a great call. Looking forward to it. But maybe Duke started it.
That's the artist formerly known as
That's
Fitzy.
the artist formerly known as Fitzy. He saw last week, prelim final week, came back and had a couple of drinks with us at the bar.
He did. Now, we're about to cross back into the ground, I think, Brownie, aren't we? Is that right? We're about to speak to the great
Mickey.
Michael.
Mickey.
Robbo!
Hello, boys. I'm in the G. I finally got in, and I tell you what, the last 5 grand finals, we've had over 100,000, and they're right up to the top tiers, and it's going to be 100,000 again. So amazing scenes. I know that Katy Perry.
Up to the top tiers, are they, Robbo?
Yeah, right up to the top. Full to the brim.
That's a surprise.
No. Already though, Brownie. Usually they go to the bar and then get in, but they're here because I know that Katy Perry is in position. And also Tina Arena is also filing in out in the middle. So they're your performers. But the motorcade has just gone round. We've had Cripper and Jessie Hogan, the Coleman medalist, Jill Brownlow medalist Cripper, but all the retirees. We've had Olympians going around. So it is buzzing. It's 23 degrees. There's a bit of a northerly kicking in. So it's going to be a little bit tricky with the gusty winds. But I tell you what, I look around and I see a lot of old Fitzroy jumpers, Brownie, and South Melbourne jumpers. So that's kicking in. Yeah, absolutely. So I think of Skilton, Bobby Skilton, triple Brownlow medalist, and also Kevin Murray, the Bulldog. They can't be here because of ill health, but they're the blokes, or they're the people that I think of. There's old-timers all around the joint, and they haven't played in a grand final for 125 years, so it's a national competition, but we've got to remember the origins of the whole place. But it's jam-packed. You wait till you get in here, boys, and have a look to see exactly what goes on in the MCG. It's going to be ripping. So Katy Perry is up soon. So we're ready to rock and roll. Yep.
What songs is she going to sing, Robbo?
I reckon Firework will get a run. I reckon Firework and Raw will definitely get a run.
Raw.
I Kissed a Girl, Hot and Cold,
And
I
I
reckon
liked it.
gets there. Yeah, all that. Teenage Something, I reckon I'll get some. I just know that there's a teenage song in there somewhere.
Dreams.
And Teenage Dreams, that's the one. But I hear that she's getting 5 million Aussie, so $1 million a song.
Hey, Robbo, you brought the drama on this very day back in 2019 when you gave the blow-by-blow fitness test of Phil Davis. Anything like that today? Lockie Neal, he's got a few injury doubts. Anything like that?
Absolutely. We're going to look at Lockie because he's been limping around. He's been in the moon boot. He gets injected before the game and at half-time. We noticed that Big Oscar, the Big O's out, I know, with that dislocation twice from last week. They've hung his jumper up in the rooms on a coat hanger, and every player will look at that and touch that before they go out. So there's hard luck stories everywhere, but that Phil Davis one, that was a nightmare. They put him in and he collapsed with that calf, so not a good one, not a good choice.
And the 2 players, injured players, one from each side, are going to sit on the interchange bench, yeah?
They are, Billy. That's the fact that the Big Oscar's going to sit there, and Callum Mills too, who was touch and go whether he got him with a hamstring. It's starting to crank up there. I can't even hear it. Can you hear it?
Yes.
When's Katie starting, Robbo?
Yeah, now.
It's Katie. She's
Katy
here.
Perry on Triple
Here
M.
she goes.
Here we go. You ready?
Bring it home, Bill.
Wait for it.
Here it is.
Here we go.
Go, Billy.
You're the tiger.
They're singing it.
Roll. Righto, well done, Robbo. Katy Perry on Triple M.
Yeah, good.
You don't hear that often.
You don't hear it often at all,
No,
Bill.
We won't hear it again either, Bill.
Bit of controversy about that song, whether she was going to play it, taking sides with Brisbane.
Yes, she is. Yeah, the roar, of course.
We're a bit precious, aren't we?
Yeah,
We
we
can't
are.
sing that.
Yep.
What did you think, Damo? You're a bit of an expert on everything. What did you think of the opening intro of Katy Perry? Did you think it worked? We can't see it, obviously.
Look, she's clearly a performer, Brownie, and I think what she's done this week has been fantastic. She's gone all in, hasn't she, Bill?
Yeah, she has.
did the press conferences.
Embraced embraced it.
She's done all the one-on-one interviews with all the leading radio people and TV people and newspaper people, and she's a performer, Brownie. All I will say is she's not in my Spotify playlist. And she's clearly...
Who have you got in your Spotify?
Got a bit of Def Leppard, Bill. Motley Crue.
Def Leppard.
Def Leppard.
Def Leppard, eh?
Motley
I went and saw
Are
Def
you a
Leppard.
headbanger?
Drummer's only got one arm.
You're the heavy stuff, Damo.
The drummer from Def Leppard's only got one arm.
Bogan from way back then.
He's only got one arm.
does.
Rosie, is that right?
That is correct.
The drummer from... that's a good drummer.
That is a
Bloody good. He's
What does he do it with?
twice the work.
Yeah.
What's he? Hey, any news, Damo? Come on, give us something.
Well, it all starts on Monday,
Hang on.
Bill.
Before we get the news demo, I just want the Triple M is when it's your turn to put your head over the ball at Triple M, and you get it kicked off sometimes. I thought our man Isaac Smith did not handle me telling him about couldn't move into his house.
Wasn't happy
And
with
on the
that.
back of that, enough
nothing
in the
here.
ear. I thought he
was-
sooked it up large.
I had it written down on notes, and I realised that he was reading him, seeing where he was, so I had to close it, and he looked at me and shook his head, and I thought, I'm in trouble here.
And Brownie, as far as I know, he was meant to be with us on this
Yeah,
for an hour.
through until 2 o'clock.
Yep.
He stormed out, and he broke the
stormed
trophy.
Have we got it on video? Has it gone up,
it's
Jasper?
going to go up, but he threw the trophy in the bin, and then he said, I'm going to go sit with my roommates now.
Listen, that is not going to last on Triple M. Is
No,
it?
it
If
can't
you can't
last.
cop it,
Beersy, have we put it up there yet? It's up now.
Oh, it's up.
Triple M.
Dirtied up big time.
Got to fix that
I haven't
thing
seen
now.
that.
day right.
Who else dirties up? Is there anyone that dirties up?
Chief.
I reckon you're trying to get me to say a name, aren't you, Brownie?
Who?
I think Joey doesn't like it when the focus
Oh,
is on
Joey!
Oh, not Joey.
Oh,
Bag.
Joey.
No.
He's the nicest bloke on here.
That's not who I was thinking about.
Who were you thinking about?
Who were you thinking about, Brownie?
You told me to say Joey, Brownie.
I don't think Howie handles it that well. It goes back the other way.
Actually, I should have said him.
You have a lot of love on your show, don't you? You go the other way a bit.
Oh, we go pretty hard, though. We go pretty hard.
Yeah.
But, all right, bit of news, Damo.
Come on, Damo, what do you got?
Well, as we know, officially the player exchange period starts on Monday week, but unofficially it's been going on already for 2 years.
Yeah.
With regards to the names you're going to hear between now and close of play, it's the Wednesday, 3 weeks away from now, Brownie, where it actually shuts down officially. It's usually done about 7 or 8 p.m. of that particular night. But we know now and have known for some time that Bailey Smith will seek to get to Geelong. And while there's no official transactioning discussions between the Cats and the Dogs, that will be one of the very big names to be flushed out as soon as this week, at least publicly, when some resolution does come to
It's nice and handy that he's already an ambassador for Cotton On and probably earns maybe 200, 300 from Cotton On a year, and Geelong will be well within their rights to ask Cotton On to increase that, knowing that he already had a pre-existing deal.
Smart.
It's a very good relationship for Geelong to have.
It is, but equally each other club, Brownie, all the 7 other clubs will be keen to get a line of sight from the AFL as to how that deal looks, because as we know, the whole third-party arrangements is something that is allowed by the AFL, but it's ticked off on very, very strictly, and there's enough, I feel, scepticism in the industry already about this deal with Bailey Smith.
And is it true that Josh Battle, if he goes to Hawthorn, is going to be on less than what he is at St Kilda right now?
That can't be right.
I'd be surprised if that's the case.
That's the reports going around.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Well, if that's the case, that's just posturing for the secret herbs and spices that the Saints want the AFL to transact on, because they will get a compensation pick for losing Josh Battle, and the higher the money that they can say that they offered Josh will be part of the deliberations. The AFL, Brownie, is yet to explain to me anyway, and they attempt to say that there's a formula attached.
So what you're saying is St Kilda offer him this amount, and then Hawthorn have said this is the contract.
Yeah, and St Kilda will be keen for the AFL to factor in their offer, which may or may not have been a real one either. And there's so much wiggle room for the AFL on this compensation formula that I feel it is still confusing.
How do you figure out what's bullcrap and what's not, though, for St Kilda?
Well, that's...
I mean, surely you're not going to pay him $1.2 million a year or something like that. Hawthorn, I'd imagine, to pay him $800 around that market.
I would think if he's leaving the Saints to go to Hawthorn, it would be something like that at the very least. Yeah, and as we know, they're going to get Tom Barras as well. And then what that means, Byrne, for players who are at the footy club. Sam Frost had his best season of 13 seasons in the AFL competition this year. And look, he's probably versatile enough to play a different role and play even smaller than he was forced to play this year with the problems they had down back. But you just wonder whether a Joyce Sarong even, who came in for that last final after the injury to...
And Blanc, is it Blanc?
James Blanc. He's coming off an ACL.
And they rate him big time.
Yeah, they do. So there's if them three are playing, Sam Frost doesn't play.
But Sicily could go forward as well.
Sicily.
Could. Yep, that's a chance. Adelaide machinations are always interesting, aren't they? So Jack Lukosius this week chose the Port team over the Crows.
It happens a lot. Players that want to come back to South Australia, Port seem to win that race every time. I don't know what it is, but they seem to get it done. Neil Bullen obviously has said he wants to go to Adelaide. But yeah, a little bit disappointing because I think Adelaide sort of factored that in, that Lukosius was coming. And,
that's right.
And another forward that will step in. So this will be Texas last year, you'd think. So he was going to play, and he can play multiple roles, which helps with Lukosius. But Port Adelaide
Port are
now,
having a crack, aren't they? A few.
Well, bloody, they need to, because that forward line, Marshall, we're not sure how he's going to go with his head. Dixon retired, and Radagalier hasn't come on like they'd like to in the forward line. So they could be key forward list. Georgiades is there, but he's not really a key forward. He's better as a third prong.
Good player. And they're after Perryman as well, but Collingwood has also thrown a spanner in the works there. They're really keen on Perryman from the Giants.
All right, time to head back into the MCG. Robbo is our man in there. Katy Perry, Robbo.
Yeah, in full swing, Brownie. Centre stage now. Came out in a silver machine that went around the MCG, and then she's on stage. So it's like a big catwalk that she's made her way into the middle now, but it's all choreographed, full of colour, and she's just belting it out. Unbelievable. She's global. She's a pop star.
No lip syncing, Robbo.
Hey,
all live.
All
no
live.
lip syncing.
No,
all live.
none of that. She's a singer-songwriter, and she's doing her stuff, and it's all legit. Entertaining.
What about
full
Tina?
crowd.
Where's Tina?
No, Tina hasn't arrived yet. I don't know whether she belts out Chains or Cerrito Moon or something like that, Billy, but Katy Perry's got him in the fist. She's got him in her hand, no problem. Fireworks, it's loud, and she's just starting to warm the crowd right up now.
Oh, good. Oh,
Best
Robbo.
in the business, Mickey Roberts in there in the MCG.
The fireworks in broad daylight, Brownie.
Yeah, the fireworks in broad daylight. So, Damo,
we got Elvis here. Look at this.
do you believe got an Elvis impersonator in the crowd? 5:15, Damo. We had the preliminary final. Do you think that's going to be the date and time for the next AFL Grand Final?
I do feel that way, Brownie. Look, I think the crowd, the Fans Association, they say that 75% of their membership wants it to stay at 2:30. What I do know is that the Channel 7 broadcaster, which has got the first of the now next 7 years, beginning next year, Brownie, of the broadcast rights deal. It's a massive increase in what we've had. They, I know for a fact, have asked for it to be changed. They will want actually be even a bit later than 5:15. I think they would like a 6:30, 6:45. But I feel that next year, 2025, will be the first year, by conscious choice of the AFL, to move it from 2:30 to a later time slot. Whether it's 5:15,
3:20,
whether it's 3:20, whether it's 4:30, whether it's 5.
The Geelong game, the Geelong Brisbane game was nearly perfect. 5 o'clock.
5:15. That's what Brownie's saying.
But how did they land on 5:15? They don't play one game all year at 5:15.
They can fly back, so they can fly back.
But also it's half twilight.
Yeah.
In the day, and then half at night.
So the halftime show would be brilliant.
Exactly right. It'll be during the when it's getting dark.
That's designed for the interstate team to fly back, Brownie. Otherwise, it'd be Saturday night, wouldn't it?
It would have been Origin, Burn, had that been the case.
All right, Burn, we've been on air for a long time. We haven't talked much football yet. Sydney up against Brisbane. Break it down. What's going to happen? Who's going to win and why?
Well, I think Brisbane in a tight one. I just think I can trust them a bit more, I think. I think their back half of the season's been sensational. The midfield battle is going to be incredible to watch. I can't wait for it. Can the Brisbane tall forwards fire is the big question. So Danaher, I think we can all trust now. Had a great final series, good grand final last year. Big question marks on him coming into the grand final last year, but I trust him now. Hipwood's probably the one question mark. Charlie Cameron needs to fire in big games. So that's probably the only downfall for Brisbane. But I think got to go after their playmakers off half back. So say like a Nick Blakey, got to shut him down. There's all this talk about, Warner, Heaney, which they're great players, but that half back line you got to shut down. I reckon they need to go to Nick Blakey if Brisbane are going to win. And not many people have spoken about that yet, but they create so much from that score, from that turnover across half back. I think he's so key to them winning.
Archie's been that man that has gone and played a defensive role and been able to kick goals. So I would be surprised if he does not line up on Nick Blakey at the first bounce.
And he's hit the scoreboard too at crucial moments. He's almost a clutch player, Callum Archie. So watch for him. Not too many people are talking about his performance last week and today. It was massive.
Tip at Norm Smith.
I'm going Brisbane, 12 points. And I reckon Ashcroft might sneak under the radar and get a bit of the footy and hit the scoreboard.
Damo, tip and Norm Smith.
You know my tip at Norm Smith. It's Sydney Swans, narrowly Brownie, but my man Chad Warner.
Your man.
Sydney and Warner for me. If Brisbane win, I think Josh Dunkley will do a job on Isaac Heaney. Over to you, Bill.
Cam Rayner and also Brisbane to win, and Cam will fire them up. Now, we've had some fantastic sponsors here on the Saturday Rub. We want to thank McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Ladbrokes, of course, Hard Yakka, Camel Quiz, the Thirsty Camel Quiz, our sponsors. Also, Andrea. Well done, Andrea, over there. Sensational. Paul, Ben, Rowan D, Zoe, Crystal, Quinn, Jasper, Beersy, Trav, and our two ladies here.
Leroy.
Expression Australia, Ausland.
What?
Rosemary Walton.
Actually, I'm going to change it enough.
Rosemary Walton, well done to you, host. You're a star. And well done to you, Nath, as you send us out.
Not far away from the grand final kicking off. Brisbane Lions taking on the Sydney Swans for McDonald's Ream Hot Water. Triple M. Rocks footy.
Yes!
Triple M Footy, prime time. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners. Put your trust in the experts in air.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. We've got sweet spring savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. Get Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumo free, J-Trax free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Plus Rodex tyres starting from a very low $59 and $128 for SUV and 4x4 tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply. Ready to kick goals on and off the field? You need Employment Hero. From hired to retired, it automates all the pesky parts of HR, recruitment and payroll. Plus, it comes with Smart Match, an AI recruitment tool that matches you with top candidates instantly. Imagine never having to search for people or post a job ad again. Join the 300,000 businesses using Employment Hero to tackle employment admin and get your business back in the game. Search Employment Hero today. It's employment solved.
Things were different back in the 80s. A sea of brown cars and mobile phones the size of fridges. But one thing hasn't changed. With an average return of 8.87% per annum over the last 40 years for our Growth My Super option, Cbus Super has been making hard work pay off since 1984. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Give yourself a holiday boost with up to 10% off your next break when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Boost your well-being, boost your energy, boost your happiness. Whether you're craving a coastal road trip or rainforest adventure, Choice Hotels has over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand. Plus, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it with Choice Hotels. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for full details.
Hard Yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's right, buddy. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Australia's most independently awarded air conditioner brand. And this year, they're proudly celebrating 25 years of designing quality products with unrivaled reliability, superior performance, and cutting-edge technology. So it comes as no surprise that they have the highest levels of customer satisfaction. I think what you're trying to say is put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments. Like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo. The scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot. And the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. We've got sweet spring savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. Get Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumo free, J-Trax free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Plus Rodex tyres starting from a very low $59 and $128 for SUV and 4x4 tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply.
Season 2024 sure has been one for the ages.
He's going to be the hero, the little champ. He's going to take the win. Pickett. Bobby Hill for the bell. Cosy Pickett had his name written all over the Mac Andrew comes in and he's kicked it. It's another goal after the siren for the Suns.
Siren's going to sound.
It's going to go close.
Bumps a long one in the Bontempelli direction. Now he's got about 3 to beat at ground level. He's good enough to do it. This man is a superstar.
But after all the highs,
Higgins gone for the miracle shot for the boundary line. It'll be the best goal you've ever seen.
and the lows,
He's blazed it out of bounds on the floor.
and the new style of celebrations.
Celebration.
Taking photos of each other with their Polaroids.
It has come down to this. Sydney,
Cheer the red and the white.
What a fly from Heaney. Happily got it on. Amani for the lead.
Tommy Radley, stop it.
Brisbane,
Archie to snap. Cal Archie, that's a goal.
Wayner's got 10 metres on anyone. A left foot kick from 50. A left foot kick from...
two teams,
It is just a cauldron of noise at the moment.
one final fight, one shot at glory.
It is game on at the MCG.
For McDonald's and Ream Hut Water,
Files the ball aloft.
It is full-on footy here.
Triple M rocks the 2024 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
Get this grand final underway. Shut up. The footy's on Triple M.
Welcome to Grand Final Day inside the MCG, and the Grand Ground has never looked better. 23 no-prees to speak of. Katy Perry has just put in a dominant performance, but now it is all about the footy. The Swans and the Brisbane Lions. The Lions have come the long way. The Swans have been on top for the majority of the season. Stars on every line. Danaher, Dunkley, Neal and co up against Heaney, Warner and the Chad. So much to look forward to. Game starts in 28 minutes and the full team is assembled. I look across to the captain for the very last time. It could be a tearjerker. Luke Darcy is here. Hello, you great man. I know you won't want to talk about yourself, so let's talk about the footy.
Howie, great to be here for one last time. And Katy Perry, great sign. Everyone was in their chair. And a standing ovation at the end for Katy Perry. Chief, I think the grand final, you deserve an A-grade superstar. And Katy Perry, 3 votes for me.
My word, and I introduced the man, the official legend, 4-time premiership player. He's held the cup aloft here at the MCG, and once at Waverley, it must be said, Jason Dunstall, here's our resident music expert. Chief, nice to see you, and what did you think of KP?
I think it worked, Howie. I take my hat off to the AFL. They've taken big strides in recent years. When we landed Robbie Williams, we were off and running, weren't we? And now they've set the benchmark, and they're trying to get there each and every year. I don't think Katie was Robbie, but she was bloody good. And I think the people here appreciate it. Most people knew who she was, which was good. She's a big international act. She performed. It was a great theatrical show. But more than anything, Howie, we have got a postcard day in Melbourne for the biggest day of the season. This is going to be... We've had the final series that the AFL could only dream of. Some of the best games you've ever seen. 3 or 4 games decided by a kick throughout September. And let's hope we get another one today.
My word. Ream Hot Water, built tough Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a room. The next voice I'm going to introduce
He is so big that he doesn't bother with Friday night finals anymore. The two-man didn't bother rolling out to the Friday preliminary. He just rolls in on grand final day, stacked with stats. Grand final number
22 for Triple M, Howie.
22 for Triple M and a couple for the Kangaroos.
Yeah.
We never forget that. Hello to you, Tuopolo.
Good afternoon, Howie. Great to be here. Well, past 5 grannies at the MCG, we've hit over 100,000. You expect a full house today, nudging over 100,000 once again.
So I've pumped up your stats and Two-Man's gone. There'll be more than 100,000 here, Dar. So it's a bit of an underwhelming start, to be fair, Chew.
When we peel off some red Z lenders.
Well, maybe, Chew,
All
maybe.
Right. Well, here we go. So Brisbane, they've won 5 out of the past 6 against Sydney. Under John Longmire, Sydney's have lost their past 3 grand finals by an average losing margin of 55 points. And the last time they played at the Melbourne Cricket Ground was on the 28th of April. That was against your mob, Howie, the Hawks. So that was exactly 5 months ago. But that man, Isaac Heaney, Howie, finished equal 4th in the Brownlow, as we know, polled 21 out of his 28 votes after the first 10 rounds of the season. Number 1 rated player during the final series, averaging 27 disposals, 8 score involvements, and he's kicked 5 majors from his 2 finals. And Hugh McCluggage, he's the number 1 rated player for Brizzy during this year's final series, and he's also the number 1 rated player for Brisbane in last year's grand final as well.
That's what we expect from the two-man. This is Triple M Footy Prime Time for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners. Put your trust in the experts in the air. Das, we got in here and we've been privileged to sit here and have a chat for an hour and a half, and I was telling you about an article that Mark Robinson wrote today in the Herald Sun about Chris Fagan and how much I enjoyed it. And there was a couple of things that stood out in the article. One saying that if Brisbane win the Cup, Chris Fagan will be the oldest premiership coach ever. There was another line in there that we haven't had time to verify. Probably need to ask Chew, that he'd become the first coach to coach a premiership that hadn't played in a VFL or AFL game, which I found rather extraordinary. Chew Man's giving you the thumbs up on that. So it could be a game changer, because you and I, we like our American sport. Chief loves the EPL. 60s manager, coach in that caper, you're just starting to move into your heyday.
We are ageist here in Australia for mine, Howie and Chief and Two-Man, that starting to get more experience. He's coaching as well as he ever has done, Chris Fagan. We like to ship people off, Chief, far too early. You get revered as you get older in other parts of the world. I think it's an issue we've got in AFL football.
You do. It's a combination of things as well, though. You've got to make sure that you are staying abreast of the changing nature of the game. You've got to reinvent yourself. You've got to get people around you that are really up with the latest strategies and are looking to develop new strategies ahead of what's actually happening in the game, because doing the same thing over and over and over and over, it can work one time, but then everyone catches up to you. So you've got to continue to improve, to look at new methods of doing things. And look, I think it'd be brilliant if Chris Fagan could be holding up that Premiership Cup, because he's been maligned quite a bit over the journey. He's taken them to back-to-back grand finals now. He's twice Coach of the Year for the AFL Coaches Association. So despite people maligning him, he's done a hell of a lot right. And this would be a massive effort to come from outside the top 4 and get the job done. They won 13 of their last 15 games coming in here today. That's an extraordinary run of form.
Into the 6th final series after he took over, they were pretty much on the bottom of the ladder. Before I introduce our next man, Das, I know you're right into leadership and modern-day leadership. I've loved hearing from the Brisbane players for the last month the amount of times they've said, that coach, as in Chris Fagan, has turned my career around. He's done this for me. He's like a father figure to me. I look up to him so much. I'm so proud of what he's done for himself in the football club. For all the strategy that Chief's talking about, the love for the coach is something intangible.
One of my favourite sayings, Howie, is that culture eats strategy for breakfast every single day, and that's Chris Fagan. You walk into those rooms, you can see there is a connection between the players, his assistant coaches, the board. He brings that family, and I use the word family intentionally, together, and I think that is where we see the great gains got, is that when you build those relationships, he can have a hard conversation. He's happy to leave players out. He's happy to call it the way it is. But when you build relationships that strongly, you've got a lot of bandwidth. And, yeah, he'd be a good winner, wouldn't he?
We'll talk about Sydney in a moment, but I just look around, and it's like a young and dashing Richie Beno has wandered in. He's got a Richie Beno coat on. He's got a little pocket square. He's got a tight jean. His skin looks just radiant. His hair is thick and lustrous. He's got pocketfuls of cash.
Yes.
Every time I hear Kane Corns make a comment, I look at the video and my little man sitting there beside him stoking the fire. Nathan Noodles Brown is here. Hello to you, Nate 08.
Great to be here, and what a privilege it is to be at a perfect day at the MCG. I'm excited that Duke's calling his last game, and hope it goes well, Duke. And Chief's here, my good mate. Ash is here. I love the Friday huddle. And I've just been outside doing the outside broadcast, and Bernie Vince did Nuff of the Year.
Right.
And it came down to Billy and Isaac Smith. And Isaac Smith won Nuff of the Year. Now, Triple M is a pretty hard, brutal place at times, but I didn't think he took the announcement awfully well.
He wasn't taking it as a positive.
He wasn't taking
Did he dirty up the 4-time, did he?
He didn't take it in the...
He's a touch sensitive, Isaac. I love working with him. Chief put him back in his box down in Geelong one night this year, which amused me greatly. So that's a great honour. He's got to understand that is a great badge of honour for Isaac.
He didn't see it that way.
I don't think many people view it as a badge of honour. I've got to be honest.
The next member of our team, I like to refer to him as Mr. September. He is the original man with magnificent skin. He still looks 35. He dominates on the boundary for Bob Jane, who have great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or shop online today. T&Cs apply. And this man gets more excited about a round 15 game than anyone I know, let alone a grand final. Mickey Roberts, come in, great man.
Howie, and it's just a pleasure to be back at the G on a beautiful day, 23 degrees. It's a cracker. Wind coming out of the north, a little gusty, so it's going to be tricky for them, and might be telling by the end of the day too with the temperature. But as Ash said, last 5 grand finals, 100,000, and so it's a sellout. So they've jam-packed in. Sydney, as we know, is unchanged. The difficult call was Callum Mills. They couldn't risk the hamstring, so Tears and he's out, and bigger Oscar, who's Mills and Oscar are actually going to be down on the boundary line, grass side, during the whole day. So the dislocated shoulder kept him out. Darcy Fort gets his chance, so that's a big watch on him. Also, Lockie Neal. He's going to be injected before the game and at half-time with that heel, but he'll survive. And I mentioned it before, the South Melbourne people and the Fitzroy people, they've come out in their old jumpers, so that's linked in with Brisbane and Sydney, the national competition. So amazing for the AFL. 5 grand finals, as Chief said, for Johnny Longmire, lost 3. So, he wants to tick that box. And then Coach of the Year, Fagan. God, he wants some redemption from last year, but both sides and both coaches have got cases there. The subs are Campbell and Connor McKenna. I'm going for Brisbane. It's going to be a cracker, hard stopper, I reckon, but I reckon the Lions get over the line, boys.
I hope it's a tight one. I think that's what we're all here for. Magnificent day. We're going to take a quick break. The full ceremony, the national anthem, 100,000 on their feet. You're, of course, looking and listening to the M's on a magnificent day at the MCG. Sydney set to take on Brisbane in 19 minutes' time for the 2024 AFL Grand Final. McDonald's and Remont Water, Triple M Rocks Footy.
Triple M Footy, prime time. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners. Put your trust in the experts in air.
In hot water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Ready to kick goals on and off the field? You need Employment Hero. From hired to retired, it automates all the pesky parts of HR, recruitment and payroll. Plus, it comes with Smart Match, an AI recruitment tool that matches you with top candidates instantly. Imagine never having to search for people or post a job ad again. Join the 300,000 businesses using Employment Hero to tackle employment admin and get your business back in the game. Search Employment Hero today. It's employment solved.
Things were different back in the 80s. A sea of brown cars and mobile phones the size of fridges. But one thing hasn't changed. With an average return of 8.87% per annum over the last 40 years for our Growth My Super option, Cbus Super has been making hard work pay off since 1984. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Give yourself a holiday boost with up to 10% off your next break when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Boost your well-being, boost your energy, boost your happiness. Whether you're craving a coastal road trip or rainforest adventure, Choice Hotels has over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand. Plus, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it with Choice Hotels. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for full details.
Hard yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's right, buddy. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Australia's most independently awarded air conditioner brand. And this year, they're proudly celebrating 25 years of designing quality products with unrivaled reliability, superior performance, and cutting-edge technology. So it comes as no surprise that they have the highest levels of customer satisfaction. I think what you're trying to say is, put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments, like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo, the scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot, and the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. We've got sweet spring savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. Get Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumho free, J-Trax free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Plus Rodex tyres starting from a very low $59 and $128 for SUV and 4x4 tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply. Ready to kick goals on and off the field? You need Employment Hero. From hired to retired, it automates all the pesky parts of HR, recruitment and payroll. Plus, it comes with Smart Match, an AI recruitment tool that matches you with top candidates instantly. Imagine never having to search for people or post a job ad again. Join the 300,000 businesses using Employment Hero to tackle employment admin and get your business back in the game. Search Employment Hero today. It's employment solved.
Every massive moment lives right here.
That is as good as you'll see.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy, and the first quarter is coming up next.
Things were different back in the 80s. A sea of brown cars and mobile phones the size of fridges. But one thing hasn't changed. With an average return of 8.87% per annum over the last 40 years for our Growth My Super option, Cbus Super has been making hard work pay off since 1984. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This quarter for Bailey Ladders, Australia's #1 ladder brand.
Sydney Swans make their way out onto the ground, led by Dane Rampier. They're just having their photo now, and the Chad Warner is zigging and zagging. He's nearly jumping out of his boots. He will be worth the price of admission alone today. Brisbane already out on the ground. They came out to a Ted Lasso-themed banner, Believe. Perfect, Chief. You were just saying in the break, Chiefy boy, gee, you'd love this as a player today.
You couldn't ask for better conditions to be out there on a day like this. A little bit of breeze around. They're going to have to deal with that in front of goal, and that's going to have its own say on proceedings as well. Who takes their opportunities, who converts, because you don't want to go spraying the ball on a day like this. Opportunities might be few and far between. But absolute pristine conditions as a player. You couldn't have hoped for anything more.
Magnificent. Just watching Kai Lohman as well. Another man that could just come Bobby Hill style, Nate. Who is catching your eye out there today?
Absolutely. Kai Lohman is one that's catching my eye. And I look through the list and I look through some of the great matchups, and I just see Calamar Chi. He's played defensive roles for most of the season, and then they don't defend him going back the other way. So Calamar Chi, I feel like he goes to Nick Blakey today. They want to take Nick Blakey's run and carry out. Calamar Chi starts on Blakey, gets off him, doesn't allow the run, but could kick 2 or 3 going back the other way. Calamar Chi got a big eye on him today.
We spoke about Chris Fagan and the impact he's had on the group. Two-man, John Longmire, he's been on this stage many times. The record doesn't favour him for win-loss. He's still a premiership coach, mind you, but how does it stand for John Longmire and the Sydney Swans?
Yeah, spot on. So you look at his overall win-loss, 63%, which is incredible. In terms of grand finals, Howie, 1 win and 3 losses. So if he loses his 4th grand final today, he sits alongside Mick Malthouse and Lee Matthews and Malcolm Blight in that category.
And quite extraordinary, the picture of him in the paper today with your great mate Wayne Carey on the premiership he missed out on. Chew obviously became a premiership player, but you would have been there at the Kangaroo at that stage.
Yeah, amazing story for John Longmire, exactly. So he missed out on the 96 grand final. Didn't play in the 98 grand final, which North Melbourne lost to the Crows, but his very last game, which was his 200th, was a premiership win, of course, playing in the 99 grand final against the Blues.
Dash, you are our ruck expert. We've seen, as you and I have been here for a couple of hours, we saw Oscar McInerney out with the emergencies. I must say, he had a big smile on his face, but a young man that spent time in Geelong and playing in that part of the world, Darcy Fort gets an opportunity. I imagine as soon as he saw what happened to Big O last week, he was starting to switch into that, and then his team had a win and he's here.
He's been on the team sheet, Howie, for 12 finals. This will be the second time he's played, so an emergency on 10 other occasions. Last time he played, the Big O got sick. I think if you're Chris Fagan, you just make it really simple for Darcy Fort. You follow Brody Grundy around everywhere he goes. If he runs down the line, I want you to be alongside of him. Don't overcomplicate it. Give us a contest. Don't give away a free kick. But it is a bit of an advantage, isn't it? You take away McInerney, who's been huge for them, and Brody Grundy gets a chance to potentially dominate a final.
It is, because when Big O is in there, they are the number one side at not allowing contested footy to the opposition. So they are very good at denying the contested ball. But I think it's an opportunity too for the Brisbane Lion players as a whole to target Brody Grundy and help out Darcy Fort. You don't want to take away from your own game, but every time Brody Grundy goes past you today, I'd be just dropping in the elbow. I'd be checking his run, making sure every time you tackle him, you just hold him down that little bit longer. Just say, Brody, it is not going to be an easy game today, and we're going to ask the question to you, are you tough enough to carry the mantle of the number one ruck today?
No, I love it, Nate. We have a look at Hipwood and Danaher. Now, Chief, this is your area, the big forwards. Joe Danaher, he could blow this grand final apart today and have it 1.5 time, or he may not do that, Chief.
Yeah, it's not just Joe. For me, that's the wild card part of this grand final. So Brisbane, for me, have got a heap of enigmatic players whose best is good enough to win the game off their own boot. And I speak of Danaher, you're talking about Hipwood, Charlie Cameron, Zach Bailey, Cam Rayner, Kai Lohman's doing these sorts of things. But the margin between their best and their quiet games is too big. So if they all fire up, Brisbane will win. I've got no doubt about that. Whereas Sydney, to me, are a reliable team. I know what I'm going to get from most of them. They're kind of somewhere in the vicinity of their playing levels. So it's really that X factor from a Brisbane perspective. And I've just been watching Eric Hipwood have some shots for goal. I haven't seen him kick one yet. I hope he's getting the bad ones out of the system. It is a little bit breezy, but those kicks are going to be absolutely critical today. We saw a mixed bag from Brisbane. Like, that was a massive win last week in the prelim, right? But they gassed a couple of opportunities late that could have cost them. So it's late in the game, they're 5 points up. Hipwood runs to 50 and he shanks a kick straight to a Geelong player. If he kicks a point or better, they're probably safe. Kicks a goal, they win. Turns it over, a direct turnover. And then Zach Bailey runs too far instead of taking territory, runs into a tackle, they turn it over. They got away with it, and they did a couple of great passages of play that resulted in goals that eventually gave them a 10-point margin. But you make those mistakes today on the grand final stage, I don't think you can recover from those. And Brisbane have got a heap of those type of players. So I'm hoping they can all put their best foot forward, because I think there's probably more upside for Brisbane than there is for Sydney, but there's also more downside, if that makes sense.
And Nathan, prior to you wandering in here, a very senior member of the Triple M commentary team, probably the most senior, probably the leader of the whole show, wandered in here, shook Luke's hand, congratulated him on a final game, but then said, I fully expect to be back to round one, and I think you've just injected yourself into grand final week.
Any idea who that might have been?
Brayshaw.
100%
He thinks it's a smoke screen. He wanted some more time in the media this week, and we'll see him maybe for the NAB Cup in February.
What about you, Jukes?
Well, you know what? We shouldn't underplay it, though. I respect Duke, the ability to go out on your own terms.
Yes.
And if this is the last time we get to work with him, I take my hat off to you, mate. It's been fantastic, and I love the fact that you've made a conscious decision and said, this is what I'm going to do. Whereas most of us just hang on till we're old and frail and they go sweep us out the door.
Yeah.
So I love it. I love the fact you've done it on your own terms.
Very
mate.
kind of you, Chief. Thank you very much.
And you've still got a good 20 minutes pre-game to talk about the Dan Andrews statue. If you want to, Das, or have you got any thoughts on that? It's your last time on here, reportedly.
I'm under strict instructions from Beck. Just go
from
out.
your wife.
Go out peacefully. You don't need
That's disappointing.
You won't be surprised that in the hour leading up to this hour, we discussed the fact that in your third day, you held Fitzy up against the wall as well. That came up, and then Fitzy texted in to say that he was actually inviting you out to lunch.
Was that the reason behind it? It might have been the tone that he used. We got a chance to discuss that last week. No, we can talk about that for the next 20 minutes.
Discuss it?
All right, let's get out into the middle with the Masters ceremonies. It looks like it's the great Peter. No, it's Hamish McLaughlin down there as Josh Kennedy brings out the Premiership Cup, the West Coast Eagles staff.
Representing the Sydney Swans is past club captain Stewie Maxfield. And representing the Brisbane Lions, Australian Rules Football Hall of Fame legend and three-time Brisbane Premiership coach, Lee Matthews. May the best team win. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, would you please welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I want to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered here this afternoon. But I always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to them also. Wominjeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yimikundi Big. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri, no, Budambor War, Kondi Nagnak, Durbin and Big Bullock Bor, Chilican. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Wurrung language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka, welcome, enjoy the game. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Colin. If you're able, would you now please rise, remove your caps and join with the players, coaches and umpires for the Australian National Anthem to be performed by Cody Simpson.
Australians, oh let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts.
them. Just watching Brodie Grundy throughout. He was shaking his legs. He was moving around. The Chad was beside him. The coach has come to the bench. Johnny Longmire makes his way off the ground. In a bit of a run, Chris Fagan just strolls over to the Brisbane bench. The scene is set. You will not see a better day at the MCG. The Shane Warne stand is absolutely packed. There is red, white and Brisbane fans everywhere. You will not get a better day for the 2024 AFL Grand Final.
Now I'm just watching Cody Simpson's girlfriend, Emma McKeon, right in front of us here in the Triple M box, just giving a bit of a hug. Is she our most successful Olympian ever?
Most medals, yes.
Nice little moment down there, Howie.
And he is a sharp-looking customer.
Yes, very white teeth as well.
Wingtip shoes on, the velvet jacket. All right, who wins and why, Nate? And you need to give me a Norm Smith little tip as well, please.
I am absolutely fascinated about the matchup. So everyone's talking about going to Isaac Heaney. If they don't go to Errol Goulden, it's at your peril today. Isaac Heaney in the first 3 quarters against the Giants could have done any more, and they were still 4 goals behind. Have to go to Errol Goulden, who had 11 touches in that last quarter.
Let's go into the middle with Dane Rampy and Harris Andrews and the umpire.
Let's go, Riley. That is a heads. Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Harris Andrews wins the toss, and they'll be kicking down to the Brisbane Lions cheer squad at the punt road end.
So as I was saying, in that last quarter, Isaac Heaney had there 3 touches. Errol Goulden hadn't touched it hardly at all. 11 touches, kicked the goal in the last quarter. He's the engine room. He's the one, he's the user. Yes, Isaac Heaney's a fantastic player, but if you allow Errol Goulden on that wing to patrol, he will hurt you. Berry has to go to him today, Chief. If there's one matchup I want to see today, it is Berry going to Errol Goulden.
Well, they're hard to stop, aren't they? They've got so much talent, and this is perceived advantage for me that Sydney have in the midfield. We know Brisbane's got a gun midfield with Lockie Neal and Ashcroft and Cluggage and Dunkley, but the thing about Sydney's midfield is they are blessed with genuine pace. They can run and carry, break away from a stoppage, explode into open space, and that opens up the ground for the rest of the team. So it's going to be a real fascinating battle in the middle of the ground. I don't know who you tag, Brownie, honestly, and early days, he might just back his... Chris Fagan might back his Brisbane midfield just to try and get the job done.
So you're tipping Norm Smith?
I tipped Errol Goulden.
Yeah, Sydney for me and the Chad.
Chad for me.
I've gone Hugh McCluggage and the Brisbane Lions.
I hope the Lions win. I've been battling with my heart and my head. But my head says Sydney, my heart says Brisbane.
You're a Queenslander too.
I'm a Brisbane boy.
Norm Smith, and a quick stat from you, please.
Yeah, Hugh McCluggage as well. And first quarters, Brisbane have won 22 out of 26. Sydney only 10 from 25.
About to get the 2024 Toyota AFL Grand Final underway. You could not get a better day. The sun shining, full house at the MCG. It'll be Darcy Fort and Brodie Grundy. The bounce slightly favours Darcy, but it's been hit down first by Grundy. Through the legs of Lockie McNeil, the 2-time Brownlow medal, back to Starcevich. Darcy Fort gets his first kick in a grand final. And the Lizard Blakey outpointed Kalarchi on that occasion. Spearing kick from the Lizard to half forward. Nice mark back there. Has been taken by Brandon Starcevich.
Starcevich should want the sunscreen on his head today. Very sunny, warm day. Fletcher gets an opportunity, just floats out a bit of a wobbly ball. Andrews makes it better than it was. Archie on the outer side. Shane Warne stand. Drives it forward towards Hipwood. Melican does the job. Sydney in the first possession for the Chad.
Got it to Goulden. Errol Goulden with a little Gaelic kick because he ran out of room. Only went 3 or 4 metres. Will Ashcroft picked it up. A little bit of fumble out there by Eric. Goes back to Archie, and now Noah Answorth to the super impressive Will Ashcroft. Jasper Fletcher back to Will Ashcroft. Couple of father-son guns combined there. McCluggage has got space at half forward. Shane Warne stands side of the MCG. Inside forward 50, beautiful kick. Charlie Cameron free kick will be paid. Advantage has been taken.
He's going to pay the mark. So it's the mark he's paid. That's why the advantage couldn't be paid. One umpire that was off the ball paid the mark. I don't think he hung on to it long enough. I thought that was play on. It was a beautiful kick from McCluggage. You can't kick it better inside 50. Charlie just didn't grab it cleanly. He was fumbling the ball, never quite in control of it, and it spilled out.
Hasn't had a great season, but has kicked the first goal on 5 occasions this year for the Brisbane Lions.
Massive kick, this.
Punt road end of the MCG. Charlie Cameron, he's directly in front. It's a 40-metre shot. Professional forward. It's what he's paid to do.
2 minutes, please.
Chief said it does feel like a massive kick to get the Brisbane Lions off to the Perkins start. He likes it. Faded late.
Badness.
One behind, first up, Charlie Cameron.
Gee, those on the first goal, they thought Lachie Neale kicked it, then the advantage wasn't paid. Then those on Charlie Cameron thought they had it, still no goal. Sydney notorious slow starters, Two-Man, in the first term.
Only won 10 from 25 this year.
Which is extraordinary, really, with how many games they've won. First chance for Heaney, blonde hair in the sun. Driving ball forward, favours the Brisbane defenders. Good mark coming back with Leicester. Oh, gee, played a prelim and a half, that man.
To Berry. This is Hugh McCluggage already finding a bit of early space. Two-Man, he got the 3 Brownlow votes in round 19 when these two sides last met. Sold himself in a bit of trouble, but managed to get past Lloyd. And they love this corridor play. Lachie Neale to Berry. Berry's handball, ambitious. Back to McCluggage. Heaney gets in the way. Oh, the Chad! Didn't see Charlie coming. Didn't see him at all and got hammered in the tackle. I think the players heard the whistle. And let it go a long time. AFL logo, Triple M box, the Brisbane Lions, 1 point. Sydney yet to score.
Score a new deal every day with Macca's Footies finals deals, only on the My Macca's app. Free kick in the ruck contest, so it goes against Fort, goes the way of Brodie Grundy. He'll be a story if they can lift up cup. Sends it out wide.
So Dunkley going to Isaac Heaney as we expected, and this is another big battle. Yep. James Jordan taking on Dane Zorko.
Jordan marks in front of Zorko. Into the veteran Cunningham, just in the shadows, right on the AFL logo, centre wing, members side, very short ball to the skipper Rampy. Left foot, pulls the trigger deep. Chance for the big boys. McDonald's there, fist comes down, Neale covering ground. Back to Harris Andrews, now Leicester. Hurried kick by Berry is smothered. So Sydney keep it inside 50. There's Papley in the area, but Papley was a little bit indiscriminate. Could have been out of bounds or free kick to Brisbane. No, it's a free kick to Brisbane for a bit of a swinging arm from the boy from Bunyip.
Josh Dunkley with the result, the free kick deep in defence for the Brisbane Lions. A lot of thoughts here might go to Isaac Heaney. Dunkley will come to you in a moment, Brown, whether that has eventuated as Rampy fists it over the Lions.
Yes, it has, Duke.
Thanks, Nate. Triple M Seabus Super Special comments. The chief official legend of the AFL, Australian Nate Brown. Seabus Super making hard work pay off since 1984.
Sydney just in attack, forward of the wing, members side, just in the shadows. Magnificent day. MCG pulsing as Grundy, hurried kick off the boot, drives it wide and it's out on the full. So the Sydney fans are down the Ponsford stand end, the Brisbane fans behind the punt road, and low ball from Zorko, keeps it very low, nicely taken by Dunkley, good contested mark in front of Lloyd.
There's a good overhead mark, Josh Dunkley. Here's Hipwood, got a nice kick from Berry, still 2 kicks from home. Danaher trying to get involved, he's got Tom McCartan as his matchup, heading towards Joe, good looking kick, lace out, undefendable. Joe presented, and Chief, this feels like a big moment as well.
Well, it is, they're getting opportunities, Brisbane, and they've got to make them count. So some good work, just picking targets. Started with a Zorko kick where he just kicked it to Dunkley because he liked the matchup in the air. And it worked, went to Hipwood, and then Hipwood's kick found the target to Danaher. Can he get Brisbane the start they need?
Was the out-and-out hero in the semi-final win over the GWS, single-handedly got them over the line on that occasion. Punt right into the MCG. Joe has given it a bit of a hawk. So 2 gettable first attempts at goal go missing.
It's been a problem all year, hasn't it?
Let's get down to Rubbo, Bob Jane T-Mark.
Yeah, that Nordley, bit tricky for the blokes in front of goal, about 30, 35 metres out. 10 minutes ago, I got a figure from the AFL, 99,830 plus already in.
Warner takes 2 bounces on the wing, doesn't favour his forwards. In the end, just kicks it straight to Harris Andrews. So a couple of times they've been a bit indiscriminate. One, they've kicked it to Andrews, and the other, they kicked it to Leicester. Whereas the other end, Brisbane have missed 2 very gettable opportunities. Chance on the outer side, back flank for Fletcher.
Jasper Fletcher has it. It's out towards it. Shane Warne stands side as Archie gave a good contest. McCluggage has started well, takes a bounce. Good chase from Cunningham, flicks the handball back over his head, and it went through the legs of Archie. Big turnover, opportunity for Sydney. Jordan and Zorko, we're going to call those 2 a lot. Didn't quite stick the tackle, Zorko, and then Charlie Cameron got involved. So he started up the ground a lot, Charlie. Pushed all the way back to half-back to nail that tackling. He did it really well.
2 big tackles to Charlie Cameron. Scoring accuracy this year, Brisbane, they ranked 15th. They've started that way.
Very short from Cameron, who's played a couple of big tackles. That one on Jordan, one previously on the Chad. Into the middle of the ground to the exciting Darcy Wilmot. Defensive side of the square, just inches it forward to Berry, important player. Back to Wilmot on the 1-2. takes a bounce, runs in the sunshine, the MCG, just a helicopter ball forward. And he lands it straight on the chest of Lloyd.
So the way the matchups have landed, it feels like McCluggage and Warner are going head-to-head, and I'd say to Warner right now, I'd get the message out, you just need to tighten up a little bit on Hugh McCluggage. He's had far too much space, hasn't hurt us yet, but he will.
How many Red Zenders for Hugh McCluggage, please, Shoeman?
4 touches.
Red Z lending loans for the self-employed. REDZED.com. James Rowbottom kicks to half forward looking for a Marty. Jack Payne with the fist. Here's Answorth. Parker gets hold of him and it's trapped half forward in attack. Sydney Swans are yet to score. Brisbane have got 2 behinds. Triple M Bailey ladder scoreboard.
What are you seeing, Chewy? Red Z style?
Brisbane plus 17 in disposals and the tackles are 5 to zip Brisbane's way.
Plus 17, yet they've kicked 2 behinds against the notoriously slow starting Sydney Swans. Answorth under pressure, gets away from Rowbottom, just hooks it around his body. AFL logo centre wing, away from Morris. Lloyd applies a tackle, as does Rampy, and no one's getting out of that. Triple M Harvey Norman replay, just seeing John Longmire. Save $1,000 on Samsung 75-inch frame TV plus bonus delivery and wall mount installation. Harvey Norman, best brands, best range, best prices guaranteed.
So Danaher comes in to do the ruck work as he does as a backup. Free kick though has gone the way of the Sydney Swans. Gansberry to Rowbottom. High tackle, pretty obvious free kick. Half forward for Sydney, dumps a long kick, looking for the key forwards. Amati and McLean at the front centre. Park goes handball back to Jordan. Didn't do him a lot of favours. Zorko, hard dribbler, kick to half forward. Rampy took care of Lockie Neal and he pounds it back in there. Does Rampy? Good fist. Harris Andrews was in the box seat over the head of Logan McDonald.
It was okay by McDonald. He was completely out of position there, and it looked like an easy mark to Harris Andrews. All you ask in that position is to bring the ball to ground, which he put enough pressure on to allow that to happen.
Seems to be a lot of high balls going inside 50 for the Swans, and Harris Andrews in the right spot every time. Danaher in the ruck with McLean. Sydney in attack. Calls to Rowbottom. Hurried snap. Be lucky to register a score. In fact, he does. So the first score for Sydney is a behind. Brisbane at 2 points. 12.5 to go first term. Triple M Bailey Ladders scoreboard. Bailey Ladders, Australia's #1 ladder brand.
Quick fullback kick in taken by Zorko and Ryan Lester. Oh, played on. He didn't intend to, and he got manhandled in the tackle by Errol Gordon. So they'll go back inside forward 50, Sydney on the of it, and this is an inside forward 50 specialist. He's had more of that stat inside forward 50 than anyone in his first 100 games in the history of the game. And Marty's been infringed. Advantage is going to be paid, and the goal has been kicked. First goal of the grand final. Will Haywood, the quick play on. Sydney 1-1-7. Brisbane 2 behinds. Triple M Bailey ladder scoreboard.
Well, that inevitably happens. You missed a couple of opportunities at your end. The Brisbane Lions had 2 set shots. One was a sitter from Cameron in front. He misses it. Danaher misses one. And then it's been a territory battle that Sydney's starting to win. 7 inside 50s to 2. And that was the free kick to Amati in the pocket. The advantage was paid, and what got me was there was no effort from Joe Danaher to try and touch that ball before it went through. Whether he thought it was going back to where the free kick had been paid, you've got to have better game awareness. He just stood there and watched it bounce through.
The Haywood with the opener. Bob Jane T-Marts have great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or shop online today. T&Cs applied. Just for those joining us, who are the subs today, Mickey Roberts?
Baden Campbell, Sydney, and Connor McKenna, Brisbane.
So the first goal off the boot of Haywood after set shot misses by Cameron and Danaher at the other end. Recall bounce in the middle. It'll be tossed up. Grundy and Joe Danaher having an early run in the ruck. Rayner away to Warner. Takes a bounce. Then a little outside of the foot kick. Doesn't really hit a target. McLean gathers brilliantly. Here's Papley. Here's a moment. Tommy Papley to get the Sydney fans on their feet. He runs away to the crowd. High fives. Unfortunately, there's no Brisbane player to bump into. But the Bunyip Flyers on the board. Sydney 2-1-13. All of a sudden, Brisbane 11 points behind. 11:41 to go first term. Triple M Bailey ladder scoreboard, and the Paps up and about.
Oh, it's the perfect half-forward goal. If you had to write a playbook about how you play half-forward flank, that's what Tom Papley did then. He burst in to the middle with the bounce, and then he realised that okay, we've won the football. I'm in a position where I'm not going to touch the football. I've just got to tear towards goal and try and get on the front and centre of the Chad Warner kick, which he did. Chad Warner's kick wasn't great, but it was in enough space where Papley, who'd worked his way to the football, then comes back, was front and centre for the handball. The handball was given, and that's the perfect way to play half forward.
One of the great celebrators the game has ever seen, the Pap, and he was right off. Good finish it was too. First 2 goals of the grand final, Sydney's way. Lockie Neal picks it up. They need a clearance, but Cluggage gets it to the outside of Fletcher. Long kick, looking for a mark. Logan Morris down there, gave a good contest, getting back the Lizard. And Blakey tumbles it out of defence. Slapped on by Fox intelligently to Heaney. Good luck catching him. Wilmot nearly did with great speed. Really good defensive effort. And it affected the kick mark taken by Harris Andrews.
That's a great tackle.
Who's got the job on Andrews to try and take him out of the play or reduce what he's doing, Brownie?
Pretty sure it's Luke Parker.
What's he had so far on the Red Zeds? Harris Andrews, he seemed to have racked up a few intercepts, Chewy.
4 disposals, a couple of marks, 1 intercept.
Luke Parker's numbers.
Luke Parker for Triple M Red Z, 1 touch.
Answorth, outer wing ball, Shane Warne stand. Falls towards Neal, picks it up nicely, almost goes to ground. Now to Fletcher, had a bit of it. Sends another high ball inside, 50, makes it hard. Here's Lohman, gets his chance, gets a little boot to the ball, Kai Lohman. But he was tackled as he tried to release the ball onto the foot. And it's out of bounds, 2 metres around from the Brisbane goal, who the Lions just love a goal just to steady things down after a couple of early misses. They trail by 11 points, 2-1 to 2 behind. There's 10:38 to go first term. Triple M Bailey ladder scoreboard.
They get a boundary throw in, deep in attack, punt road end. Brisbane attacking, Grundy, clean possession away from Danaher. And look at the numbers the Swans have got. Surging it out of half back. Goulden's kick got some good distance. Harris Andrews, how he's mentioned a few times, he's been in everything back there. Parker scrambles a kick forward, but Andrews back involved. Picked up by Ryan Lester. He spent the most time out of anyone on the Brisbane Lions list, but turned back over. Fox stubbed his toe as he kicked it. Hayward snapped round the body, diving hands. Well taken, Starcevic. That wasn't an easy get, and he managed to secure the mark in defence for Brisbane.
Is Starcevic on Papley, Nate, or Chief?
Yeah, he is.
Yep. He's a battle and a half. Starcevic has had some good moments. Papley had one chance, kicked a ripper. Bailey, the man that kicked a couple of brilliant goals in the losing grand final to Zorko. What's he up to, Red Z? Chew the Zork.
Zorko, 4 touches.
So again in the hands of the co-captain Andrews. Drops it back to Leicester in the bright orange boots. And this is the game Brisbane are happy to play. Short chip to centre half back. Bailey, he now goes into the middle to McCluggage.
Worked hard to get there here, McCluggage. I love this corridor kick, and he's bold enough to take it. What about that kick, McCluggage? Perfect to Leicester, and that just sliced open the Swan zone. Archie's got it now, Chief.
Another kick, straight to Lohman. So he'll have a shot from 20 out directly in front. I was critical of the kick from Leicester because he had Danaher in the goal square all on his own. All he had to do was kick it 50 metres long, and Danaher has a set shot from 15 out directly in front, but he just chipped it over to Archie. But Archie realised there were players out the back. Lohman was one of those, and this should be Brisbane's first goal.
Brilliant passage of play for the Lions. As Chief said, they had 2 misses early. Charlie Cameron and Joe Danaher. Kai Lohman siding young gun forward directly in front. And Kai Lohman's got it. The Lions celebrate. They get their first goal of the grand final through Kai Lohman. They go to 1-2-8. The Swans 2-1-13. That is all brought to you on the Triple M Bailey ladder scoreboard.
So exciting play, able to get out the back. It was the kick from half-back, Brownie, and I can't remember who the Brisbane Lions
McCluggage it was.
That found Leicester running forward into the attacking side of the centre square. That was a beautifully weighted kick, and they're the risks that Brisbane are going to need to take to break down Sydney's defensive structure. And once he hit that kick and Leicester was able to play on, Sydney's defence was shot to bits. They'd pressed high, they were opened up, and they had no one out the back.
And McCluggage currently the number 1 ranked player. 6 disposals, 2 score involvements, and 126 metres gained.
McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks the grand final. Opening goals to Hayward and Papley before Lohman, the exuberant one, kicks a nice set shot. 8:41 on the clock, 5-point lead. First quarter. Fort just grabs out of the ruck, doing nicely. Sends a deep ball forward. Danaher cleverly tapped. Cross to Archie. Now to Eric. Goes back by hand. Misses Lohman. Does well to pick it up. Lohman for 2 in a minute. Kai Lohman. Look at him go straight into Cunningham. Oh, Kai's got 2. The blonde hair's flying. And his dreams are living out on grand final day.
He's a punk and he gets in their face and he's got 2 on the biggest day.
Oh, we love this. I spoke pre-game, Brownie, about the X factor that a lot of the Brisbane players have got. Loman's one of those. And the ability to finish on his left after just having kicked their first with a set shot on his right. All of a sudden, it was the clearance from Darcy Fort in the middle of the ground. He took it out of the ruck and just threw it on the boot. Danaher got a tap on, then a couple of hand passes. It was Hipwood that hand passed back into the corridor. It wasn't a great hand pass, but it got in the vicinity of Loman, who was able to mop it up and then kick truly on the left. See, that's good from the young bloke. To make his mark like that in the first term in the grand final when you've only played a handful of games, amazing.
Back-to-back goals, Guy Loman. He's got more than a bit of Tom Papley about him too. He gets in the grill of the opposition. Great start to this grand final. Row bottom, the don't argue. Quick kick goes forward off the Sydney Swans direction. Starcevic couldn't complete the mark. Marty tried to flick it back. Oh, brilliant pick up, Lockie Neal. That was elite. And now they're running hard. Ashcroft through the corridor. Zach Bailey flicks a little handball on to Charlie Cameron. Good build up again, Brisbane. Spirals one inadvertently inside 50. It was a low burning torque jeep. If you don't mind, Logan Morris wrapped up.
Oh, Charlie, what is that for an inside 50? It was a low torque that never got more than 4 or 5 feet off the ground.
He almost had a shot too, hit 45, maybe could kick the first one. Danaher grabs out of the ruck, then sends it perpendicular to the goals, as only Joe can. Goes across towards the boundary line.
It's now further from goal than when he got the ball.
It was extraordinary.
Hey, Lockie Neal started well. He's had Rowbottom for a lot of this first quarter, and Rowbottom's right next to him right now, but he's had 7 touches and a couple of centre clearances, and he's handling the ball beautifully.
Just an example of that before, just how clean he is at speed, Lockie Neal, and he'll storm through the stoppages. Here's Joe, gained possession, then was dispossessed. The non-controlling umpire has called that incorrect disposal.
Yeah, it was a good call. It was a good call. He tried to kick it, he couldn't quite. So they both try and play the same way. Kick, mark, a lot of uncontested. It's 117 to Sydney last week, 111 to Brisbane. So far, it's 29-7 in favour of Brisbane. Brisbane controlling the ball a little bit better than Sydney.
McInerney, Lloyd, Warner takes on Hipwood, does him with ease. Just stops and props, then squeezes out the wing. Melican has to wait underneath it while Loman, the hot hand, presses him, but Melican got up down the way with Tommy McCartan. And his brother Paddy stands a long way. The number 43 takes a bit off the kick. Nice to McInerney. He's got a stacked forward line ahead. Elects the short option, so they're building slowly into the hands of Jordan now. He's 55 from home. Here's the important kick. Spreads it one further to Lloyd, 52 from home. Not sure Jake's got it in him. Brisbane trying to clog up the leading channels. Lloyd eyes dart inboard. There's no one there because Brisbane is set up nicely behind the ball. So Lloyd just kicks at the top of the square. Need the big mark. McCartan comes in from the side. Falls down to Lukey Parker. Again, perpendicular from the goal. He's 3 metres out and kicks it out of bounds, 10 metres around. And Fletcher will reset.
6:24 remaining in this first term. 1 point lead to the Brisbane Lions. A couple of goals apiece. Jasper Fletcher deep in defence for Brisbane. High, long, searching kick. Archie launched. McCartan's fist goes all the way back inside 50. Taken cleanly by Zorko to Starcevic. Head in the McCluggage direction. Logan Morris has pushed up that. It's a nicely weighted kick to Hipwood on the wing. Now they get their overlap run going to Archie. Oh, Charlie Cameron dropped the chest mark. Opens the door back up for Matty Roberts. The City defence holds up well. Half forward looking for Amati. Over his head. Having to run back Noah Answorth on defensive 50. Sky high. Up and under 9-9 type of kick. And that is a good mark, Logan Morris. Impressive young player in just his 19th game.
Terrific mark. That's a huge win when it's a skied ball to 50 and you're able to take a contested mark and get the game back on your terms.
Charlie Cameron's had a couple of moments to take marks. One was paid and Chief didn't think it should be, then dropped the chesty. Archie takes a good contested mark, sends the ball deep forward. Danaher, the out position. Lloyd nearly could have played on. He marks in the pocket. Shane Warne stands side, 2 metres inside the boundary. Joe will play on. Second attempt for goal. Joe Danaher misses again. He's kicked 2 behinds early. Brisbane at 2-3. 15, Sydney at 2-1-13, up by 2 points the Lions, 5:10 to go, first term, Triple M Bailey Ladders scoreboard.
He actually didn't look at the goal after he took the mark, so you've at least got to have a look at where they are. I know you've got good vision and you've got a good game sense and feel for where you are, but you've still got to look at the goals.
5 minutes to go in this first term. Great contest unfolding as we expected. Darcy Fort's been good enough. Stolen away though out of the hands of Wilmot. The chat involved. Amadi, James Jordan. Oh, the lead-up target from Parker. He missed it by a couple of metres. In wanders Harris Andrews. That was a golden opportunity.
Can't miss those kicks when you set the game up as well as they did then, and they had them out everywhere. You cannot miss a 20-metre pass inside forward 50 to an easy unmarked player.
Inside 50s, Chew.
13-8 Sydney's way.
McLean works hard in his defensive area. Now it falls to McCluggage. He's been in everything, Chew.
7 touches.
Got Joe Danaher on a long lead. Charlie streams forward. It's a funny little poking cracker style kick by Danaher. Don't know what that was. Blakey got one head high. Thought he'd get the free kick. Umpire says no. McCluggage from 45. Hugh Beauty. The Lions have got their third. 3-3-21 as Blakey gets slowly to his feet. Sydney 2-1-13. 8-point margin. Brisbane 4:15 to go first term. Triple M Bailey Ladders scoreboard. McCluggage is blowing it up.
He's had a great first quarter, Hugh McCluggage. He was looking for high contact there, the Lizard, but it was just an honest contest.
Got to play the whistle.
Does Joe Danaher frustrate the hell out of you? He takes the mark and he just rolls lazily onto his left boot. Doesn't know what's ahead of him. Runs himself into trouble. Nearly turns it over with the kick, but because of a good contest, the ball spills out and then McCluggage is able to finish. It's a really good finish and some slick hand pass too at half back. The Ashcroft hand pass was beautiful. He had his head down and ducked into him. I like that umpiring. Didn't pay the free kick against Archie, and then a beautiful finish. Something McCluggage doesn't always do.
Not a replay Nick Blakey's going to want to watch too many times in this first quarter.
There's Joe Danaher again. The magical mystery show continues. Another drop mark. Here goes the Lizard. You don't catch the Lizard at full speed, but another errant kick, and it's uncharacteristic. Sydney, they're normally devastating by foot. They've turned it over, and the Brisbane Lions have it through Zach Bailey at half-back.
Brisbane look to the corridor at every opportunity there. Don't get it this time. Lohman's out further down the ground. If Dunkley can get it in that area. Now Lohman's shut down. Dunkley played in a premiership and numerous grand finals. Goes short. Haven't seen much of Rayner, but he'll have his moments. Don't worry about that. The powerful one. Sends a high ball. Here comes Morrison behind, but Blake is well positioned and just chops off any thought of an attack by the Lions.
They need a lift out of Heaney and also Gordon. They're two premier on ballers, only 4 and 3 touches.
Kick to the wing, a 2-on-1. Errol Gordon, Brody Grundy out there fighting hard. The Lions to maintain it on the outer wing. Gordon look-away kick was elite. Came back into the corridor to McLean. He goes short to Florent. Just the required journey. Now they're getting some more sideways kicks to Rampy. They've got some space here. Robbie Fox, still 2 kicks from home. Lions are well organised in defence. He advances it just slightly to Cunningham, but we've seen them in this part of the ground a lot, Sydney. Right forward pocket, half forward. Not able to hit this next kick. This time they get McInerney, still just to the edge of 50. He spears a short one in, so they've patiently worked their way through, and now Rowbottom within kicking range. It's about a 48-metre shot and pretty much dead in front.
It's good footy, isn't it? When you know every player is in tune to the fact that we've gone into slow play, we've got numbers back, we just have to lead up with the football. So many times Sydney players just darting up at the football, multiple opportunities. Most clubs have to bomb that long to the top of the square, but all of them in tune with the game plan.
One of the most respected players inside the inner sanctum of the Sydney Swans. He's a tackle specialist, defensive pressure specialist. They'd love to get a first quarter goal out of James Rowbottom. He never looked like missing. That's huge. Goal they desperately needed. 3-1-19 Sydney. 3-3-21 Brisbane. Just under 2 minutes remaining in the first term. Triple M Bailey Ladders scored.
Well, he's got the job on Lachie Neale today, and it is a big job. He's the premier on baller in the competition. Lachie Neale, as clean as it can be from ground level, but if you get one back the other way, all of a sudden Lachie Neale starts to think, I need to man up a little bit more, and then he doesn't chance his arm as much. So Lachie Neale's had 7, done his job, but Rowbottom, fair bit of the football himself, 5, and also kicked 1 goal.
It's just an even game at the moment. They're getting looks at both ends. When you go forward, you've got opportunities to score. Who's going to take them? Who's going to use the ball the best? Been a really good first quarter.
Kick from Errol Gordon was extraordinary. It forced Mark Howe to actually do a golf clap. It was that good in the commentary box up here. But that was the architect to set that one up. Errol Gordon's kick into the middle of the ground.
It was a no-look flick kick. It was extraordinary. Grundy, here's Rowbottom having a nice impact. Lohman now back to Berry. Steps through a little bit of traffic, creates space for a teammate. And that's Wilmot. A high up and under. Sends it 30 from home. Melican's in best position. He gets off Morris and marks nicely.
One thing they can't have, Brisbane, you can't have no contest. You've got to bring that to ground. He's a young player, Logan Morris, but he's got to find a way to compete better than that.
Matty Roberts, round 1 Rising Star nominee. Had a good year for the Sydney Swans. Got it back from Will Hayward. He just cruises down Shane Warne stand wing, kicked the half forward. Starcevic and Andrews. Free kick going Harris Andrews' way. Talk us through his first quarter performance so far, please, Two-Man. Harris Andrews.
6 disposals, Dars, 3 intercepts, 3 marks.
Luke Parker is tracking him everywhere, but Harris Andrews has been impenetrable at times down there for Brisbane.
Minute to go in the first term. Sydney kicked the first 2. Brisbane have responded to lead at 3-3 to 3-1. Neil, Two-Man, Red Z.
Disposal number 9 in 2 centre clearances.
Goes to McCluggage, who's the other star, Chew.
He's up to disposal number 9 as well in the major.
And the short ball, Rayner does well, tries to run off Rampy. Now gives it back to Berry, hits 55, sees something in the pocket. So Charlie Cameron's had opportunities. He's dropped the chest mark. He missed a set shot. This time, I think Luke Hodge versus the West Coast Eagles. He'll have to snap it round.
Just got told by Rayner that there's only 30 seconds left in the game.
Now 16 seconds on the clock. Cameron, he'd dearly love this to really give himself and his side a lift. Charlie Cameron. Oh, does a little bow to the crowd. Thank you very much. No motorbike on grand final day. It was more a namaste style situation. Brisbane 4-3-27. Sydney 3-1-19. 8-point lead to Brisbane in the shadows of quarter time.
They've taken 6 marks inside 50 in the first quarter. That is huge going. AFL average is, 12 for a game match. That's extraordinary. So 6 in the first quarter, but he owed them that, Charlie Cameron. He missed a sit-up, should have kicked the first of the game. Dropped the chest mark that broke up a passage of play that could have led to a score. So he needed to bounce back, and he did with a really good snap there.
That was funny, wasn't it? Cam Rayner went over to say, hey, take your full measure of time, 30 seconds. Charlie Cameron looked at him and said yes, kicked it 1 second later. But it did go through for a goal. There's only 7 seconds left on the clock. 8-point lead to the Brisbane Lions. This first quarter has not disappointed in any way, shape or form. Great contest. Oh, Grundy got a bit of a coat hanger from Joe. And the Swans understand there's not much time. Henry took the advantage, but there's the mark for Starcevic. Quarter time. 2024 grand final. 8-point lead to the Brisbane Lions. You got the Chief, you got Nate, you got Two-Man. Rubber, ground level, and Howie. That's your grand final call team on the M's. Lions by 8 points. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Roxford.
That quarter for Bailey Ladders, Australia's #1 ladder brand.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Score a new deal every day with Macca's Footy Finals deals. Only on the My Macca's app.
Give yourself a holiday boost with up to 10% off your next break when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Boost your well-being, boost your energy, boost your happiness. Whether you're craving a coastal road trip or rainforest adventure, Choice Hotels has over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand. Plus, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead. Book it with Choice Hotels. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for full details.
Hard yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
Installery.
Well, the
hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's right, buddy. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Australia's most independently awarded air conditioner brand. And this year, they're proudly celebrating 25 years of designing quality products with unrivaled reliability, superior performance, and cutting-edge technology. So it comes as no surprise that they have the highest levels of customer satisfaction. I think what you're trying to say is, put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments. Like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop, the only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo, the scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot, and the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. We've got sweet spring savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. Get Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumho free, J-Trax free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Plus Rodex tyres starting from a very low $59 and $128 for SUV and 4x4 tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply.
Ready to kick goals on and off the field? You need Employment Hero. From hired to retired, it automates all the pesky parts of HR, recruitment and payroll. Plus, it comes with Smart Match, an AI recruitment tool that matches you with top candidates instantly. Imagine never having to search for people or post a job ad again. Join the 300,000 businesses using Employment Hero to tackle employment admin and get your business back in the game. Search Employment Hero today. It's employment solved.
Things were different back in the 80s. A sea of brown cars and mobile phones the size of fridges. But one thing hasn't changed. With an average return of 8.87% per annum over the last 40 years for our Growth My Super option, Cbus Super has been making hard work pay off since 1984. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This quarter for titanium caravans. Stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious titanium caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Quarter time for the MCG. Brisbane off the back of 2 Kai Lohman goals. Lead at 4-3-27 at the first break. Sydney 3-1-19. Bob Jane T-Marts, they've got great buy free, get one free plus instant cashback deals. Call or shop online today. T&C's applies. Mickey Roberts.
Howie, as you said, when they burst through the banner, the lines, it's got believe. Only had one word, and that's exactly what they're doing now. And I'm just looking at a board down here as well, with the Sydney board. It says explode and look lateral for numbers. So they're the words that they're trying to instill in the boys on the bench down here. But a lot of coaching from Callum Mills and also the big O from either camp. But what a cracking game. What a great first quarter.
That's what you get with Robbo. Insight into what is written on the whiteboards. Triple M Red Z Lenders Chulenko.
McCluggage, #1 ranked player, 9 disposals, 1 major. Isaac Heaney, only 1 ranking point. He's had 5 touches, but 4 of those ineffective.
Triple M Red Z Lenders and the Triple M Cbus Super special comments. Cbus Super making hard work path since 1984. You got Jason Dunstall and Nathan Brown.
It's a battle of 2 clubs that love uncontested marks, Chief, and they both had over 100 last week, but I feel like Brisbane have controlled the footy and probably got the better looks. And you look at the scoreboard at the moment, they're 8 points up. It feels like they've deserved that lead. 42 uncontested marks to 26, so plus 16 to Brisbane in that first quarter.
I like the way the Lions have broken down the Swans' defensive structure. I mentioned they've had 6 marks inside 50. That's from just 12 inside 50. So every second time they're getting a mark, the Swans have gone inside 50 15 times for 1 mark. So Harris Andrews running a tight ship down back.
Got all the big guns in there at this centre bounce to start the second quarter. The Chad is there. Isaac Heaney, Lockie Neal, Josh Dunkley, Hugh McCluggage. And Brodie Grundy resumes his battle with Darcy Fort.
Here we go.
Second quarter. About to get underway. Conditions are absolutely stunning. 8-point lead to the Brisbane Lions. Darcy Fort the hit out in the direction of Dunkley. Lockie Neal farmed a handball back. Wilmot socket off the ground and ricocheted off the face of James Jordan. And it's still trapped inside the centre square. It's just edged out slightly towards this MCG members' side where it's going to be thrown up.
It was a killer falcon that got Rowbottom there. Chance for Sydney to go forward if Warner keeps it in front of himself. Comes back the other way. Brilliant by Chad Warner. Hooks it towards goal. Does he get some type of freaky bounce? Not quite. A Marty. And he's taken across the line by Payne. With Sydney 2 metres around from their goal.
Brody and Darcy.
Punt road end is where the Swans are attacking this quarter.
Don't hold!
Harvey Norman replay. James Rowbottom copped the Sharon right across his nose. Over both ruckmen. Here is Rowbottom. Tried to smash his path through to an open goal. Couldn't get it. Fighting hard. In there was Jordan. Picked up though by Starcevic. Shin kick forward. Bounces into the direction of Papley. It's back McCartan. Here's Florent. Melican. Nice sidestep. Got past Joe. Dumps a kick inside forward 50. Amadi down there. Slapped away by Andrews. Front and centre. Robbie Fox picked it up. Scooped the handle back to Warner. Very capable of one step to Chad. Distance was there, just missed. Swans are 3-2-20. Lions 4-3-27. So the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Zorko shorts it out to the Shane Warnstand side to Dunkley, who's got the job on Heaney. How are they two matching up on the Reds' Eds?
Yeah, Isaac Heaney, 5 disposals. Josh Dunkley with 4.
So a win so far to Brisbane in that area. Rampy does well to compete to Lloyd. Now Amadi hasn't had much of it. Chance for Jordan. Sends the ball deep forward to open space inside 50. Brisbane have got the numbers. Payne does really well to get in the path of Parker. Bailey's kick is wide, but it hits Lohman, who's already got 2 in the back pocket on the back flank.
Takes off the 45-degree kick to Ashcroft. Got collected by Hayward. Free kick.
James Jordan's second poor entry inside forward 50. If you're playing on Zorko, you've got to hurt him because he's going to hurt you every time he gets the football. So when you get your opportunity, you have to make it count.
Brisbane Lions, they are just very comfortable trying to kick that 15-metre kick to another mark. Doesn't seem to matter which direction they go, and now they get it out to Leicester. Again, just another one to the uncontested mark to Zorko. He spears a beautiful little kick to Starcevic.
Oh, that could have been 50 very easily.
Pretty close, Chief, wasn't it?
He got held after he marked it.
Starcevic decides to head the Joe Danaher direction. Piece of the mark. A lot of numbers front and centre. Logan Morris did the roving work. Got it back to Jasper Fletcher. Kick to the goal square, and the Lizard, who's been important so far, two-man Nick Lakey.
Disposal number 7, 263 metres gained.
Happy to go short to Rampy, still on the full-back line. Dane, left foot. Carton looks into the sunshine with Leicester. Comes to ground now. Screws out wide. In fact, it was Robbie Fox on the outer side. Chance now for Fox. Grundy loops a hand pass. Fox again. Right football. Patley sets himself a hanger. Falls to ground. Got on the back of Starcevic. Still might fall for Hayward. Kick the opener. Hayward snaps. Ignored the hand pass. Coming all the way back is Lockie Neal. Hand options were on, and Neal was the goalkeeper.
Short one to Bailey. He heads to the Lohman direction. Blakey jumped early, went over his head. Now Kai Lohman's got space, hands it inboard to Darcy Fort. He wanted to back Kai Lohman. Fort instead hits the target to Charlie Cameron. Kai Lohman's run on again. And Charlie's decided just to take a bit of time and then Drilley kicks it out of bounds on the full. Bad clanger kick, that one. Swans get a little reprieve at half back.
Tried to be clever. Kicked off one step and shanked it. Made some bad mistakes, Charlie Cameron.
Just having a look at the Harvey Norman replay of the Papley attempted hang-up. Probably should have marked it. The hard part was all done. He just fumbled it through his fingers at the last minute.
Grundy centre-half back to Lloyd. Shane Warne wing. Triple M Harvey Norman replay. Save $1,000 on Samsung 75-inch TV plus bonus delivery on wall mount installation. Harvey Norman, best brands, best range, best prices guaranteed. Lloyd goes very short again. Back to Grundy. You've seen the ruck contest, Dars.
Darcy Fort's held his own really well. Brody Grundy hasn't had a huge influence.
He sends a long ball towards the attacking 50. Amadi, fisted away by Payne. Now Rowbottom back to Amadi. Sydney and tall forwards haven't really been sighted so far. Here's a chance for Heaney. Gives it across to Hayward. Tries to break a tackle. Does it well to Rowbottom. He's still got Heaney out. Smothered kick forward. Zorko attacks it. Oh, he's hit hard. Good tackle, Hayward. This is a big moment in the game. Payne throws it onto the boot. Sydney will have the numbers.
Well stacked back here in the centre. Brodie Grundy tried to go past the tackle of Rayner. Managed just to get it forward, Sydney, but really scrappy, scrambling play we're seeing at the moment. Starcevic at half-back able to secure the footy.
Defensively sound Brisbane then. Sydney had the ball multiple times, could have moved forward, but the Brisbane wall was set up.
Lachie Neale gets a 1-2 going. He's starting to win a dangerous amount of the footy, two-man.
13 touches.
Takes 4 bounces, calling for a lead to come his way. Zach Bailey edged his man Rampy underneath it. That's a big win. Now they're out here. Bailey takes a bounce, can hand it off to Lohman. Kick 2 first quarter goals. Goal number 3. Kai Lohman never going to miss. What about that from the young, long lock flowing superstar for the Brisbane Lions? He's got 3 early goals. Lions are out to a 13-point lead. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Yeah, good to see a youngster have an impact like this on the game. It was really funny because there was a big misunderstanding between Lachie Neale and Zach Bailey up on the wing. Neale's bouncing the ball. Bailey wanted it over the back. Neale wanted him to lead up a bit, and he was desperately calling him to come up, and in the end, he just had to kick it to the contest. Bailey good enough to push his opponent under the ball, and that allowed the ball over the back, and then when he linked up with Lohman, Lohman had to make the choice of looking for a target or having the shot, but he's got his confidence up, and it was a fantastic finish. He is on the young man. What a game.
What's his career best, Kai Lohman?
His PB is 5 Howies. He's now kicked 13 majors from his last 6 games, including today.
And out to a 13-point margin. Kai Lohman's kicked 3 in the early stages of the second term in a grand final. Heaney hasn't done much. Free kick to Rowbottom, who has been really good. The 2 Brisbane Sydney tall forwards, McDonald and Amati, what are their numbers?
Spot on. Amati 4 handballs, McDonald 1 disposal, both scoreless to date.
Goals out of him in the prelim, it hasn't happened so far. Now here's a chance. Fox, Zorko, he's going to give 50. You could see it happening. He just took 2 steps over the mark, and it's taken Fox from 55 out to a certain goal. That's a big moment. He definitely infringed those, Zorko. You saw him just creep over the mark. So it'll be Robbie Fox, who's kicked 4 goals for the season. Punch it home, and Sydney needed that. Sydney really needed that. And Fox is on the board. Sydney 4-2-26. Brisbane 5-3-33. 7-point margin. We'll have a look at the Harvey Norman, Nate, but in the glasses, you got anxious because you thought he'd gone too far.
Yeah, when everybody in the stadium took a bit of a deep breath for Dane Zorko, but he went a little bit far. He couldn't believe it. He looked up at the scoreboard wondering, have I gone too far? But I felt like it was clearly there, and an easy one for Sydney, and one they desperately needed.
Just seemed unnecessary, Chief. Didn't have to be smart ass about it.
He was late coming in, but he needed to get there to stop him playing on and kicking the goal. I reckon he's stiff. I reckon he's real stiff.
Yeah, the Triple M Harvey Norman replay almost an apology there, don't you?
Really stiff. He's within 12 inches of where the mark was, where he stopped.
It's just that he approached so quickly.
Just depends if the umpire had called stand before that.
So a little bit of controversy of 50 gifts. The Swans a goal. They go back to within 7 points. Inside 450 go the Lions. Roberts under pressure. Tom McCartan has kicked an inside-out floating sack, and it bounced a centimetre in from the line, and then was perfect in the end. Gained some good territory. Not far off centre wing when they have a boundary throw on the Brisbane Lions. 5-3-33 lead the Swans 4-2-26. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Stay off road and off grid for longer with a luxurious Titanium Caravan. So Brisbane slightly in attack. He goes off the ground, back towards Berry. He mungs the ball inside 50. Eric arrives on the scene. Melican drops it, good hands. Eric gets his moment, snaps it, doesn't get enough bend on it. In fact, sends it the other way. Bounces just short of the line to a nasty area. Could open up for Joe Danaher. Oh, does he get boot to it? I think he missed the lock. As only Joe could. It was a remarkable bounce. And then it fell in Joe's hands. He approached the line, and I think he may have missed the football.
Yes, confirmed it came off the defender last before it crossed the goal line. So, score review. Umpire scores behind. Please check which foot it came off.
So McCartan is sort of trying to grab the ball, well, between Joe's legs, it must be said. And it's going to be a behind. It's a rather uncomfortable looking replay to us, to be honest.
Never seen anything quite like that, Howie. Literally
Review
right
complete.
between the legs.
Looking at this angle, we can see the ball comes off the Sydney defender last before crossing the goal line. Decision on the scoreboard.
Joe could have 3, hasn't kicked any, but he could have 3.
Yep.
The part that needs to be discussed, Chief, is that he had a fresh airing.
Correct. And I'd love to see a replay of that too. He's had some opportunities, Joe, and this is what you get with some of the Brisbane players. Their good is ridiculously great, but they can also have horror moments, and they've missed some goals they should have kicked the lines.
Roberts from full back runs his full measure and then kicks it to the wing. Flying back Zorko, missed the footy. Now we've got a pack of players over the top of it on true centre wing. Triple M commentary side of the MCG. It's going to be thrown up adjacent to the AFL logo. It is the Lions with a 7-point lead.
He missed that by 8 metres, Zorko.
Yep.
Neil continues to get the football by just charging through Ashcroft. This is towards Lohman again. Big fly from behind. It's the young man, Logan Morris, gets his moment. The boy from the Werribee Districts had an unusual debut, and he'll line up now in a grand final in just his 19th match. 42 metres out on a 45-degree angle, the number 13.
He's just come off for a spell, but Lockie Neal was good in the build-up. He won't get a stat. He was the one that was paddling the ball away from the stoppage. Goulden fell into his back, but it opened up for Ashcroft, and he found Morris.
Logan Morris crosses the 50. 45-degree angle. Drifts late, and that is, for mind you, the third set shot miss for Brisbane, if not more. They're 5-5-35, Sydney at 4-2-26, Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
They're fourth, 2-4 from set shots, as Brownie said. They're 15th for scoring accuracy this year.
Fullback kick in finds Lloyd, and now they get to the wing. Courageous mark, Noah Answorth.
Tell you what, the one positive for Sydney is they're only 9 points behind. I feel like Brisbane have dominated the best part of the last 30 minutes of this game.
As we so often see in grand final day, rue those missed chances. They feel like they should be much further in front, as Nate Brown just said. Ryan Lester, high kick. Joe Danaher is the target. It's floating in. Darcy Ford takes an uncontested mark. He's 50 metres out. Haven't seen his kicking for a fair while.
It's a very good set shot at goal, Joe. Darcy Fort, obviously we haven't seen him for a long time, as you said. The last time we played was round 7, but from memory, he's a bloody good kick.
Gee, this would be huge. If he kicks this, they'll go off the lines. This would be a monster goal from the late call in.
There's a career set shot, Chief, of 13 goals for. This is a 50-metre attempt, 45-degree angle, and he's just steered it to the near side. Never ever looked like it was going through. 5-6-36, Brisbane, 4-2-26, Sydney. Triple M Titanium Caravan scored.
It's got the feel of a 20-25-point game, Nate, but it's a 10-point margin.
It does feel like that, Howie. At least a 4-goal lead for the Brisbane Lions on offer.
Blakey casually to Heaney. Marks nicely on half-back. Oh, gee, hangs a lot of it up. Gives it straight back to Morris. So a mistake from Heaney. They should get them. Lohman in position. Go back and have a shot, Kai. He's kicked free. Joe saying have a shot. Kai Lohman is going to line up for his 4th goal on the back of a Heaney error. 32 out, 3 metres inside the boundary.
He's got one hand on the Norm Smith if he puts this one through, Chief.
Oh, Kai Lohman would have been a rather long ranger. 7 disposals. He's kicked 3 goals straight, has Kai. Out of Ballarat from deep in the pocket. Lohman hits it nicely. It's coming not quite far enough. So he's got 3 goals, 1, but his day's not done. 5-7 Brisbane, another missed set shot, hard but missed. 4-2-26, 11-point lead to Brisbane as the Swans take it on through the middle.
Quick play on. They get it all the way to centre wing. Andrews dropped the mark. Parker is going toe-to-toe with him, but Harris Andrews is on top across half-back. Wins it back and goes backwards to Jack Payne.
Got numbers up on the wing.
Short back to Harris Andrews.
I think I've noticed about Brisbane are playing their own game. This kick-mark game. Sydney, a lot of bombs out of defensive 50, which they don't normally do.
They're getting the uncontested marks on cue, as Nate Brown described. Cam Rayner's got it at half-back. What are the uncontested mark numbers, Jimmy?
Brisbane have racked up 65 already. Sydney at 38.
Now to half-forward, Brodie Grundy missed a lot. Kai Lohman, you've got to pay that mark. Umpire's just completely missed it. McCluggage picks it up. This is all happening at half forward. Charlie Cameron's got it. Centering kick. Danaher takes the chest mark. Surrounded by Swans defenders. And Joe has had 3 opportunities that he's missed. Gets a massive moment in the context of this game. 40-metre shot. No real angle to worry about. Rubbo.
Yeah, Will Hayward, I know that he's got a right knee heavily strapped, but they've been working on a tight hamstring right side as well. He'll come back on, but we'll have to have a look at that.
Robbo for Bob Jane Team Arts. We'll come back to you shortly, Robbo, on that update. Joe Danaher. A lot of discussion that this may be his final game at the Siren. Capable of anything. Joe Danaher, city end of the MCG, gets it online. Beautiful left to right draw. Kicks his first, Joe. That's huge. Lions are 6-7-43. Sydney 4-2-26 on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
So the one big stat in this game that has surprised me, and Ash just went with it, 65 uncontested marks to 38. Now, they both had over 100 uncontested marks. They both played the same game style. We've seen Sydney a couple of times today chip the footy around and then they find a target. But across the whole ground, that's what Brisbane play. And they've come and they've played their own game plan. Right now, Sydney, they've panicked. Every time they've got the ball under pressure in defensive 50, they've been bombing it out long 50 to 60 metre kicks down the field, where Brisbane are a little bit more methodical. So Sydney not really handling the occasion like the Brisbane Lions are.
In past 6 rounds, Sydney have only been conceding 69 uncontested marks for the entire game, ranked second defensively, as you said, Brownie. 65 already they've conceded.
Brisbane have kicked 6 of the last 8 goals. They're out to a 17-point game high. Joe Danaher in the ruck. It's all going Brisbane's way. Spiralling ball forward. Archie can kick a goal. Cal Archie to make it 2 in a minute from 48, no angle. And this would really hurt the Swans.
He's an exceptional mark for his size. He's a great overhead mark, good pair of hands. He's done that well, Danaher, a number of times today. He's taken it out of the ruck, just throw it on the boot, take the territory. And Archie playing in front of Blakey took a good mark. Now this would be a really, really big kick to give them probably the gap they deserve in the game.
23-13 for the season. Drifts out to the right. Archie hits a long ball, a driving ball, an accurate ball. Archie with a fist in the air. And all of a sudden there's a gap in this game. Brisbane 7-7-49, 2 in a minute. Sydney 4-2-26, wobbling the Swans. 23 points down, 7:55 to go before the major break.
I reckon there's been a clear direction from the Brisbane coaching staff. Because Oscar McInerney's not there, anytime we can get it in the ruck and grab it as the ruckman free, get it on the boot and get it forward. No mucking around with the football. I've seen Darcy Ford do it twice already today. That's the second time Danaher's done it. So another plan by the Brisbane Lions executed. Grab the ball in the ruck, get it forward.
It's Nate Brown. We've got the Chief, Jason Dunstall, all over at the Triple M Seabus Super Specials Grand Final day, and the margin has snuck out to 23 points, and as the boys in the back row have been articulating, that feels about the margin given their dominance. So big moments coming up now for the Sydney Swans, just under 8 minutes until half time. Desperate for the next goal, Sydney. McCluggage has been huge, so too Lockie Neal. Here's Ashcroft, little hammer to Lohman. Try to flick it back to Ashcroft. Swans defending for their life here, taken high, Ashcroft. Free kick.
The umpire downfield paid it. Not the umpire in control.
Look at Joe lurking for this one.
They have all the momentum big time in this game. Well, Ashcroft sort of nonchalantly.
He's got a short pass to Answorth or Bailey if he wants it.
Full allotment of time, Will Ashcroft. Now he pulls a kick late. Lohman again in front. For nearly. Grundy gets back. Taken away by Charlie Cameron. Robe on him. Good effort to tackle. Managed to get a small kick away. Taken by Patley, but they're set up here. Jack Payne takes an easy uncontested mark.
Payne and Andrews are dominating this game. McDonald and Amati still chew.
Yeah, McDonald just the one disposal. Amati, Howie, 4 handballs, both scoreless.
So nothing from the talls. Grundy drifts back. Big fly. Rayner didn't bring it in. Like the attempt. Bailey dangerous around goals grand final day. Back towards Rayner. Just charges through the pack. Rayner with power. Slides it across and it's out of bounds on the full. But make no mistake, Sydney are just hanging in here. They trail by 23 points. 6.5 on the clock. Is Heaney on the ground or on the bench, Chew?
Isaac Heaney on the bench, according to champion data.
Inside 50 numbers this quarter, Ash.
Well, Brisbane have had the last 9 entries, Brownie.
And Isaac Heaney's afternoon so far, Chew.
9 disposals, they can throw in 5 clangers.
There they go again, Brisbane. Ashcroft, one-step kick, top of the goal square from the side.
Sydney, Melly kick.
Free kick, Sydney, but they are just hailing in there by a thread at the moment, the Sydney Swans. It's going to be a free kick to Melican, last line of defence. Taking a standing 8 count in boxing terms.
Well, they need half time and it's still 6.5 minutes away. Can't afford to give up any more this term. Good by Grundy. What do they need to start doing, Chief, the Swans?
Oh, they won't panic. That's the great thing about the Swans. They're an experienced lot. They play structure under John Longmire. They'll just continue to chip away.
Both these teams know how to forge a comeback. Down the line, though, Starcevic and Danaher versus Packley. There was only going to be one result. Starcevic raffled it. Good spoil there by the Swans to keep the ball alive. It was Lloyd, his hand pass, though it's stymied. Now Berry goes into the middle of the ground. Wilmot. Here comes Ashcroft. Rayner gets it back towards Ashcroft, just in front of him. Bounces nicely. Can't break the Roberts tackle. Does the second time. Ashcroft wobbles the ball forward to the square. Blakey does well. Stands up in the contest. Cunningham. Blakey hurry ball out of defence. He kicked it straight to Berry, who marks 40 out.
That's a panic kick.
He's panicked a few times today, Blakey.
Bob Jane, Mickey R.
Yeah, Rayner down. You can still see him half forward. Have a look at that. Copped a clip in that contest. Isaac Heaney's the one. He's on the bench, stalking, desperate to get back on the ground.
Ream Hot Water built tough Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install the Ream. Just having a look at Rayner, he just ran into Grundy. Didn't see him. Grundy made no shape to bump. He just ran into him, Rayner.
Hopefully it's just taken the wind out of him. He'll come off and gather himself.
Berry, he's had a big final series from the Horsham Saints to make it 3 in a row for Brisbane. 45 out. Berry absolutely flushes it. Couldn't have kicked it any better. Oh, Brisbane is skipping away now. 3 in a row, 4-1 to the term. 8-7-55 to a shell-shocked Sydney Swans. 4-2-26, game-high 29-point margin. Brisbane, 4.5 to go before the major break as Rayner, Robbo comes to the bench.
He does, and they're going to be looking at videotape too because he's in pain. So he's got clipped in the rib cage, the bird cage, he's copped it. So they'll have a real assessment of Rayner. They don't want to lose him, Howie, big time.
Brisbane have got their matchups right. So Blakey, 4 clangers, all in the back half. And Calamarchi has gone to him, but you've got to take your hat off to a young player called Will Ashcroft. 16 disposals in this first half. He has been in everything. A lot of players, when they're that young, are overawed by grand final day, but he has taken it to the next level.
I love the pressure that Brisbane's bringing. 196, the ranking for pressure from Brisbane, way above competition average. Sydney, poor, 158, way down.
And that's their game, Chief, the Swans. They've got to get their pressure up at the moment. This grand final is slipping away. Lockie Neal, brilliant. To Dunkley, here come the Lions again. Danaher launched, awkward landing for him. Charlie picked it up. Jasper Fletcher flicks it over to Lohman. Already got 3, comes back to Hipwood. Eric put a little move on, fell over, and then he has an ambitious shot. Oh no! That is just something you can't believe happened. Eric kicks the goal of his life. 4 unanswered goals, Brisbane. And they are in all sorts, Sydney. 9-7-61 to 4-2-26. Wow.
I see it, Nate, but I'm not sure I actually believe what I just saw.
When things are going for you, when Eric's turning onto his right foot,
he slipped over,
manufacturing an in-out kick on the left, and he puts it through from the boundary line. It's your day.
He slipped over when he got the ball. He got up, recovered. He got forced back to the boundary, and a little instep left foot drop punt from the right pocket, from hard up on the boundary, somehow threads the needle. Oh, wow.
Sydney's last grand final against the Cats, what they go down by, Chew?
That was 82 points, Howie. And they haven't been inside 50, Sydney, for 16 minutes. Brisbane, the last 12 entries.
Heaney back on the ground, straight into the middle.
Has to go now, the Swans. They're going to be out of this at half-time if they give up 1 or 2 more. Here they go again. Lockie Neal bursts out of the middle, slides it forward. Morris will play on if he gets the opportunity. He's too far out, Morris. He's 55 from home. Gee, nearly infringed on the mark. A couple of Swans.
Yep.
Morris pulls the kick into the pocket. Archie just pushes up his man Rampy, and Archie will line up to put a massive hole in the Sydney Swans.
This is a huge surge, Brownie. The Lions, they're dominating clearance, they're dominating territory, and now they're starting to hit the scoreboard. Wow, this is big. And you expect him to finish from here. 15 out, 20 metre kick on a 45-degree angle.
Currently a 35-point margin. Archie just got rid of Rampy like he was an Oz kicker. The number 4, Archie for a second. Slams it home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row for Brisbane. They are galloping away with the 2024 Grand Final. Out to a 30...
That's 41.
41. A 40 out to a 41-point margin. 3:14 on the clock. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Staff Road and off grid for longer. The luxurious Titanium Caravan.
I know it's 41 points, but if we've learnt one thing this year, Nate, what is it?
There's comebacks can happen.
Yes.
You wouldn't back against anyone, particularly a champion side like Sydney, but they need to clear up some areas pretty quickly, and one of those is the centre clearances. So they're meant to have all the advantage. They've got Brodie Grundy, the number 1 ruckman for the Brisbane Lions, is out of this side, but the last 7 clearances, Lachie Neale, 4 centre bounce clearances, 4 clearances outside that for a total of 8. Brodie Grundy needs to step up.
Saw the Brisbane Lions come from behind, 44 points to beat the GWS at home. They were 25 points themselves down in the prelim, but they have the upper hand here big time. 41-point lead. Got to get going, the Swans. Robbie Fox puts on the afterburners to McLean. They finally get a leading forward, take a mark inside 50. Hayden McLean, this is his big moment.
How many minutes since they've been inside forward 50, Ash?
19 minutes, Brownie.
So you look at the big forwards, and you can't really blame McDonald and Armadi, who haven't been near this man McLean. It just has not been in there for 19 minutes. But I'll tell you what, when it does go in there for this 1 minute, you need to make it count. Big McLean needs to go back and settle his side with 2.5 minutes to go before half-time.
Hayden McLean was overlooked in a couple of drafts back to 2017, 2018, went to South Australia to go back to the Sandfall and find an opportunity back in the big time. He has missed, and look at the Bloods faithful. They can feel this one's getting a bit messy. 10-7-67, 40-point lead, 4-3-27. The Brisbane Lions. Triple M Titanium Caravan score.
Gee, they got all the runs. Zorko hits a long lead from Fletcher. Shane Warne stand packed.
Who needs to lift, Ash?
The key guns. Heaney, 11 disposals, but he's had 5 clangers. Errol Gordon, 7, just 2 in this quarter.
Gee whiz, Archie's kicked 2. Loman's kicked 3. Archie's got her on half back. There's still 2 on the clock. They can still land another blow or 2 either way they go in the Lions. Darcy Fort, is he stepping into something special here and playing his role? Goulden delays the hand pass. Opportunity now for Heaney. Geez, hand pass is a touch error and away from Roberts. Opens the door for Dunkley. Throws himself on top of the foot. He does really well. Comes back to Lachie Neale. They got options inside 50. Lachie pushed wide. Hooks it back to a dangerous area. Danaher. Oh, Logan Morris stands up. They're all in on the party now, the Brisbane forwards. Logan's had one opportunity and missed it. This from only 30 out. The key forward would hope to bang this home.
Gee, they look dangerous every time they go inside 50. They've just got players attacking the contest. Danaher was almost shepherded out by Lloyd. Could have been a free kick, but no need. Morris took the mark. Now, it's basically the same angle that he had his last kick, but a lot closer in. He just needs to kick with a bit more conviction.
Marks inside 52.
14-2, Brisbane's way. The AFL average is 12 for an entire game.
Morris from 25 out to continue the onslaught. Steers it home. 2 arms wide, and why wouldn't he? Because Brisbane have kicked 6 on the bounce in the 2024 Grand Final. The score, 11-7-73, Sydney 4-3-27. It's a 46-point margin on the shadows of half-time in a Grand Final that everybody predicted would be an under 10-point job.
We thought only 8 or 9 minutes ago, Chief, that the Brisbane Lions didn't have enough in their bank for what they'd done. We thought they needed to be further in front, at least 4 goals. That was 8 points at that time. It is now 46, only 8 minutes later. But this was huge by Dunkley in the middle. It was sloppy by the Sydney Swans. The ball came out. Dunkley ended up behind his opponent and then got in front of his opponent by the time they got to the football, forced the turnover. Lachie Neale picked it up, but a big one-on-one effort by Dunkley in the middle.
What a performance this has been in the second term by the Brisbane Lions. An 8-point quarter-time lead. They've blown that out to 46 with 39 seconds remaining in the half. The Swans have it now at half-forward as a very worried-looking John Longmire looks on the Harvey Norman replay screen. They have got some thinking to do at half-time. They'd love to get a late one back. The jag was taken by Rayner. Had the stuffing taken out of him, Cam Rayner, a moment ago, but he's back and everything going right for the Lions.
Archie's gone behind the ball. He's gone deep into defence.
Two-man biggest half-time margin that was overturned in a grand final. Is it still sort of a Carlton-Collingwood situation?
Yep, 44 points to the Blues back in 1970.
Gee, so the history against them, because it's currently 46 points to the Swans, as there's a scramble in the middle of the ground. There's 14 seconds on the clock, so unless they snag a late one here, Sydney are going to have to create history. But it's been that type of season. It has been that type of season. Grundy at ground level. He can't get it clear. Fort applies the tackle.
Brodie Grundy is working extremely hard, but he's not getting any influence on the game at the moment, but he is working hard.
Neil tries to break free. Bailey outside of the foot. What a turn by Brisbane. Their fans will be up out of their seats because they kicked 6 in a row and 7 goals to 1 for the turn. They led it 8 points at quarter time. Half time here in the 2024 grand final. The Brisbane Lions are doing a massive job on the Swans. Lohman has got 3, Archie's got 2. Half time here, Brisbane 11-7-73. The Swans just about out for the count, 4-3-27. 46-point margin, but it has been one of the crazy seasons, so who knows what's to come. Let's have a listen to Lockie Neal just before we go to the break, courtesy of 7.
How about those kids? Hey, I mean, Ashcroft 17 disposals and Klein Lohman's got 3 at half time. They're in the group.
Yeah, we love those guys in the team, and they've produced that all year. It's been exciting, but like I said, job's not done.
Keep going, big second half to come.
Cheers.
So Cal Mills is the one that's got around his team, thanks to Abby and Lockie Neal, courtesy of 7. Now roll the music, Leroy, because she's half-time here. Brisbane leader by 46 points at the major break. The McDonald's and Remont Water. Gee whiz, Triple M rocks the grand final.
That quarter for Titanium Caravans. Stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious Titanium Caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For Remont Water,
Triple M rocks the grand final.
built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Give yourself a holiday boost with up to 10% off your next break when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Boost your well-being, boost your energy, boost your happiness. Whether you're craving a coastal road trip or rainforest adventure, Choice Hotels has over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand. Plus, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead. Book it with Choice Hotels. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for full details.
Hard yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's right, buddy. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Australia's most independently awarded air conditioner brand. And this year, they're proudly celebrating 25 years of designing quality products with unrivaled reliability, superior performance, and cutting-edge technology. So it comes as no surprise that they have the highest levels of customer satisfaction. I think what you're trying to say is, put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments. Like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo. The scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot. And the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. We've got sweet spring savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. Get Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumo free, J-Trax free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Plus Rodex tyres starting from a very low $59 and $128 for SUV and 4x4 tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply. Ready to kick goals on and off the field? You need Employment Hero. From hired to retired, it automates all the pesky parts of HR, recruitment and payroll. Plus, it comes with Smart Match, an AI recruitment tool that matches you with top candidates instantly. Imagine never having to search for people or post a job ad again. Join the 300,000 businesses using Employment Hero to tackle employment admin and get your business back in the game. Search Employment Hero today. It's employment solved.
Things were different back in the 80s. A sea of brown cars and mobile phones the size of fridges. But one thing hasn't changed. With an average return of 8.87% per annum over the last 40 years for our Growth My Super option, Cbus Super has been making hard work pay off since 1984. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This halftime break for Specsavers. Don't leave your teammates on the sideline. Get everyone back in the game with Specsavers Audiology. Book a hearing appointment with their audiology professionals today for high-definition sound at low Specsavers prices.
Brisbane by 8 points at quarter time. They've blown it away in the second term. They kicked the last 7 goals of the quarter to absolutely dominate Sydney. Brisbane 11-7-73, Sydney 4-3-27. Mark Howard with you, Luke Darcy, Jason Dunstall, Nathan Brown. We'll speak about what's happening, but the grand final sprint hopefully gets underway in this little period. And just for the listeners, we've got the list here, and I believe our man Luke Darcy is going to call the grand final sprint in his final broadcast. We've got the runners here, so it is your job to do the full process.
Well, he's done the netball before.
He has.
He's sure the grand final sprint wouldn't have been an issue. Who we got now?
We got lane 1, Jeremy Sharp out of Fremantle. Lane 2, Beau McCreary. Lane 3, Willie McLaughlin out of Brisbane. Lane 4, Will Hamill from Adelaide. Lane 5, Eddie Ford from North Melbourne. Lane 6, Darcy Wilson from St Kilda. Lane 7, Jed McEntee from Port Adelaide. And Lane 8, Angus Sheldrick. So you just get your head around those names, Guru.
Jeez.
And then
it's a Basil Zempler special, the grand final sprint. Not sure that's mine.
This is the halftime break with Specsavers. Don't leave your mates or your teammates on the sideline. Get everyone back in the game with a Specsavers Audiology. Book a hearing appointment with our audiology professionals today for high definition sound at low Specsavers prices. Nate, Chief, I want your thoughts in a moment, but first, Chew, a little Red Z summation of what we've seen here.
That second quarter, the inside 50s were 16-7 Brisbane's way. Over a 16-minute period, though, in that second term, they had 13 out of the 14 entries, and they kicked 6 goals from those 13 entries. The uncontested marks, 76 already to Brisbane and a half. Sydney only at 39. Those marks inside 50, 14-2 Brisbane's way, but they've kicked 7 goals, 5 from those 14 marks inside 50, Howie.
I've thrown you here because I know all you wanted to do was call your last game, get off without any errors.
I won't be calling the grand final.
No, this is a real chance for you to go out with a bang or go out with a massive Amy clanger.
I'm sensing car crash.
Well, we're hoping it is because it'll all be videoed and it'll live on forever in Triple M history. Half-time Amy clangers. Clangers happen. Lucky you with Amy. Chief, Noodles, what on earth is happening here?
Super impressive first half from the Lions, and in actual fact, they could be further in front. Charlie Cameron missed a sitter early on. Joe Danaher missed a couple he could have kicked. Ash just told us they've kicked 7-5 from those 14 marks inside 50 now. The Swans have only missed one easy chance. That was Hayden McLean, who missed a bad one late in that second term when they desperately needed it. But they're just not getting the opportunities. Second quarter, Brisbane started to win the clearances. They dominated territory, and the game's all on their terms. But I keep reverting back to just when you think a game's over, too many times this year it has turned around. And if the Swans can come out and just get the first couple after half-time, I guarantee you the whole mood of the game will change. But whether they can do that or not, Nate, remains to be seen.
Yeah, there's one glaring stat, and that is the fact that the Brisbane Lions have taken 82 uncontested marks in the first half. They only allow high 60s for a whole game, Sydney. So they've broken down. They haven't played their own game style. every big 50-50 ball, it's been a win for the Brisbane Lions, and they've had more run on the outside. Inside 50s, Sydney had more. They were +3 in that first quarter and then were nowhere in the second quarter. They need a big lift out of the middle. I mean, grand finals are famous for making big sweeping changes and moving the magnets around. I don't think Sydney need to do that. I just think he needs to go to his charges and his best players and go, I need you to lift. I need you to get your hands on the football. Isaac Heaney, I need a huge effort from you. Errol Goulden, you haven't touched it yet. Chad Warner, you started okay, but you need to lift. Brodie Grundy, you've had a fair bit of the ball, but you have had no influence on the game. Players like Blakey, you need to bounce back in this second half, son. There's so many players to lift for the Sydney Swans. No need to change too much. Just get the footy.
Yeah, I reckon Robbie Fox has nearly been their best player. And you know, he's the late inclusion that gets his opportunity. He come on, he's put some good pressure on. He managed to get forward, kicked a goal after he got a questionable 50-metre penalty paid against Dane Zorko. He delivered the ball to McLean, who should have kicked the goal for the Swans. So he's doing everything he can. But you're right, some of his celebrated teammates who have had big years haven't been able to get it done.
I think as you're looking at the form, just call the teams. Don't worry about the players.
Yeah, just call the jumpers.
Just call the jumpers.
I don't think I'll be calling the grand
Just
final.
call the jumpers.
Call
the jumpers.
Duke,
I don't think that's
one
required.
more challenge that you need
Come
to
on.
Think so?
accomplish.
And you'll,
remember when you challenged me to swim across the Brisbane River back in
I do. I do
1999?
remember
And I
that.
said, yes, I will.
Yeah.
Now, I need you to call this
Just
ball.
call the
Really?
jumpers.
You'd like this to happen?
Half-time.
You'll have my back if it goes pear-shaped.
Half-time, Amy
Absolutely.
Clangers. Clangers happen. Lucky you're with Amy. That's not from this game. This is the number one Amy Clanger of the
Clanger of the
season.
year.
Now, I would have thought Nate's $1.10, but I don't know. I don't know what's coming our way, but I'm saying Nate or Stevie Johnson are the short price favourites in this one.
The afternoons where he starts speaking another language.
That's right,
potentially.
and Stevie does that well, so let's have a listen. I don't know what it is. This is the Amy Clanger. Geez, I hope it's not me after that build-up for 2024.
No, I know who it'll be.
And I'm going to drop another little bomb here, and that is that the man who broke the story about you last week, shopping yourself around, Tim Wispy-Watson, is about to finish up at the 7 Network.
Oh.
So after...
Does Tim know you're going to go with that tonight, by the way?
No, we're just done.
Because you are known to produce bombs with people who aren't yet ready to go public with it.
That's a good point you make, David. That may have been an off-air
Because that has
conversation.
been a rumour for a long
Has it?
time. Yeah.
Let's forget that part. Let's go.
Hang on.
Check your phone from Tim, I reckon.
Sorry, Wispy.
Was there any follow-up there?
A bit quiet on the front, on the seven front after that.
It was
Howie.
written about in the paper.
That's how you break a story, Howie. On your way out. What I meant to say was I'm finishing up at Channel 7,
Yeah.
Howie. Got that mixed up.
Well, I'm seeing a graphic for the grand final sprint, which means it can't be too far away. Choice hotels round the grounds. Whatever your reason for travelling, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead and book it. Tunners, can we stay with this to stick with the grand final sprint? Yes, we're sticking with it now. So it is a 46-point lead by... You are calling this, Luke, and you're going to call it with passion and dedication.
All right, Chief, who are you tipping in this? So Jeremy Sharp, Bo McCreary, Will McLaughlin, Will Hamill, Eddie Ford, Darcy Wilson, Jed McEntee and Angus Sheldrick.
I'm not quite across the pace of McLaughlin and Sheldrick, but I fancy Darcy Wilson and Bo McCreary are the two I think that would be at the top of the bookies.
I'm going to go McCreary.
Been famous winners. I think Paddy Dangerfield might have won this twice back in the day for the...
From memory, Reece Stanley might have won it as well.
Yeah, you're right.
Jeff Ablett and Chiefs Day was a perennial winner, wasn't he, Chief?
From what I was told, if you went in the grand final sprint, I'm not guaranteeing this, but I think you may have got 2 tickets.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of eyebrows raised that Dion Prestia was the Richmond entrant. Now, he was in the early rounds, got a long history of soft tissue.
Yep.
So I think what I'm saying is he just turned up for the tickets.
He dialed at him when he got here.
I think that's exactly
Just jogged 100, did he?
I reckon he jogged 100. So too at Orazio Fantasia. Imagine pinging a hammy off the bone after the Orazio's had in and out of the side.
What was your pace like, Nate?
Lightning off.
How would you have gone in a sprint like this?
Awful. Because after 20, I started to slow down.
Big Dean Cox ran the grand final sprint one year, Howie.
How did he go, the big fella?
Not so well, Big Coxie.
There's been a succession of heats throughout the day as well. So the runners just getting ready. You can now stream every game of Triple M Footy live on the Listener app. Download it now, listeners. So
Then we go to a break, Howie.
Howie, before we go to a break.
We're not going to a break. We're
Well,
calling the grand final sprint.
Tell me,
Yes.
I want to know, because
Yes.
I've seen the advertisement, I've seen your posting, but the Howie games with Chief, how has it gone?
Well, for a start, it took me and Chief, we were nearly late because of the traffic jam of the people lining up to watch the Chief It was like grand final morning. There was members queued up everywhere.
Ben Allen wouldn't have been there.
No, Chief was absolutely wonderful, more than I could expected. That podcast is out now with the Chief. He told some fantastic stories. He talked about his career in the media, some of his great mates, and he also spoke about when he retires like Darcy is today, it wasn't going to be emotional. The Chief said he was going to strafe everyone and anyone he'd ever work with. So
can I come back, Chief? Tell me when you're giving it away, and I'll come back and sit next to you. I can't call this.
If I go out, the last thing I want to hear as I'm speaking is, I actually want to be taken off air.
No, the Chief did an extraordinary job. That podcast is out now in the Howie Games. All right, we are set for the grand final.
Here we go.
I'm not calling this.
Darcy, you are calling this.
This is one of the great.
Call them by team.
Who else is going to call it? Just call the teams.
How do I do that?
Just get in the glasses.
Tell us the entrance again, please.
So lane 1, you got Jeremy Sharp, Fremantle, Bo McCreary from Collingwood in lane 2, lane 3 from the Lions, Will McLaughlin, Will Hamill from the Adelaide Crows, Eddie Ford from North Melbourne. Darcy, I like the look of Darcy Wilson in the starting blocks, Howie.
Yep.
From St Kilda, had an outstanding first season, and Jed McEntee from Port Adelaide, who is lightning quick.
You said tight pants on the boys, aren't they?
Tight. Angus Sheldrick.
Left much to imagination.
Special comments in the back row, Nate, that's helpful. Angus Sheldrick, not familiar with Angus, has worked from the Sydney Swans, so you can get occasionally someone like that you don't know, but they're about to take the starting blocks.
Well, this will be big.
Grand final sprint.
I believe $5,000 to their original junior footy club might be the prize today, which is great. So,
nice addition, Hal.
mate, you've done it all. You've had a 15-year career in the media. You've never missed a beat. You've called a netball gold medal. You've called the last 15 AFL grand finals, but you've done the weapon interview. You've done House of Wellness, but now is the great moment, the chance to cap your career.
One of the great stitch-ups, Howie, and I feel like just throwing the toys out of the cot and going and getting a party pie.
We really want you to do a good job of this, Luke.
Because I know the joy it's going to give when this is as horrific as it will be.
Do you know what the best part of it is?
It's over pretty quick, Chief.
We're lined up with the middle of the track, so you can't even see the finish line properly, and you could call the wrong winner.
You've got to call the winner. You've got to call the winner.
No idea who half of them are, but about to get underway. Grand final sprint. I like the look of Jeremy Sharp in lane 1. He's done a nice warm-up. Bo McCreary's lightning quick.
Nice warm-up.
He looks pretty good too. And Will McLaughlin from the Brisbane Lions has got a bit of strut about him. Will Hamill in lane 4. Eddie Ford, we know the speed he brings, but Darcy Wilson's the one to the naked eye from St Kilda. Keep your eye on him. Jed McEntee's quick from Port Adelaide. Angus Sheldrick, long held in the starting blocks. Some nerves out there, grand final sprint day.
Nerves out there or nerves in here?
Some nerves in here as well. Feel free to jump in the back row if you can. So they've been held a long time. We're about to get underway. Grand final sprint 2024. McCreary almost a false start. You're going to have to pull it back. And we have just had a half a false start. So they go back into their lanes. Jeremy Sharp from Fremantle in lane 1. And they're away. Wilson got a bit of a blinding start. He gets out to a lead. McCreary's quick. Hamill comes second. McCreary's going really good. Wilson puts his head in front. Almost a dead heat. McCreary and Wilson. And I reckon she's a dead heat.
McCreary.
Darcy Wilson's claimed it.
He's got the finger up.
He has put his finger up. He might have bobbed at the right time, Darcy Wilson.
Well, they don't know.
He jumped the start, though.
I thought he broke.
It was a stunning call is what it was.
Yep.
So it's a potential Bo McCreary, Darcy Wilson. Dead heat. Let's go to the tape. Wilson, McCreary. That you can't call it. You cannot call it, Chief.
Wilson might have him.
He's gone the early celebration.
He made the mistake of looking across Wilson, but he still put the finger up thinking he'd won afterwards.
Oh, stunning call. Listen, they're going to the photo. Darcy, that was a bone crusher, our Waverley star. We'll get to a break. We'll give the announcement afterwards. Well done, Darcy. Have the rest of the day off. Brisbane
they've given it to McCreary.
McCreary's taken the points, as called by Luke Darcy. Brisbane leader by 46 points at half-time. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Well done, Big Daddy. Triple M. Rocks footy.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Triple M.
For the Monopoly game at Macca's. Everyone is playing this year for a 1 in 4 chance to win.
What about this? Who can blame them? $753 million in prizes up for grabs this year, and you're on my VIP card's gone missing, Howie, so you can add that to the prize pool as well, including the 3 Isuzu MUX SUVs. How good's that?
753. Is that a typo? That's a lot of prizes. There's TCL home entertainment packages, $10,000 Amazon.com.au gift card. It's a $10,000 gift card. Even free Macca's for a year.
That is huge. Download the My Macca's app and play today. Ends on the 22nd of the 10th, 24. Full terms and conditions. Go to mcdonalds.com.au.
Give yourself a holiday boost with up to 10% off your next break when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Boost your well-being, boost your energy, boost your happiness. Whether you're craving a coastal road trip or rainforest adventure, Choice Hotels has over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand. Plus, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it with Choice Hotels. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for full details.
Hard yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's right, buddy. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Australia's most independently awarded air conditioner brand. And this year, they're proudly celebrating 25 years of designing quality products with unrivaled reliability, superior performance, and cutting-edge technology. So it comes as no surprise that they have the highest levels of customer satisfaction. I think what you're trying to say is, put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments. Like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo. The scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot. And the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. We've got sweet spring savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. Get Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumo free, J-Trax free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Plus Rodex tyres starting from a very low $59 and $128 for SUV and 4x4 tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply. Ready to kick goals on and off the field? You need Employment Hero. From hired to retired, it automates all the pesky parts of HR, recruitment and payroll. Plus, it comes with Smart Match, an AI recruitment tool that matches you with top candidates instantly. Imagine never having to search for people or post a job ad again. Join the 300,000 businesses using Employment Hero to tackle employment admin and get your business back in the game. Search Employment Hero today. It's employment solved.
Things were different back in the 80s. A sea of brown cars and mobile phones the size of fridges. But one thing hasn't changed. With an average return of 8.87% per annum over the last 40 years for our Growth My Super option, Cbus Super has been making hard work pay off since 1984. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
M Sport.
Lift your footy game with Listener. Download the app now and listen for free.
Hi, I'm Sophie Smith. Katy Perry are hit at the first non-Victorian AFL Grand Final since 2006. Lions fans especially appreciating the pop star's opening act at the MCG. On 7 there, Melbourne Storm skipper Harry Grant will be watching tonight's NRL prelim between Penrith and Cronulla. his side to face the winner in next week's grand final after thumping the Roosters at Amy Park last night.
Penrith are such a class side, won the last 3 premierships and disciplined with the way they play. And Cronulla are sort of in the middle of Penrith and the Roosters, the style of play. Big forward pack, big outside backs, and I think it's going to be a really physical and aggressive match.
Storm's Nelson Osofa Solomona is set to miss the decider after copping a 4 to 5 match ban for a Grade 3 careless high tackle. And overseas, Paris Olympic gold medalist Grace Brown will make her career last appearance for Australia at the Road Race World Championships in Switzerland tonight.
The most unbelievable stories you've never heard.
Are you serious?
Sports Bizarre.
I'm quite exhausted.
Download the Listener app to listen for free.
22 degrees at the MCG at halftime. The Lions lead the Swans 73 to 27 in the 2024 AFL Grand Final. And if you've been drinking, don't risk driving. A message from the TAC.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This halftime break for Specsavers. Don't leave your teammates on the sideline. Get everyone back in the game with Specsavers Audiology. Book a hearing appointment with their audiology professionals today for high-definition sound at low Specsavers prices.
Half-time, Brisbane by 8 at quarter time, 46 at half-time. Constant shots on the Harvey Norman of Jack Riewoldt. If Patrick Cripps had been tagged that tight during the season, he wouldn't have won the Brownlow. Jack keeping close. Jack's the chairman of the Norm Smith voting today, so he's got a big job on. Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard sees Brisbane out by 46 points at Bunnings Trade. You can get the win with their huge landscaping range. Tackle any size job with power garden tools from top brands and get the edge on site with a wide range of lawn and garden supplies. Load up on landscaping at Bunnings Trade. Nate, you're John Longmire. One, you got to talk strategy. Two, you got to give your team hope. How on earth is he doing both those jobs?
One, I'm pulling the sub straight away. So I'd be getting Braden Campbell on to get some run because they've lacked a lot of run. Yes, they haven't had inside forward 50 enough, but they've got to get rid of one of the tools and bring Braden Campbell on. They need a runner. They need somebody around the edges to propel the ball forward to even give them a chance. So that's the first lever, Chief, that I would pull. I would have the sub on.
Also need some composure with the football. Brisbane's pressure's been great. It's forced Sydney to, at times, just bomb it long, hack kick it. That's created turnovers. And even when they've tried to take their uncontested marks, the Swans, Brisbane have been really good at just sitting off enough to dare them to take a kick and then cutting a couple off, which has resulted in turnover goals. So there's a lot to go right for Sydney to get back into this. It all starts in the middle. They've got to win some clearances, and then they've got to fight like buggery once it goes inside their attacking 50.
Bob Jane T-Marts have great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or shop online today. T&C's applies. Mickey R.
Yeah, Johnny Longmire had him out early, Sydney. Get out there and do something. Callum Mills was just returned from the huddle, so he's had a nice little chat to them to lift them in this second half because Fagan very relaxed. Big Oscar jumping around all over the place, so he's been massive down here. So let's see if they can get it on this second half, Sydney.
Logan McDonald just ran out onto the field, went one way, then started to go to the other end, and then they called him back to the bench. Not sure how you wouldn't know that you're not on the ground or off the ground at any one given time.
Yeah, that is fascinating, Brownie. And Braden Campbell, the sub for Sydney. We saw him come on as a sub in the first final against GWS, and he turned that match. They were 28 points down in that game. I wonder if there's a tactical sub, get some speed. And Braden Campbell, they were the minor premiers, Sydney, the best team in the home and away season, straight through to this grand final. They trail by 46 points. You just expect they're going to come. Need to get it going out of the clearance. Grundy won the first one, charging off the wing, and a big tackle. Brody Grundy wrapped up Berry. The tackle was fair.
Warner's gone forward. Parker's gone into the middle. Heaney's going forward as well.
Hey, Nate, maybe they should get Braden Campbell back into the game.
Holding Rowbottom.
The sub bench. So Rowbottom will get a free kick out of the middle. Runs off Lockie Neal. Here's a chance. Inside 50. Can one of the big boys do something? Hayward from behind goes the hanger. Zorko tracks it back. Just measures it beautifully. He got taken down after he got rid of the footy. It was a good hit to Leicester anyway. So it'll be downfield and Leicester will take it on the back flank.
Mark's paid.
And just sliced them with the short options all afternoon have Brisbane. Just little kicks like this that need to be precise. This time they turn it over. They've given it to Cunningham. Now Warner, first real chance. Sends a deep ball forward. Parker's got to try and outmark Harris Andrews, who's just so casually dropped the mark and just rolls it through from behind. 28-73 on the Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. Bob Jane, Mickey R.
Logan McDonald's just done a warm-up and was limping. So that was the confusion. He's gone to the back stall, so they've pulled the sub. So that means that Braden Campbell gets his chance. McDonald off and out of the grand final.
That's a big moment. Thank you, Robbo, for that. Bob Jane team arts. They get the extra runner and Braden Campbell handle from Cunningham. Went through the legs of Lloyd. So half forward, they get a boundary throw in. As I said, in that first final against the Giants, he had the quarter and a half of his life, Braden Campbell.
It's interesting, McDonald, though, they wouldn't take the risk with Mills, but they felt that McDonald had recovered from the ankle injury and would be okay.
And James Jordan now looks like he's got a tagging job on Hugh McCluggage.
Jasper Fletcher picks it up at half-back for Brisbane. Melican and Hipwood contest. Lockie Neal guides it down to Rayner. Breaking through tackles again to start the second half. Jasper Fletcher sweeping handball, looking for Eric Rampy. Pole drives him and a good tackle. And at half forward, it'll be ball up. 46-point lead at half time. That is the lead now in this third term. That's all. The Triple M Bunnings trade score.
Brisbane just forward of the wing in attack. They led by 8 at quarter time, 46 at half time after they kicked 7 goals to 1 in the last 6 goals of the half. The Brisbane Lions.
Straight up, please. James,
midfield hasn't been a factor so far for the Swans. Ken Heaney, Warner, Goulden, Blakey, the All-Australians get their team going forward. It's done a good job. Right man, right place, right time. Neil wobbles the ball inside 50. Archie's kick 2, caught by Florent, tight on the boundary line. McCartan doesn't quite see it across the line. Now Cunningham's got an issue as well, needs to get rid of it. Good tackle by Ashcroft with Brisbane in attack tight on the line.
Joe,
right up the punt road end of the MCG. It's where the Brisbane Lions are attacking. In front, Grundy guided it down to himself and then handed it back to McCartan. Joe Danaher escorts it over for another boundary throw. And still in this left forward pocket, bathed in sunshine, that half of the ground still.
Hands off here.
And it's the Brisbane Lions with this commanding 46-point lead. Just expecting a response from Sydney. Grundy hammers the fist forward, slapped away from Papley. They'd love to get the Pap involved. They need someone to ignite them in this grand final, Sydney.
When was their last goal from Robbie Fox, Stu?
Triple M Red said lending stats that came at the 7-minute mark in the second quarter.
As two-man titles, they went 18 or 19 minutes without an inside 50 at one period in that second term. The Swans, Rain and Neil bustling away. Neil comes out with a footy, rakes around onto the right ball, sends it in the Charlie Cameron direction. He was held. He was held. He's got the free kick. Charlie's going to line up from 10 metres out and he will kick the goal and it will be his second and it will be out to a 50-plus pointer.
What about the clearance from Lockie Neal as we see the Harvey Norman replay?
Not a lot in it. He played for it big time.
Save $1,000 on a Samsung 75-inch frame TV plus bonus delivery and warm-out installation. Harvey Norman, best brands, best ranges, best prices guaranteed. So Cameron, he kicked one on the snap. From directly in front, Charlie rolls back.
He's missed that.
And misses. Geez, having an unusual day.
That is a ridiculous miss from 15 out directly in front. Missed the sitter to start the game, a sitter here. And that might be the opening that Sydney need.
What the free kick deserved, though.
Sometimes that's just
they're out here, look at this.
Papley, it just hung a little too long in the air, and the umpire actually got in the way and confused things. So the Lions get it back, a little fortuitous again. Melican got to defend for everything he's got now. Will Ashcroft, been unbelievable, Will Ashcroft. Brilliant little 1-2. Short, just the bare minimum 15 mark taken by Rayner in front of Rampy. 47-metre shot confronts Cam Rayner. Number 1 draft pick back in 2017. And the little wind's just going the way of the Brisbane Lions. Will Ashcroft's been enormous, true man.
Certainly has 19 disposals, 6 score involvements and 3 clearances.
Smart tap from Hipwood as well. Just recognised what was needed for that play.
Went off with pretty big hit earlier in the second term to Cam Rayner. 3 goals in the elimination final against Carlton. Very capable, damaging player. Started that way left and easily fisted through for a rush behind. So the first 2 scores in the second half are behinds. That extends the Brisbane Lions lead to 48 on the Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
The Swans wanted to go immediately, but Florent didn't have too many options. In the end, he just pile drives it straight down the middle. Good contest by McInerney. Now Goulden, rare possession for him. Goes short to Patley. This is better from the Swans. Middle of the MCG. They need options. Just screws a funny little ball wide to Warner. McCluggage steps off him. Warner misses a target, lands in the hands of Rowbottom though, might work out. So they're making a bit of a mess of it to go forward. Lloyd, they got options out. And now Fox, who kicked their last goal, unusually Robbie Fox. Two-man, next goal, as he goes short, I want you to tell me who's leading 2 or 3 for your Norm Smith at this point. So Jordan, in the end, takes the mark. 52 from home. Premiership player with Melbourne. Back in the day of the sub, I'm not sure he got on the ground, did he?
No.
Can he do something here from the Swans? It'll take his best, James Jordan. He'll kick it from 52 metres out, the number 17. And he just bombs it straight out on the full. Two-man, who are you liking at the statistical bent?
Yeah, Lockie Neal with 20 disposals and 5 clearances, 4 out of the centre. Ashcroft with 19. But I think also Lohman with his 3 majors and his 11 touches.
Triple M Red Z lending stats. A shoe man in his 22nd grand final here on the M's.
Play on.
All over it. Swans have to get the next goal. Patley flicks it over the top. McInerney, that just wasn't on. He tried to knuckle it forward, taken away easily by Starcevic. His kick finds Rayner. Dunkley, Hipwood. Oh, that was an agricultural kick, but everything that could go right is going right. Joe lumbers into half forward and then kicks a helicopter straight to Archie. That went sideways, Chief.
Yeah, but you know what? The intent was right. He made a good decision. He was looking at the options. He had Charlie Cameron calling for it on a lead, but Archie had drifted forward all on his own. It was a simple kick, albeit he made a helicopter of it. Strange play from McInerney at the other end, but this is the big kick. They've had chances. Got to pick up momentum where they left off in the second term, Brisbane. Can't afford another miss.
He doesn't miss this bloke.
Oh, sure.
No, he doesn't.
He's no chance now.
He does not miss, Chief.
Directly in front, punt road and Kalachi. Howie has backed him in and he has delivered his 3rd goal, Kalachi. And if it wasn't perilous, it is almost getting all she wrote. 12-9-81 to 4-4-28. Early stages, 3rd term. This is turning into a smashing in the grand final of Brisbane Lions way. Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
When you see things like McInerney just did then, you go, how can the Swans win? They need to kick the first goal, and for some unexplained reason, you want to tap it back like you're a volleyball player to a player who's not anywhere near the ball. It just doesn't make any sense to me. They haven't played their own game today, Sydney, and they've paid the price. Brisbane have played the same way they've played all year. Inside 50s, 32-28, but marks inside 50, 16-3.
And Isaac Heaney averages 119 ranking points per game. Today, 12 disposals and 5 clangers.
Triple M Red Z Lender. Red Z Lending loans to the self-employed, redzed.com. That is a big bomb. They are killing in Brisbane. Lockie Neal again out of the middle. They are smashing Sydney. Danaher, contested mark against McCartan. They lost the grand final at their last attempt by how much, Chew?
82 points.
That is in the offing the way this is going at the moment. Joe will line up for his second.
Another great centre bounce clearance. The pickup off his toes on the half volley from Lockie Neal. He's been clean all day, and that has been one of the big differences. When he gets his hands on it, he takes it clean, he makes something of it, he kicks to a contest, and they take another mark inside 50. I've never seen Sydney concede marks inside 50 like this.
It's uncompetitive at the moment from the Swans. Danaher, impossibly, who would know his last game for a second goal. God. He hooks it, and he just sneaks it through from behind.
What's he kick, Dash?
28-82 now. Brisbane. Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. Load up on landscaping at Bunnings Trade.
Yeah, 1 goal, 3.
1 goal, 3.
And a fresh area too, I think.
And a fresh area, yep. And they've all been very kickable.
Sydney just can't have predicted the way this grand final's unfolded for them. Braden Campbell, the sub out there. Logan McDonald subbed out. If you just joined us from Triple M. Got to get going. McInerney to Campbell, but he didn't see the tackle from Leicester, which was executed perfectly. Zorko finds the footy at half back to Berry. And they can now get into that uncontested mark game, which has been so good for them. Kyle Lohman's got it. Shane Moore stands side. And we've seen this so often. They're able just to pick off targets now regularly.
Leicester goes back to Payne.
Expect Zorko to start racking up a heap of numbers. They've broken the James Jordan tag on him. They've sent him to McCluggage.
Triple M C-Bus Supers, Nathan Brown, Jason Dunstall. There is McCluggage. Jordan gives him no room to move. It's a good tackle holding the ball. So an early result for Jordan, centre wing. Just seeing Katie Perry on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay. She's in a butterfly frock, sort of backless, with a zip.
Oh, rather short, Howie.
Not leaving a lot to the imagination, Chief.
Touch cheeky.
It's the most I've seen the interest for the Chief on the Triple M Harvey Norman all season, as the ball is stopped at half back.
She was fantastic, by the way, Katie Perry. We're very impressed with her all-game performance. She's been everywhere you've seen her, Nate. She's been up and about.
Yep, she has. Done every interview, always with a smile.
I'm on board Katie Perry fan now. Inside forward 50 go the Swans. Lloyd, Patley picks it up. Trying to flick it back to Jordan, but Lockie Neal, he's just starting to stake a claim as the player. As the most dominant on the field. Roberts gets it. Lizard Blakey, normally electric by foot, and he finds Heaney. 35 out, directly in front. City end of the MCG. This one has to go through.
Yep. So finally, a bit of space inside 50. A good kick from Nick Blakey, who's turned a couple over today, but that one he finds Heaney. Played for the 50, didn't get it, but gets a set shot, 40 out, almost directly in front. If they're going to be any hope, Sydney, they cannot afford to miss any of these opportunities.
We're approaching the halfway mark of the third term. Their last goal, Sydney, came in the early stages of the second term. Robbie Fox was the goal kicker. This is their superstar. Can he drag them back into this game? Isaac Heaney never lets you down. And they start the long climb back from here, Sydney. Great to get Isaac Heaney involved. 5-4-34, the Swans, 12-10-82, Brisbane. It is on the Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
Well, I like the moves that John Longmire has made. So Warner playing a little bit more forward, so too Isaac Heaney. They've put Luke Parker into the middle and they've changed a few things. And James Jordan has now gone to Hugh McCluggage. So there's been multiple changes and they've worked to start this last quarter. Brisbane have missed some easy goals, but then obviously got that last one. But the moves have been made. If you do what you've done, you're always going to get what you've always got. So the second half, that gives them an opportunity.
It was short-lived, the Parker move, though. He only went in for a stoppage. He's gone back forward straight to Harris Andrews. So I think they need to mix a few things up now a little bit more.
So Heaney hits the scoreboard for the first time. Margin Chew is still
48 points.
It's that big I have to ask Chew. I can't do the calculations. Back in the middle we go. Danaher feigns, block against Danaher. So something. McLean to Goulden. Low Piercer inside 50. Papley outmarked by Starcevic.
It's been good, Starcevic. It's been a great battle, those two. Saw a fantastic goal from Papley, but Starcevic has mopped up most other things.
Errol Goulden's been nowhere today.
He's the cooler as Starcevic high up and under towards Rayner. Just elevates himself off 2 feet. Takes a good mark. So Rayner's got it. AFL logo centre wing. He's got short options. There's nothing on in the corridor, so he just squirts it wide to Lockie Neal. Chew, Red Z.
Disposal number 23 and 6 clearances.
Neal delays the kick. Now on that famous right boot that's won him 2 Brownlow. Sends it down towards Eric. Charlie's in the air. He's had an unusual day. Doesn't manage to keep it in.
So deep in attack, the Brisbane Lions again. Chris Fagan always composed. And Chewy getting a bit of a workout. A little more pensive, John Longmire. Just a sort of semi-look of resignation the way this one is unfolding at the moment. Swans did get the last goal. Will Ashcroft on the burst. Snaps it round the corner. That is brilliant. As exciting a young player as there is in the game. Missed the full 12 months with an ACL. And Will Ashcroft puts his stamp on grand final day. It is all Brisbane. 13-10-88. 5-4-34, Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
What a final series he's having, Will Ashcroft. He is a young superstar. There's another one coming apparently who's as good, if not better. But how can you expect to kick a goal from a forward stoppage with Hipwood in the ruck? Everything is going Brisbane's way. He just competed hard, made the ball come to ground, and Ashcroft worked his magic. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Haywood against Hipwood in the ruck, and he just got ahead of his man.
Which was Errol.
It was too, you're right.
Score a new deal every day with Macca's Footy Finals deal, only on the My Macca's app.
Just let him go, Errol. The ball hunting himself, thought the ball was going to pop out to the defensive side. Just an easy goal.
54-point margin. 9:28 on the clock before three-quarter time. You saw Geelong beat Sydney by how much 2 years ago?
Sorry, 81 points actually, Howard.
81 points. Danaher on the handball chain out to Berry. He's kicked one. Most of them have. Little puncher inside. Eric picks it up brilliantly. back to Ashcroft from 55. Wobbles it to the square. Lohman arrived late. Across the face. If they're really going to blow it out, Sydney fans won't enjoy this, but I wouldn't mind seeing Lohman kick 6.
It's a Norman Smith race now. Will Ashcroft, 20-odd and a goal. Lockie Neal's been outstanding as well. Lohman, if he kicks a couple more and gets to 5, he was the starter. He was the starter in that first quarter. I think they're the 3.
And the Lions have got the field position, deep in attack, and they're just nervous, the Swans defenders. Just getting it handy, little touch in every time it's required. Charlie Cameron Rayner powers his way through, flipped it back. Robbie Fox close to their best for mine. Late inclusion into the side to Roberts. Now they work at the half-back. Do Sydney, short one is okay to Jordan. Pushed up the half-back to take this mark for Sydney.
Just no dare. Lohman, do you get any Brownlow votes, Chewy?
Come back to shortly, Howie.
Blakey massages it to Heaney, starting to get his hands on the footy. Marks in front of Zorko. Centre wing, Shane Warne stands side. Favours a short kick, just misses good. Kicked it straight over his head. Florence out the back, screwed away in that tackle. Now comes to Wilmot, takes a bounce. He's a long-legged customer, takes 2 bounces. Runs away from a couple. Sends it into the path of Cameron. He'll get a free kick because he's done Melican. No, he does, because he did Melican and knew the ball was getting out the back, did Lewis, so he had to bring Charlie to the ground. So Charlie gets a free kick. How'd you go on those Brownlow votes?
1 Brownlow vote, Howie, and that's when he kicked 5 majors against Richmond back in round 10.
Righto, which is a career high. So Cameron's got it on the outer side. He has an unusual day. He goes back and across.
Outside 5.
In the hands of Noah Answorth.
Play on.
Just playing the game completely on their terms. Brisbane over the head of Zach Bailey. Out of bounds is Kai Lohman, but they are as relaxed as you could be at this stage of a grand final. 7:49 until 3/4 time. It's a 54-point lead to the Brisbane Lions. Lions chant going around the G, if you don't mind. McLean in the ruck. Ashcroft, brilliant. So hard to tackle. And it will be thrown up. Amazing to think, Chief and Nate, a minute ago the Brisbane Lions trailed by 44 points at Giant Stadium. They were dead and buried against the Giants. Amazing.
McLean, snap out of the ruck, always dangerous. Berry's applying for insufficient intent with the ball still 10 metres from the line, and he's quite correct. He put his hands out when the ball was still crossing 50. Berry in the bright orange boots. Kicked a goal in the second term, did Berry. Can't be having a shot from there, so he'll go a little centering ball, pokes it into the pocket to a couple of Swans defenders, and Goulden marks. Plays on unusually, but they have to do something. Goes short to Ollie Florent.
Right on half-back, defensive 50 zone is Ollie Florent. Heads down the Shane Warne stand side, but Jack Payne, easiest uncontested mark he's taken for the year.
Strange kick to a 1-on-2. Amati had his hands full with Harris, and Payne was sweeping back on his own. Uncontested intercept mark.
Really, and you look at the Harvey Norman replay at John Longmire, and you just see him going off his head, but he's been strangely quiet, Chief.
It almost looks like resignation on his face, doesn't it? That nothing's gone right. And really, unless he gets a lift out of 4 or 5 of his best players, they're really not going to work their way back into the contest.
The tall forwards was a concern for Sydney. They were fantastic. McLean, Amati and McDonald in the preliminary final, but it hasn't worked out for them today. Inside 50, McCartan comes back to Blakey. He spirals the ball anyway out of defensive cannon, only on the chest of Lockie Neal. 55 from home. Shane Warne stands side, goes back to Zorko. He's got runners inboard. Harris Andrews has been a brick wall back there. And he goes back to Andrews.
Just living in their front half there. They're picking and choosing what they want to do, and there's no damage being done against them while they're chipping the ball around. It's just a matter of whether they can find the right option inside 50 rather than just bombing away.
That time that Chief was just explaining beautifully what the game looks like. They've had another 3 uncontested marks. Joe Danaher. They are just taking their time. He rolls onto his left foot, bombs a long one. Rayner from behind. Got it, Cam Rayner. Just knew he was going to launch. He took it cleanly.
Good
what
ball,
a duck.
You saw him coming early, didn't you? The ride over the back, over a couple of players, over Blakey, over McCartan. He's going left foot round the corner.
Couldn't be having a better day if you're a Lions fan. And Cam Raider deserves a goal. Left foot snaps there. It's party time for the Lions fans. They are out to a 60-point lead in the grand final. 5.5 remaining in the third term. But there's no coming back from here. Extraordinary scenes at the MCG. Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
You calling it?
Calling it, Howie.
Are you going to pull out your fat lady again or not?
Could be a fat lady, Howie, just to finish off on.
We haven't even got to three-quarter time, Nate. They've had 10 individual goal kickers, Brisbane. Everything's gone right for them, bar conversion in front of goal. They could be 90 points in front right now.
It's been their strength. Their front seven are probably the best front seven you'll ever see. So obviously the 6 starting forwards, and normally one starts on the bench. But what two now for Sydney? I mean, what does John Longmire do? What message can you send to the players, and what leadership out in the field right now? They know they can't win this game. It's all about pride and trying to keep this margin as low as possible.
Marks inside 52.
Marks inside 50, Howie. 18-4, Brisbane's way.
Chance for another one for Brisbane. Cameron sets himself. Oh, here comes Loman streaking through, gives it across to Joe. Bounces and misses. Loman just arrived in the binoculars for a split second, then he was out of them again.
If Joe knew where the goals were, they'd be 100 points in front.
95-34, Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
You know, Joe
he had more time than he thought then, Duke. All he had to do was turn around and kick a goal from the top of the square.
You have to laugh. He does things that very few can. And Joe Danaher, good and bad. Here's Gordon, halfback. They are shell shot. Sydney Swans, Matty Roberts takes the mark at halfback.
Stay out, Charlie.
Short pass is okay on this occasion. It's been very rare to see any fluid play consistently for Sydney.
So all they've got to do is play kamikaze footy. It's your only hope. That's what you do if you're John Longmire. Just say, I don't care what you do. Play on, go. Make it up as you go along. We're going to play completely unpredictable fast footy and just try and force it forward.
This is what Brisbane have done in the finals. They've been behind him. Exactly that, but they are playing it pretty safe here. Sydney Swans, Isaac Henny wrapped up. Strong tackle applied on him at half forward. So 14-11-95 Brisbane, 5-4-34 Sydney. We've got just a tick over 4 minutes remaining in the third term. That's all in the Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
Darcy Fort comes in. He's going to be a premiership player, the man from South Barwon. How many games has he played this season, Chu?
This is just his second game. His last game was back in round 7.
Gee, it's a game of timing, isn't it?
Holding, Brisbane.
Free kick to Darcy Ford in the ruck. Talk of him.
He certainly held his own. He's come in and done the job they've needed him to. He can hold his head high. Darcy Ford, he's played a role.
Goes short to Zorko. Maybe lining up for another B&F, Dane Zorko.
And we feel for Oscar McInerney, but hey, you get an opportunity, Darcy Fort, well done.
By the way, the Big O's conducting himself, Chief and Nate.
Yep.
He's been full of class. It's immediately set an opportunity for someone else, and that's a good thing. Much loved figure at the Brisbane Lions. He's down on the bench coaching down there, and he'll have some tough moments, no doubt, when the siren sounds. Dutney wraps up a strong tackle. The AFL logo. What has Brodie Grundy had, please, Shoeman?
He's actually the leading ball winner for Sydney. 15 possessions, 14 of those are contested. He's had 19 hit-outs, 6 to advantage.
Gets it down towards McInerney. Campbell can't get it clear. Norkin McInerney plays around the footy. Rampy does well. Shoves off an opponent. Goes inboard to Florent. Creates a bit of space himself. Papley tries to do the same. Oh, gee, threw it. Not sure how that happened, but it goes back to Morris. He's just turned it over because he lost handle on the footy. Now Bailey confronted by Blakey, just runs off him, breaks the tackle, goes inside 50. Hits a target in Dunkley. He's got options galore. Back to Morris. But the breaking of the tackle in the middle of the ground won't look good for Nick Blakey.
He's had a poor day, Nick Blakey. He had a poor grand final 2 years ago. So it's 2 grand finals now. Isaac Heaney's the other one. 3 grand finals now, and he's been poor in all of them.
Nathan Brown, Jason Dunstall, Triple M Seabus Supers. Seabus Soup make hard work pass since 1984. And Morris to kick a second. They have kicked 9 of the last 10 goals in this game. Morris could well make it 10 of the 11. From directly in front for another Brisbane goal. Morris casually pumps his chest. The Lions know they're going to win the premiership.
They're going to have a fantastic quarter and 2 minutes to celebrate it. And they're not done. The 100 is up with 2:15 to go in the third. 15-11, 101. Sydney 5-4-34. That is all on your Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. It is a 67-point margin.
We'd almost have to be getting to world record territory of marks inside 50 for a grand final, Ash, because at the moment they've had 20 marks inside 50. They've kicked 10 goals, 6 from those marks, but this has been an absolutely unbelievable performance by the Brisbane Lions, who, as you said, Duke, they were down and out, 44 points down against the GWS Giants. It looked like their season was done and dusted, yet here we are, not that long ago, and we are 67 points to the good in the grand final. We've taken 20 marks inside 50.
This was an absolute horror show if you're a Sydney Swans fan. The minor premiers just having a shocker of a grand final. Chad Warner and half forward. Just haven't seen any of their guns really firing. It's Chad to Errol. How often have we seen them being able to dominate? And Marty gets finally a leading lane that works, takes a mark, and that is not something we've seen a lot of. Joel Amati.
It's one of the few times they've actually changed sides of the ground. So transfer a play from one side to the other. They did it every time last week against Port Adelaide, were able to move the ball. This is the first time they've really done it today.
Saw him kick 9 goals back in round 14 over that Oval. He kicked 3 in the prelim, and that sums up the grand final for Sydney. He's missed the lot, Joel Amati, out of bounds on the full.
Just a horrid day. If you're a Swan supporter, you'd be shaking your head.
Normally a pretty accurate kick too.
Yeah, it's just been one of those days.
Ainsworth. Back to Zorko, massages it to Bailey.
And they continue to find their uncontested marks.
What are the uncontested mark numbers, Ash?
So they've now racked up the century, 102 to Sydney at 60.
Lohman gets a chance to fly. Kai can't bring it to ground. So have they played this way the whole season, Chief and Nath, or have they tweaked this coming into the run home, this short possession game they took Geelong apart with, and now Sydney?
No, they do a lot of it. They have done a lot of it, but they've defended a lot better once they've started to get things under control.
Starcevic spirals out of defence. Hipwood, he's kicked the goal of the day. Rayner's taken mark of the day. Goulden turns over to Rayner. They could get him. Oh, look at this. Archie, he could win the grand final sprint. He's that far in front. Archie strolls in the ground, takes a bounce. Archie's kicked another one. Arms wide. Archie's got 4 on grand final day. Oh, Brisbane are absolutely belting the Swans. They last lifted the cup back in 2003. And it is celebration time for Brisbane. 16-11, 107. Sydney 5-4-34. And just don't count out your man Archie for Norman Smith, Nate.
Credit where it's due. I'm a touch hard on Joe Danaher at times because he does some weird things. But it was a great chase. A run-down tackle from behind on Goulden that forced the turnover kick. It went straight to Bailey. I think it was Bailey, who looked up.
Yep.
And he had Archie running into an attacking 50 all on his own. All he had to do was put it in front of him and shut the gate.
You asked me who I was looking forward to at the start of the game.
Yep.
I said the matchup between Archie and the Lizard Blakey, and it's been all one-way traffic. The Lizard hasn't had a great day, and Archie's been supreme.
Brisbane Lions kicked 12 of the last 14 goals of this grand final. Rowbottom free kick, the centre bounce. Hands it off to Goulden. Heads long and deep, looking for McLean, trying to claim the mark. Jack Payne, he had a reasonable question to ask the umpire. He hands it off instead to Ainsworth. Archie, this time he was out there with Rampy, and then he goes past, knocks Blakey off. It just hasn't been Nick Blakey's day at all, as Nate Brown was just describing. Goulden went the one-hander and fell over. 3/4 time siren. Celebration time, the Brisbane Lions. Lee Matthews just limbers up for the presentation of the Premiership Cup. Chris Fagan, what a great story, and it's going to be a celebration for the Lions. 16-11, 107. Sydney 5-4-34. It's a 73-point three-quarter time lead. Howie, Nate, the Chief, True Man, and Rubbo, the McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Roxley.
That halftime break for Specsavers. Don't leave your teammates on the sideline. Get everyone back in the game with Specsavers Audiology. Book a hearing appointment with their audiology professionals today for high-definition sound at low Specsavers prices.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Triple M.
Give yourself a holiday boost with up to 10% off your next break when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Boost your well-being, boost your energy, boost your happiness. Whether you're craving a coastal road trip or rainforest adventure, Choice Hotels has over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand. Plus, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it with Choice Hotels. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for full details.
Hard yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's right, buddy. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Australia's most independently awarded air conditioner brand. And this year, they're proudly celebrating 25 years of designing quality products with unrivaled reliability, superior performance, and cutting-edge technology. So it comes as no surprise that they have the highest levels of customer satisfaction. I think what you're trying to say is, put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments. Like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo. The scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot. And the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. We've got sweet spring savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. Get Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumo free, J-Trax free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Plus Rodex tyres starting from a very low $59 and $128 for SUV and 4x4 tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply. Ready to kick goals on and off the field? You need Employment Hero. From hired to retired, it automates all the pesky parts of HR, recruitment and payroll. Plus, it comes with Smart Match, an AI recruitment tool that matches you with top candidates instantly. Imagine never having to search for people or post a job ad again. Join the 300,000 businesses using Employment Hero to tackle employment admin and get your business back in the game. Search Employment Hero today. It's employment solved.
Things were different back in the 80s. A sea of brown cars and mobile phones the size of fridges. But one thing hasn't changed. With an average return of 8.87% per annum over the last 40 years for our Growth My Super option, Cbus Super has been making hard work pay off since 1984. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This quarter for Bunnings Trade. Load up on landscaping at Bunnings Trade.
Brisbane by 8 at quarter time, 46 at half time. The Brisbane Lions have kicked 11 of the last 12 goals of this game. They will be your premiers. They lead by 73 points. It's all about the margin and the norm now. 16-11, 107 to 5-4, 34. Bob Jane T-Marts, they've got great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or shop online today. T&Cs apply, Robbo.
As you know that Logan McDonald's been subbed out of the game. Brisbane haven't pulled their sub McKenna, but Isaac Heaney limping out. He's out in the rooms. He's been taken in there with the physio. He limped off. So he was down in the rooms in a bit of pain. So Isaac Heaney back from the rooms on the bench. So a bit of a hiccup for the Swans there as well.
Thank you, Robbo. Bob Jane T-Marts. Bob Jane T-Marts, buy 3, get 1 free instant cashback deals. Call or shop online. T's and C's apply. 3/4 time. 70. Now, what's the margin, Jimmy?
73.
73, can't read my own writing. 73-point lead to the Brisbane Lions. They have been unbelievable. Everything has gone their way. They've outplayed the Sydney Swans. And Chief, just asking you the question, the 1998-88 grand final?
Yeah, we had a big win over Melbourne, but I think that record's been broken.
Geelong
broke it when they flogged Sydney.
Port Adelaide.
Over Port Adelaide, sorry, you're right.
Generally got a bit of a moment, Chief.
Yeah, well, you get to enjoy the back part of the game because you know the result has been put to bed. And this last 30 minutes will be as enjoyable a quarter of football as the Lions have ever played.
You get to soak it all in front of 100,000 at the MCG on a perfect afternoon. They're up by 8 points at quarter time. Brisbane 46 at half time and out to a 73-point three-quarter time lead. So the final quarter underway. Darcy Fort is going to be a premiership player. Warner has been super quiet. They go forward. Sydney first up. Amadi had it fisted away by Payne. Braden Campbell was activated as a sub pretty early on in this match, but it has been tough going for Sydney.
If I'm a Brisbane Lion, Darcy, I'm trying to think about how I can take mark or goal of the year to have that big grand final moment. Get the post of the merchandise, the works. They're pressing again here, Brisbane. A couple of Sydney players fight for the footy. Spills out now to Roberts. Spins back on the left foot. Shallow entry inside 50. Blakey's gone forward and takes a mark.
That mightn't be a bad idea either. Perhaps something they could have looked at a little earlier in the game, but we know he's quick. He made good ground to get to that. Can certainly take a mark overhead. He's got a penetrating left foot, so let's see if they can just get a little bit of respect back in this last term with the big quarter of the Swans.
He'll kick it from 48 out. Nick Blakey, no angle to speak of. He's given up 11 in the last 12. It just takes a lot off the kick and in the end just punches it to the left and misses.
He didn't kick through it, Howie, did he?
Nope, 5-5-35. Brisbane 16-11-107. Triple M. Beacon Trade scored. Beacon Trade helping tradies light the homes of Australia.
Sorko, 35 years of age and All-Australian this year. You just start seeing the joyful stories on the winner's side. They get it to centre wing right in front of Robbo down here, in front of the Triple M commentary box. Matty Roberts has been far from Sydney's worst. To Cunningham. They go out Shane Warne stands side. This is Ollie Florent playing his 119th consecutive game for Sydney. Albeit it's going to be a forgettable one. Short to Robbie Fox.
Sydney, well, Chief, you think he might be Sydney's best at the moment?
Yeah, well, few and far between. We were looking down the list trying to pick good Sydney players. There aren't many of them.
Lloyd, just an up and under inside 50, and Berry had his name on it. Lloyd wanted to pierce, but there was nothing, so just had to lob wedge it. And Berry was there. Triple M Harvey Norman replay. Chris Fagan just keeping it low key at the moment. Save $1,000 on Samsung 75-inch frame, TV plus bonus delivery and Walmart installation. Harvey Norman, best brands, best range, best prices guaranteed. He will be the oldest premiership coach in history. And Darcy, as we spoke about in the pre-game, the first not to have played AFL or VFL football. So good stuff that is.
Just an incredibly likeable person, Chris Fagan. Always got plenty of time for everyone, and nice for him to be able to soak in this last quarter. His team an outstanding. Starcevich at half-back to Zach Bailey.
This is what they've killed him at all day. Is just this uncontested mark, lead up, next person leads up, drop into a space, all of a sudden we're at centre wing and we can move forward.
Charlie Cameron tried to hit Ryan Lester. Hugh McCluggage, consistent as always. Back to Zach Bailey on the edge of 50, high ball. Ty Loman in the vicinity. McCartan's fist just went straight up the air. Eric got involved. Roberts picked it up off his toes. The row bottom, he's in the goal square. They've had so many moments that have been under extreme pressure, but this time they worked their way out to Braden Campbell.
Next Norm Smith medal watch by you two when you get an opportunity. Piercing ball down the wing towards Papley. Kicked an early goal. Harris Andrews. He won't win the Norm, but he has just won every single contest seemingly he's been involved in, Chief.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. He's marshalled the defence. He's used his positioning beautifully. And after he rushed that one over, he just high-fived a couple of Lions supporters over the fence.
What do you think, Chu? Who's it come down to?
Yeah, I think between Lockie Neal and Will Ashcroft.
Yep. They're the two.
All head high, not on Josh Duckley.
Well, if Archie kicks another one.
What are the numbers, Chu? Give us some numbers on the leading lights.
Yeah, so Lockie Neal, 26 disposals, 14 contested ball, which is the most on the ground for Brisbane. 7 clearances, 5 out of the middle, throw in 9 score involvements. Ashcroft, 25, 5 clearances, 9 score involvements as well, and that major.
So racing 2, unless Archie or Lohman can kick a few more this term, Chewy. Is that you're calling that?
Yep.
Okay, Grundy tries to go over the back of the pack. Berry through his hands. Grundy goes for second acceptances at ground level. Neal got one in the chops. Papley, right foot, massaging ball. Lamarty comes back, hasn't had an impact on the game. He's caught by 2 Brisbane players, 30 out from his attacking goal. Ream Hot Water, built tough rosy conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install Ream. Don't go anywhere. Nice big post game on Triple M.
Papley off. Isaac Henny makes his way back onto the ground. 2-man, can you give us Isaac Henny's grand final?
14 disposals to ask, 25% by foot, 1 major, 27 ranking points, as we mentioned earlier. He averages 119 per game this year.
He looks proppy, Das.
Looks lame out there, how I describe him. He's got a big limp up. I'll explain a bit of what's happened. Beautiful mark, Zach Bailey. Shane Warne stand wing. Has had a bit of an up and down year, Zach Bailey. Super talented player, but all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle you feel have come together in this grand final, Nate. Everyone's played their role.
Certainly have, and you're right, Bailey's been up and down. Charlie Cameron's had an average year as well, but here they both are on the cusp of a grand final victory.
Did you see what Will Ashcroft did?
Yeah.
That was
Contemptuous.
He's deep in defence. Will Hayward's a metre away, looked at him and just brushed past him, Chief. Just said, good luck tackling me.
He's got a lot of composure the way he plays, Will Ashcroft.
Forward to seeing his brother play. Apparently he's quite a confident young man. Wilmot. Now Darcy Ford sends it further forward into the path of Berry. Right, who can take a big hanger in the square? Get it down to Joe. He's got 2 arms up. Let's get one of the grand final marks.
Got Darcy Ford if he wants him.
I'd like to see a big pack mark. He goes into the pocket. There's Ford. Lohman goes underneath. Archie! Pay the mark. He's got to pay the mark. And he has. And Archie will line up for 5, which would be an equal career high, Chewy.
Spot on, Howie.
Oh, how many to win the norm? Nate, 6? 6 on grand final day is a big day.
What if he kicks 5 and he's done the job on Blakey, he gets a double tick.
He's 2 metres inside the boundary, 30 metres out. On the members' side, Archie.
He's a drop punter too. He doesn't snap, he doesn't banana.
Anchor's kicked 5 for Brisbane in a grand final. Archie, quite. Sneaks it through for 1 behind. 16-12, 108. Brisbane leads Sydney 5-5-35. Acker kicked 5 for Brizzy in a grand final.
He probably needs the 6 to get the norm.
Righto.
Harris Andrews with timely fist, as he so often does. Let's get down to ground level. Robbo, Bob Jane Tina.
I know Papley's limping around as well, but Isaac Heaney, frustrated, disappointed, tried to run around. As you said, he was lame. He's gone, lower leg, left-hand side, right-hand side. So he's done and dusted, I reckon.
Yeah, thanks, Robbo. There's just a dejected look, Isaac Heaney at ground level. It just has been a nightmare for Sydney. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. The main part is they've been dominated by the Brisbane Lions.
Well, I'll give you a number, Duke, and this will disappoint John Longmire. So their lowest pressure rating for the year had been 167 coming into this game. 180 is league average. Today they've been 157. That is poor. Brisbane have been mid-180s.
In a grand final, where you just almost guarantee you get the pressure rating above average.
Running through the middle of the MCG, short ball, Hayward drops the mark. One he would have hoped to take. Starcevic has absolutely cooled Papley, put him in the freezer and shut him out, the bunyip flyer. Starcevic jumps on top of the footy in his defensive zone. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. And Triple M Harvey Norman replay to see Oscar McInerney and Isaac Heaney wobbled forward by the Swans. And who do you think's there? Harris Andrews.
He's been very, very good, Howie.
Well, as I
Very
said,
good.
Chief, they won't give him the medal, but I don't recall him losing a one-on-one or a contest full stop.
No, and he's used the ball beautifully. He's just found those uncontested marks, chipped it and set things up. He's been absolutely first class.
This is Noah Answorth, who got it from Harris Andrews, who the Chief's talking about. Roberts tried to take a ridiculous hanger and giving away the free kick.
Who holds the Premiership Cup, Jude? Both captains? They've got a couple of captains, haven't they? They've got Neil and Harris Andrews.
It will be, I'm pretty sure it's Lockie Neal.
Okay.
The great Lee Matthews.
How do they decide that?
Well, I think Harris Andrews he told us the other night on the footy show, he does the toss,
right,
and Lachie Neale does the cup.
Right.
Half forward Darcy Fort involved in that Loman.
I know which one I'd rather do.
Correct.
Oh, the cup.
The toss is 50-50
I don't
too.
give a crap about the toss.
Well, I guess the cup's not a lay-down misère, but Harris might try and start negotiating that, maybe at three-quarter time. So that deal we had about the toss, I'm not so keen on that deal anymore. Get them both up there.
It's a two-man roll, that is.
Two-man roll. If you're going to have two captains, you get to lift up the cup.
It's a role for one and a coach.
Well, maybe Fags will stay down and send the two captains up. You never know.
It is a 73-point margin. Brisbane 8 at quarter time, 46 at half time, and that's 73-point at three-quarter time. Hasn't been a goal this term. Spiralling ball, centre wing. Harris Andrews, he's won another one against McLean. Chewy, what do his numbers say?
Well, that's his fourth intercept mark as a starting point. He's had 14 touches, but as Jason said, he used it very well by foot. 100% kicking efficiency from his 11 kicks.
I reckon he's the best player on the ground.
He's one of. He's in the discussion, no doubt.
Certainly made life hard, hasn't he, for the Sydney Swans. They have been able to get nothing going forward to centre. Will Ashcroft. There's a young man who'll be aware of his numbers. Now he's gone. That was an interesting kick. Little sandwich. They're just doing as they please. Brody Grundy goes for a run at half back. Chipping in front was James Jordan, who couldn't take the mark. Picked up by Zorko. Releases the kick to Jasper Fletcher. Zorko gets moving, wanted it back.
Stay out, Will.
Hasn't missed a game since debut, Jasper Fletcher.
Moving on, play on.
How proud will Dad Adrian be? Become super consistent performer has Jasper. Inside forward 50 Lions again. Rampy couldn't take the mark. Archie picked up though by Florent, taken away though by the Sydney Swans. Braden Campbell to Jordan, all happening at half back. The short one finds Joel Amati on the wing.
Marcus Ashcroft, Chewy, did he win all three premierships?
Yes,
I reckon he did.
There'd be many. There'd be a few, Chewy, that have won premierships father-son at the same club, but to be a fairly select group, I would have thought. Florent goes into the middle of the MCG to Lloyd, scoops it over by hand. Opportunity now for Fox, one of, if not Sydney's best, short to Parker. Will we see him in the Sydney Swans jumper again? Lukey Parker unloads from 55. Luke Parker, a little bit of class. I won't say joy for the Swans, but something. 6-5-41 the Swans. Brisbane 16-12, 108. 67-point margin. 10 to go in the final quarter. That is all on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade helping tradies light the homes of Australia.
It's been a difficult day for Luke Parker, the experienced superstar from the Swans. For a lot of the game, he was the matchup on Harris Andrews, trying to stop him from intercept marking and perhaps be an attacking threat. Just the 9 possessions. That's his first goal. And Harris Andrews certainly been one of the best players on the ground. So really difficult day. Tough role to play as well. Someone that would love to have had more time in the midfield. A little bit more of an attacking threat, just hasn't quite panned out.
31 years of age, Luke Parker, 293rd game. Every one of those has been under John Longmire. It's the third all-time for a coach player. The amount of games, but he's had a difficult season, as Chief pointed out. Joe Danaher, clean possession of the ruck, done that regularly this afternoon. Now you see Chad Warner explode out of a centre bounce with... We're hoping to see a lot more of it. One bounce. That's what they can do. That's what the Swans can do. They get back-to-back goals for the first time since the opening 2 goals of the grand final. And we wanted more of that from the Chad. Margin goes back to 16-12, 108. Swans are 7-5-47. That is all brought to the Beacon Trade score. But let's get down to rubbo.
Paperwork's been done. So Connor McKenna gets his chance. We're just trying to decide who's coming off for that, but definitely it's been switched, so Connor McKenna gets his chance in the grand final.
Thanks to Robbo. Damo's wandered into the back of the box. He's almost in tears that his man Chad hasn't lit up the MCG today. A bit of late joy for lovers of the Chad. Many people picked him to be the Norm Smith medalist. Triple M Red Z Lenders, Red Z Lending Loans to the self-employed, REDZED.com. You got a zinger for us, Julenko?
Well, that man, Lachie Neale, still the #1 ranked player on the ground, Howie. 27 disposals, 7 clearances, 10 score involvements. Ashcroft, 28, his PB is 31, not bad for a granny.
Okay, they need to normally decide with about 3 minutes to go, Chew. So with 3 minutes on the clock, I want you to tell me who your Norm Smith medalist is.
Stand.
Logan Morris is the man that subbed out, thanks to Robbo. So 3 minutes on the clock, Chew. I want your verdict. Goulden bites off something into the middle. This is more what Sydney needed to do. Bit of attack through the middle. Blakey had a tough day. Goes forward to Papley. So the name's getting involved now. Will mean nothing to them. Chips it inside 50. Starcevic with the fist. Here comes Amadi. Lockie Neal, another one. What's he up to, Chew?
That's 28.
Fletcher tracks it back, looks for the line and gets it. Sydney 7-5, 47. Brisbane 16-12, 108.
Hayden, Joe.
That is a margin of 61 points. Got out to a game high, Chewy.
Game high, Howie, for Triple M Red Z was 73.
Joe Danaher doing the ruck work. Deep in defence, Lockie Neal. He's getting some important late possessions. He has won everything in the game. He's about to become a premiership player, the two-time Brownlow medal winner, and maybe add a Norm Smith medal to the trophy cabinet for Lockie Neal. Fine career that he's had. Again, Lions just toying with Sydney. Connor McKenna straight on as a sub. Footy in hand straight away. The Irishman won an All-Ireland championship as well. Connor McKenna went home to experience that. And now Rayner, he accepts the mark right on the edge of forward 50, and he's a powerful kick.
Yeah, he could have a shot from there, and I think he just indicated the umpire, I'm going back to take my time and have the shot.
Well, again, Brisbane got that ball deep in their defensive back pocket, and from there it was just chip all the way up the outer side wing. And Sydney, they knew that Brisbane were going to play this way, but it's like they weren't ready for how much Brisbane were going to play this uncontested game today.
Just a powerful forward half, isn't it, when you think of Charlie Cameron and Zach Bailey and this man Cam Rayner, who launches a big bomb from 50, didn't quite connect with it. Hayden McLean gets back on the last line and takes the mark and gets a 50-metre penalty against Kai Loman.
Forgot about the 9-metre rule. Kai Loman.
Man, give us an idea where the Lions were on the ladder at that stage of the season where their deficit of wins v losses wasn't good.
So after 7 rounds, Howie, they were 2 wins, 5 losses, sitting 13th on the ladder.
Gee whiz. Where there's life, there's hope. Rayney just grabs it off Warner in the middle of the ground. Zorko goes off the ground and still hits a target. Out to Fletcher. They're doing everything right. It's party time. Fletcher sends a deep ball forward. Here's Loman. Oh, yes, Kai. You beauty, the blonde bombshell. Sort of like back to Warwick Kappa days. He's handing out high fives. And Kyle line up for number 4 on the biggest stage. And this will be one of the great celebrations if he nails it.
Young Fletcher got some good depth on that kick. He kicked that from centre wing and it would have covered 60 metres. This man Loman, who almost falconed him on the chin, landed in his hands, and this is for 4 in a grand final.
Let's see what he does. The number 1, the streaky blonde hair, Kai Loman from directly in front, leans back on it, fist in the air. Oh, he's pulled something out of his sock, held up a card of some variety. He's celebrating his Kai because he's got 4 on the big stage. Brisbane 17-12, 114, 7-5, 47 to the Swans. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Stars born in that young man.
Yeah, they're happy. They're very, very happy. He'd be looking for 5 as well.
I need you to explain that celebration, Nate, particularly given he kicked a mung that only just curled in late inside that right-hand goalpost. I have no idea what the celebration was, though.
Well, you'll have to see it on the replay because, unfortunately, they cut away to the crowd. But he's kicked 4. We'll get a look at it here. Takes a good mark, as Chief said. Wasn't the cleanest strike going through. Harvey Norman replay.
Here we go, Nate. Tell us what he does.
Where's his sock? Oh, he tapped his boot. Unfortunately, didn't really see it on the replay either. But anyway.
Tapped his boot. Not sure what it was, Chief.
Just having a look at Kitty Coleman, Darcy Gardner, Tom Dudo, Nick McCarthy. They had a number of ACLs this year over the head of Starcevic. Papley rolls in and kicks a goal. You back him 9 out of 10 times and misses that occasion at the punt right end. 7-6, 48, Sydney 17-12, 114, Bruce with the fullback kick in immediately to Answorth. Couldn't complete the mark, Zach Bailey cleans it up. And they will head towards Duckley, takes the mark at half-back. Go back through those ACLs. They had a really rough period, didn't they? With a group that have been regulars in their side. Gardner, McCarthy, Tom Dudo was a recruit from Adelaide, and Kitty Coleman all missed out with ACLs.
First signs of smiles. Ryan Lester sitting on the bench with a big grin. I love it when they start cutting to the bench, Darcy. You see the coach for the first time. Look at Big Eric's got a grin on his face. He's got those high chiseled cheekbones. He's got a lot to be happy about, Eric. He's alongside Lester. Eric Hipwood will soon be a premiership player. Warner, unfortunately for him, won't be. Tries to break off a couple. Wilmot caught by Hayward, centre wing. Chris Fagan's still looking your serious coach type. He just hasn't let go yet, Darcy. I think it's time. No, he's looking...
Relax, Fags.
He's looking like they're 15 goals down.
It's time for a beaming smile, Fags. I don't think you can believe what's happening. It's a fantastic story. One of the most popular people in the game, Chris Fagan. Here's McCluggage, started the game superbly, probably the best player in the first quarter. Charlie Cameron can't complete the mark off his hands. And out of bounds, and the Harvey Norman replay is a very different scene when you look at John Longmire, who unfortunately will lose his 4th straight grand final in a row. It's been an incredible period of success for Sydney, but just so hard to get it right.
100,013 people packed into the MCG. Grundy grabs out of the ruck, looks for Goulden, runs out of room. Centering ball towards Blakey, centre wing. Harris Andrews kills yet another contest. Balls down towards Leicester. There's a man that's had a journey in and out of the side, but has become a mainstay out of Mulgrave, playing game 207. MCG looking an absolute treat.
Darcy fought. Slapped down, picked up by Errol Goulden. Darkley plays a massive role, doesn't he, for his team. He goes after opposition players and he's just a dogged competitor, Josh Dunkley.
He's been good, Duke. He's worked hard as well.
Short one to McCluggage, and now Lockie Neal goes sliding on all 4. The handball was partially smothered by Goulden. Jared Berry, McCluggage ran into a brick wall in the form of Brodie Grundy. Under 5 minutes remaining in the grand final. 66-point margin in the Brisbane Lions. Here's Joel Amati takes the mark at half-back for Sydney.
Towards centre wing, Blakey takes on the tackler, goes in short to Warner. Oh, gee, just off the instep to absolutely no one from the chat. A man of his quality sends it across the line. Bob Jane, Robbo.
Yeah, Lockie Neal, he brought himself off the ground about 5 minutes ago. See him hobbling, and then he's gone to Fagan and said, get me back on. So he's got back on. I reckon he needs the possessions to win the Norm Smith series, though.
Yeah, maybe the jab's starting to wear off.
Willie Matthews has just made his way down to the interchange bench. He's going to present the Premiership Cup. I saw him yesterday, Chiefs' great teammate, and he said he was particularly nervous about it, that suddenly dawned on him how big he's had so many accolades, but he's pretty pumped about the opportunity to present the Cup if they were to win, and they are going to win. It was almost over at half-time. Jasper Fletcher down the line. Kai Loman still launching at everything. Gordon, slick handball, couldn't connect with his teammate. It's out of bounds. So 4:13 remaining, 114 to 48. It has been a smashing on grand final today. The Brisbane Lions have dominated on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Triple M Red Z Lenders, Red Z Lending Loans for the self-employed, REDZED.com. The marks inside 52 tell a big story today.
Yeah, they certainly do, Howie. 22 to 6 Brisbane's way. The AFL average is 12 for an entire game.
Nearly double the average in the grand final marks inside 50. Starcevic straight lines the ball. Fox, Sydney's best, strips it off him. Goes back to Parker. Already kicked one this term, Lukey Parker. He's got a second. Good finish by Parker, 2 for the term. Swans cracked the 58-6-54. Brisbane 17-12, 114. And that is back to Tuman a 60-point margin on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Thanks, Chewy.
So just give us a stats wrap, Chew. We're down to almost the last 3 minutes. 3 minutes 51, another 51 seconds, and the votes will be cast.
Okay, so Lockie Neal, he's had 30 disposals, 10 score involvements, 8 clearances, 5 out of the centre. Will Ashcroft, he's had 28 disposals, 10 score involvements, kicked a major along with 5 clearances. And of course, those forwards, Loman, he's kicked 4 majors, along with Archie, also with 4-1. I'll just say with Lockie Neal, though, in that second quarter, when the game was still up for grabs, he had 9 disposals, 2 centre clearances. Brisbane kicked 3 goals from centre bounce in that second quarter as well.
They vote for the Stars, they vote for safety. I reckon Lockie Neal's got it.
Oh, Ashcroft's kicked a goal, though.
Right, taken by Darcy Wilmot at half-back. It sounded like the two-man might have been casting his vote for Lockie Neal as well.
What about you, Nate?
I think Lockie Neal, I think he's how clean he was out of the clearances, and in particular in the first half. The centre bounce clearances where it was won and lost, and his clearance work was elite today.
Chief?
Look, I wouldn't begrudge whoever wins it. I think Neal or Ashcroft will be worthy winners. But if they went left field and went for a an Andrews or an Archie or even a Lohman, I wouldn't begrudge any of that.
Yeah, but who do you think, Chief?
I think Lachie Neale probably.
Okay, Wilmot, little massage into Bailey. Here comes McKenna. Off to McCluggage, over the top of Cameron, brings it to ground.
Queuing up.
Where's Archie? Get it towards Archie. I'm not sure he's on the ground. McKenna breaks the tackle. Little Gaelic kick. Don't know how he quite did that. McCluggage, 30 from home, breaks the tackle. Someone from Brisbane's looking for a bit of candy, but it comes to Florent, who exits nicely at the path of Brodie Grundy.
73.3 quarter time lead. It's back to 60, so the Swans at least haven't let this blow out, and now there's some emotion going on. Big hug, Chris Fagan at ground level. They are swarming the Brisbane Lions bench, and that scene of Chris Fagan has gone up on the big screen. The Lions fans are ecstatic. 63 years of age. Chris Fagan is going to be a premiership coach. He was an enormous part of the Hawthorn four-time premiership era. As Hayden McLean takes the mark. Kyle Lohman's on the bench. As there should be, some great joy happening if you're Lions fans. James Jordan has got the mark on the forward 50 arc, goes short to Macken. Kyle Lohman's gone over to Lethal and given Lethal a big hug. You've got to love that. Parker might kick 3 last quarter goals. He slots at home, and Luke Parker, the only remaining premiership player from 2012, has got 3 in the last, refused to lie down. 2 minutes remaining in the grand final. And it's back to a 54-point margin. Triple M Big and Trade scoreboard.
You want under Luke Parker.
Well, you wouldn't see 3 less celebrated goals in the grand final than that.
But you still have to kick them, and the game is over and done with, and he realises that, but you still have to put yourself in the position to kick them in the last quarter, and he has done that, so you've got to take your hat off to him. So well done.
Joe Danaher's going to be a fascinating story in a post-game interview here. He's the first person I'm going to, Duke, if I'm working for your former employees.
100%. Chris
Fagan is handing out hugs now. Logan Morris is there. I love these shots on the bench. Eric comes back onto the ground. Kyle Lohman's giving a hug to anybody in his vicinity, the young man. Oh, I think he'd be the man to go to the disco tonight with, Nate, your man Kyle Lohman. So Lachie Neale, just got a feeling Will Ashcroft's goal might really help him in the Norm Smith, Nate. We'll find out shortly. Neale over the top. McCluggage. Rayner's lining up. Rayner tries to break a tackle. Comes to Ashcroft. He's already got one. Hand passes along. Here's Joe. Kick the goal, Joe. Joe Danaher kicks the goal as only he can. He knows he's going to be a premiership player, Joe. Fagan's arms are in the air. Brisbane going to be your premiers. And Joe nails it as only Joe can. They've doubled the Swans, 18-12, 120, 9-6-60. It could be his last goal in the AFL. It might not be, who would know. His father is in the crowd on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay, proud as punch.
Anthony.
While that's going on, James Rowbottom with a severe limp coming from the ground. He's in all sorts of trouble, but it's just been one-way traffic. It's been an incredible display from Brisbane. He could have kicked 5 today, Joe. In fact, he could have had a Norm Smith medal, Joe Danaher, had he finished, because he's done a lot of good things, but he's missed some really good opportunities to kick goals.
What a great shot that is. Uncle Neil's here at the grand final. He's just watched his nephew and Anthony. They're just the most wonderful family, the Danaher family. Joe's had some up and down times, and he's a premiership player. One of the great stories of the 2024 grand final here at the MCG. So back out to 60 points. Minute 29 remaining on grand final day. It's a incredible celebration here for the Lions fans. Brodie Grundy hats it forward. Harris Andrews claimed the mark, not paid. It was touched off the boot. Hands it off to Dane Zorko, and he places that perfectly for Josh Dunkley, who will become the 32nd player in the history to win a grand final premiership at 2 different clubs.
Well done, Swampy. Das. Back short to Lachie Neale. Possession number, Chewy.
32, Howie.
Just think the goal for your man Ashcroft could pay off Chew. What's he had?
Yeah, so Ashcroft has had 30, so recapping Lachie Neale 32.
He gets another one here. There's Lachie Neale. And he's got time after getting rid of the ball to turn and pump his fist to the Brisbane crowd. Now on the back flank to Lester.
Ryan Lester, the most experienced player on the Brisbane Lions list. He's had his ups and downs. Darcy Wilmot, actually footy in hand, turns to the Lions fans and gives a fist pump. That's how much joy is out there at the moment in the MCG. Leicester's hanging on to it for as long as he can, 25 seconds and counting. It's a 60-point Brisbane Lions lead. Down the line of Starcevic. Gordon came flying over the top. We'll hand off back to Errol. The short kick. Jack Payne with the intercept. It is going to be picked up by the Lizard Blakey. Hands it off to Braden Campbell, the sub. Flying shot across the goal. It's going to bounce. Shane Moynihan side of the MCG. It's the Brisbane Lions who have smashed Sydney in this grand final. 60-point margin. Chris Fagan, the oldest premiership coach in history. And what a wonderful celebration for the Lions. A truly national grand final has been won by the Queensland team in fine style in front of 100,000 at the MCG. Always fight for victory, like a Troy and there's a goal. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar.
What a teammate Oscar McInerney is. The joy on his face as he went and hugged Darcy Fort. Lee Matthews hugging Chris Fagan. And your man, Kyle Lohmann, is just going off his chops in the middle of the MCG. Some wonderful scenes. Joe Danaher is a premiership player. Sydney got belted by 80 plus by Geelong in their last grand final. They've gone down by 60 points to the Brisbane Lions. Lockie Neal and Harris Andrews will be premiership captains. But I hope we see a replay of Darcy Fort there with Oscar McInerney and Nate Chewell Brownie, because it just showed you how big a team man he was, Oscar McInerney.
And as soon as the siren sang, all the Brisbane players are going to each other. Darcy Fort ran straight to the bench.
Here is Lockie Neal, courtesy of Abby and Channel 7.
Words. I bloody love this group. After everything we went through last year and then the start of this year, no words can describe how proud I am and how much I love this footy club and this group. It's unbelievable.
A dominant display from the onset. 46 points. You were very serious with me at half time, but 73 points at three-quarter time. At what stage in that final quarter did you look around and know that you've got it in the bag?
When I came off and saw that there was about 6.5, 7 minutes left, I thought they can't catch us now, and I wanted to get back on and just enjoy that last 7 or 8 minutes.
Fakes. He only cracked a smile with about 5 minutes to go as well, but he loves this group and you love him right back, so how special is it to win one under him?
Yeah, so special. I'm so happy for him. I saw a stat here, he's the first to never play AFL or VFL coach to win a premiership, and he deserves all the love he gets. He's a great man. We love him so much. He's been tremendous for this footy club.
I'm going to start walking up here, but before we let you go, you've got that premiership medal around, or about to be around your neck, so you can tell us this foot, how bad was it really?
Oh, something snapped in it halfway through that last quarter, so yeah, I was fine when I jabbed it up. I couldn't feel it, but during the week it was very painful, but after that, once we jabbed it was fine.
Go get that medal, well done.
Something snapped and it doesn't sound ideal from Lockie Neal. He won't care though because he's a premiership player. He's pretty low key, your man Chris Fagan. But there's hugs being handed out in the middle of the MCG. Darcy Fort, he will have a story to tell. His second game of the year, Chewy.
Yeah, spot on, Howie.
Well, we'll talk a lot about Brisbane, but let's just get a couple of thoughts about Sydney. A second successive belting in the final day of the year.
Tough to take, isn't it? And that's going to be a real thorn in the side of the Swans. A lot of these players, so 16 I think it was the number that played in the 2022 grand final. 16 played again today. They're mental demons that are not easy to get rid of, and the only way you can eradicate them is to make a grand final and actually win one. So they're carrying a lot of baggage now. They've had opportunities. This year was a great opportunity to win one. They've allowed a team, and we can't deny Brisbane, they've come from outside the top four, but they had the perfect preparation coming into the finals. Sydney, they did it the right way. They gave themselves every chance. Unfortunately, when it mattered, too few of the Sydney players, in fact most of the Sydney players, just couldn't find a level anywhere near what they're capable of.
Classy moment we've just seen there, how John Longmire has made his way over and given a hug to Chris Fagan.
He's a great fella, Horse.
He's a ripper, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a brilliant fella.
It's a 60-point win. I can't see a there it is style announcement from Chris Fagan when he takes the microphone. But
very humble, man.
I would like something like that. Maybe too humble. Trent Cotchin down there in the Brisbane shirt. He's been involved. What are your thoughts, Noodles, in the back row there?
I just think that Brisbane played the game plan that they've played all year. And we saw when they were 2-5 at the start of the year, Chris Fagan was one that said, you know what, our numbers stack up. Our numbers are really good, and we're 2-5, so I don't think we need to change too much. I just think we need to be in front when the game finishes, and slowly that started to turn, and here we are today. They played their game style again. Sydney didn't play the game style that they've been accustomed to all year. Over 120 uncontested marks today told the story. They kept the ball off the Sydney Swans, and they dominated possession.
You've seen players devastated when they're not in the grand final side. You've seen the dark glasses. Oscar McInerney is celebrating with his teammates like he was out there on the ground. The more I see it, Das, the more you understand the mark of that man. I think he should get a premiership medal as well. It's always an endless discussion, but just great replay scenes. Lee Matthews and Chris Fagan, that's pretty iconic as well.
People remember your actions, Hal. You remember how you were in tough times, and he's just been so classy. He got it from the start. It was not going to be his grand final, and by reports, he's just gone into bat for Darcy Fort, helped him to perform, and he did that. And you know, he doesn't get the joy of the experience that the players are playing today, but he will be revered for a long time, Oscar McInerney.
Choice Hotels round the grounds. Whatever your reason for travelling, you get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com, so go ahead and book it. Chewy, a couple of numbers from you, great man, for the final time in season 2024.
So those uncontested marks in the end, 145 to Brisbane, 81 to Sydney. We spoke about the marks inside the attacking 50. It ended up being 22-9 Brisbane's way, and the Lions, in terms of goals for marks, Howie, they nailed 11 goals, 7. And Lockie Neal, champion data, had him as the number 1 ranked player, 35 touches, 18 contested ball, 9 clearances, 11 score involvements.
35, he got a couple of late ones to... You might put the heat on Will Ashcroft. No, you're in the Norm Smith voting. What are you doing?
I'm going Lockie Neal.
Well, there's normally a standout on grand final day. I'm not sure we've got a standout.
I think they were pretty even. Lockie Neal and Will Ashcroft, but I thought when you needed to be clean, when the game was hot, I thought Lockie Neal showed the way. And Will Ashcroft, I mean, if he won it, he would absolutely deserve it as well. But they are the two best players on the ground.
This is the Triple M Amy review. Clangers happen. Lucky you're with Amy. Celebration's not too far away.
We've always been fascinated with that. We've just seen the Toyota big Hiluxes come out, and they've obviously got the confetti in them.
Yes.
So there's 4 of them out there.
Right.
So do you think they've got another 4 under the sheds with Sydney colours, red and white, or do they have to load them as the game sort of comes towards the end? Because it'd be fascinating if they went the wrong ones.
Of all the things you could discuss on grand final, actually.
Who thinks of confetti?
Well, this is what a man that watches iguanas being eaten on
Strange
YouTube.
fellow. Yeah.
That's the type of stuff he comes up with, Das.
He wants an understanding of the confetti on grand final. And not what was going through my mind, Howie, as you look out at the Brisbane Lions.
No.
Celebrating a grand final that just played out brilliantly. And I just go back to that game. You were there at Giant Stadium, 44 points down. You're in comment. The call's coming through. Can you try and make this final interesting? Because Brisbane are cooked, and you're lucky enough to be in the Brisbane rooms afterwards, and you just saw then the team that felt like they believed they could win anywhere at any time, and that's exactly what they did in the grand final against a very good team, Sydney. They made them look second-rate at times in this grand final, and they deserve every bit of this grand final victory.
Macca's I'm Loving It moment tonight's, or this afternoon's I'm Loving It moment happened in the second quarter. Here's how it was called on Triple M Footy.
Charlie picked it up. Jasper Fletcher flicks it over to Lohman. Already got 3, comes back to Hipwood. Eric put a little move on, fell over, and then he has an ambitious shot. Oh no! That is just something you can't believe happened. Eric kicks the goal of his life.
Well, we know we're seeing the last of Das. We know it's part of his contract that he has to work grand final day, but he did an outstanding job nevertheless.
That's as good as you get. Well done, Duke.
When that goal went through from Eric, this is their day.
Yeah.
They had no right to kick that.
It is grand final day, and we're saying goodbye to Das. So just while we're waiting for the celebration, if you could choose one moment for Das, we worked with him for a long time, Nate.
Yeah. Please have.
I think on grand final day, this is my favourite Luke Darcy moment of all time.
This game's over, Howie. I've called it.
You've done the Rex.
It's all over.
Sing.
It's over.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Should have probably gone out right after then, and that's when you knew you'd lost your mind.
I think that was deep in the midst of COVID when we were going
I did
around
enjoy when he called the replay as well.
I do believe that's when Nate and Brownie occasionally used to have a red wine during three-quarter time because we weren't allowed out of our houses, Chief. We'd just see each other every Friday. They were dark and desperate times. Score a new deal every day with Macca's Footy Finals deal only on the My Macca's app. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy. So Brisbane led by 8 at quarter time, 46 at half time. They kicked the last 6 of the term. Then the third term, they kicked 5 goals to 1 to lead by 73. Luke Parker kicked 3 in the final term, led by 60 points.
I thought they got their matchups right today, Chief, the Brisbane Lions. When it came to matching up how they wanted to, I thought they did a great job. And players like Berry did their role. You go forward, and they had Calamachi playing a defensive role on the Lizard, did a really good job, kicked 4 goals himself. Lizard was sent forward under the pressure, so their matchups today suited the way they wanted to play.
They did, but it's funny how, it's funny how we talk about matchups and everything went right, and you say they're great tactics. It would have been the same for Sydney because they played James Jordan in the role that he played on
Zorko to start with.
And they had Rowbottom going to Lachie Neale. And if they win the game, we sit here saying exactly the same thing. So it's you're damned if you do, damned if you don't as a coach. People pick you apart and say, oh, you got beaten in the coach's box because the matchups work for one team or another. So it's really about who performs on the day. You are at the peril of your players, and the Brisbane players were able to come out today, and they came so close last year. They just played from the very first bounce right through 4 great quarters. And Sydney, unfortunately, just couldn't perform on the big stage.
When the moment happens, I think we need to sharpen up how long it takes to get the presentation, Das. We heard one interview in the midst of the moment.
Yep.
I'd love to hear 5 or 6, tears, celebrations.
Come on, Hammer, get going.
In the end, there's a fair break.
Been a long delay, Howie. I'm with you.
We just need to, Damo's our man in charge of the AFL. I think we just need to sharpen it up because you want to hear the emotion, but now here he is, the smooth Hamish McLaughlin.
Represented today by President and Chief Executive Matt Callahor and Vice President National Sales, Marketing and Franchise Operations Sean Hanley. Please join me now in congratulating today's field, boundary and goal umpires on their contribution to today's match. I invite former 9-time Grand Final umpire and member of the Hall of Fame, Ian Robinson, to present the AFL umpires' Grand Final medals. And to accept the medals on behalf of the umpiring team, goal umpire Matthew Dervin. The Swans have had a magnificent season, but it wasn't their day. Please welcome captain of the Sydney side today, Dane Rampy, to speak on behalf of the Sydney Football Club.
A little bit hard to remove the emotion from this at the moment, but I'm going to do my best. To Chris, Lockie and Harris, on behalf of the Sydney Swans Football Club, congratulations on this year's premiership. Unfortunately, I know from a little bit of experience just how hard it is to dust yourselves off after a grand final loss. And to do that after last year's result, I feel is an achievement in itself. You guys should be extremely proud. To Toyota, thank you for putting on such a spectacle today. And to our sponsors, QBE, Volkswagen, realestate.com.au, thank you for your ongoing support. To our red and white fans, thank you so much for the support you've shown. All throughout this year, we've felt the energy, we've felt the love. I'm sorry we fell short again. which leads me into my boys today. As I said, we've fallen short again, but I stand here beaming with pride that we put ourselves back in the ring, dusted ourselves off the canvas after 22, and we put ourselves in a position to keep swinging. We fell short today, but we should be proud of our achievement in getting back in there. The universe didn't have it in store for us today, but let's stick fat like we always do and get back in the ring sometime in the future. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Dane. Please join me now in welcoming 2007 Norm Smith medalist Stevie Johnson to announce and present the Norm Smith Medal to the player judge as best of field in the 2024 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
The winner of the Norm Smith Medal is Will Ashcroft.
Disposals, kick the goal, brilliant.
Firstly, I just want to say to the Swans, you guys were the benchmark all year, and you guys are unbelievable, and credit to your staff and your players. You're an unbelievable unit, and we hold you in the highest regard, so well on a great year. To our boys, not just the players who played today, but our whole squad. We've had our ups and downs, and I'll talk about the staff as well, and the whole wider club. We've, over the last couple of years, there's been ups and downs, and especially this year, and we stuck fat, and we just dug in, and can't believe we've actually achieved the ultimate prize. And to our partners as well, we appreciate your support. And lastly, just to our fans. It's been unbelievable. You guys have stayed with us through the tough times, and we appreciate your support week in, week out, and now we can enjoy it. Let's go!
Well done, Will. It's every young footballer's dream to be on the grand final stage on the last Saturday in September. So it's with much pleasure that we welcome the 23 winners of the NAB AFL Auskick of the Year comp from the NAB AFL Auskick program. We'll now present medallions to each player of the winning team. Number 1, Kai Lohmann.
Kai Lohmann was brilliant, Chief. 1 for 1 here, 15 disposals, kicked 4 goals, 3 of those really early, 7 score involvements as well.
That was an interesting moment. The team manager, looks like, from the Brisbane Lions, Kai was off onto the stage and he was about to let rip, and he got handed a hat and just said,
Number 3,
remember, you've got to pass this on to an Auskicker.
16 possessions for Joe, 2 goals, 4. If he had have kicked 5 or 6, I reckon he'd be wearing the Norm Smith medal. Could have had a profound impact, but it was still good.
I'd love to hear an interview with him about his potential future and those stories floating around. I'm sure someone will grab him at some stage. Might be Robbo.
Number 4, Callum Archie.
It was brilliant. He would have got votes in the Norm Smith today. 14 disposals, 4 goals, 1, 11 score involvements, and had the defensive role on Nick Blakey.
Number 5, Josh Dunkley.
Played really well. He's a workhorse. Dunkley spent plenty of time on Isaac Heaney in the middle of the ground. 21 possessions, 10 of them contested, 4 clearances. Thought he did a great job.
Second premiership. How many blokes you say done that, Dars? 2 clubs?
He's the 32nd.
Number 6, Hugh McCluggage.
He got them going early. Hugh McCluggage, 8 disposals in the first term. 21 disposals all up. He kicked the goal. He had Jordan go to him. That's his influence in that second and third terms. There's a lockdown, but was one of the better players on the ground.
Number 7, Jared Berry.
Thought he was solid, Jared. 20 possessions, but importantly, when he had the opportunity to hit the scoreboard with a set shot, he was able to convert. It's just kept the Brisbane momentum going. So, well done to him after a tough grand final last year.
Strikes me as a heart and soul man, Nate.
Absolutely.
Number 8, Will Ashcroft.
The best man on the ground, 30 disposals, 9 contested, kicked the goal, 11 score involvements, and up there with Lockie Neal as the 2 best on the ground.
And back from a knee, Rico. How many games did he play since he came back? You would have watched the granny with his knee in a bandage last year.
Yeah, spot on, Howie. This
Number 13, Logan Morris.
He's been a find for them this year, this young man, in a key post up forward. He moves well. He marks particularly well. He got subbed out late, and that's to be expected. A young bloke when they wanted to give Connor McKenna a run. But he kicked a couple of goals, took half a dozen marks amongst his 10 possessions. I thought he was good, made a good contribution.
Just his 13th game. Howie, 20 years of age as well.
Number 15, Dane Zorko.
Dane Zorko was tagged early. When they broke the tag, he broke open. 23 kicks, 3 handballs. He had 26 disposals, and he had a up and down final series, but when they needed him in that game against the Giants, he was instrumental in kicking a couple of goals late.
And always speaks to his pre-game on the wireless. And tells
Number 16, Cam Rayner.
Just another one that creates trouble for the opposition. I won't say he had a massive impact, but he was solid. 16 possessions, and he managed to kick a goal. 9 marks. He's always an aerial threat. Very strong.
Number 23, Charlie Cameron.
Another man who could have had a big game. Started with a miss for the first goal of the game. He ended up kicking 1 goal too. 14 disposals. Wasn't his best game, but he was thereabouts.
A lot of excitement building to see if they got the right confetti as well, Howie.
Yes.
Nate alluded to earlier.
Big story.
I wonder what they do with the red and white confetti, Duke. Goes to waste, obviously.
They might put
Number
it in
26,
next year, Nate.
Connor McKenna.
He'd be thrilled, Connor McKenna. So he missed some time through injury, fought his way back in. You don't care if you come in as a sub. Just getting your way back into the mix in the last couple of finals was perfect. He was a great role as sub. Came on, got a run in the last term, would have been thrilled with it.
Number 28, Jasper Fletcher.
Here's another player who's good. Another young player who came in, played pretty much every game, 18 disposals, was very serviceable. And Duke, I just hope that the confetti put it together has got them in the right cannon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Put you in a cannon.
You call them a put it
Number
together.
30, Eric Hipwood.
Big Ecker. Strange day for Ecker. He did a couple of really good things though. He had the 9 possessions, but that goal that he managed from the pocket was extraordinary. I don't think anyone expected that. Nine possessions in total.
Goal of the day though, Chief.
Number 32, Darcy Fort.
What a great story this is. Great opportunity with Oscar McInerney going out. And I love the fact that they had a clear plan. Try and grab as many out of the ruck as you can and get it forward. And that's what they did in the first half. And as soon as the siren rang, he ran straight to the bench and embraced Oscar McInerney.
Bit of emotion
Number
there.
33, Zach Bailey.
Zach Bailey's another interesting one. He's got so much potential. He can have an impact on the game. He's a line breaker. He can run quick, cover the ground. He's a good kick of the footy normally. He can kick goals. Didn't hit the scoreboard today, but had the 17 possessions and was busy around the ground.
Number 35, Ryan Lester.
Did his job again tonight, Ryan Lester. His big challenge was last week when he played on Jeremy Cameron and got the job done then. The best player in the competition, probably Jeremy Cameron this year, outside Paddy Cripps for terms of impact on games, and I thought Leicester beat him last week to help put them into a grand final.
Number 37, Brandon Starcevic.
Big game from Starcevic. He was a clear winner over Tom Papley. Kept Papley to just 10 possessions and 1 goal, and he just didn't have any impact whatsoever. Starcevic picked up the 16 possessions, 8 marks, a number of intercepts that were critical. Thought he was terrific.
Number 40, Jack Payne.
In a strange final series, Jack Payne, he'd had those injury concerns, and I thought he was clearly beaten in the first 2 finals, but came back today and was very solid down back.
Number 43, Noah Answorth.
He's just another member in that back 6 or 7 that get the job done. He plays his role. He does what's needed. Picked up 15 possessions today, but he was hard. He was contested when he needed to be. And now he's a premiership player.
Number 44, Darcy Wilmot.
Howie's man.
Yes. Loose cannon.
15 disposals. Did his job again today. Part of that defensive unit that provides run and carry, and he was good again.
Could do anything on the stage, this lad. Every player is instructed to make sure they shake hands by the media manager. What's Darcy got for us? Hands over the cap now. Now, see, he's doing something a bit loose. See?
Come on, let's go, you beauty!
I told you my man Darcy will want to give you something. Just grab the microphone off Hammer and made a statement. I told you to do something.
You tipped that, Howie.
And then launched himself back into the boys when he got there.
Number 31, Harris Andrews, the captain.
Oh, he's a superstar, this bloke. He was one of the best players on the ground, Harris Andrews. 16 possessions, 10 marks. He stopped everything. I didn't see him beaten in a one-on-one contest. He marshalled the troops beautifully. He positioned himself perfectly, kept their defence right on top. They never gave the Swans forward line a chance.
Number 9, Lachie Neale.
2-time Brownlow medalist. He's now a premiership player. He was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, Lachie Neale. 35 disposals, 11 score involvements. Would have been right up there in the Norm Smith middle voting. A deserved winner today.
I want to see him stay on stage. I want 2 players holding the cup up with the coach. They're both captains.
I think he's going to stay up there. Yep.
He is.
Earlier this year, the AFL announced that for all grand finals moving forward, we would have a special acknowledgement to a legend of the game. The Ron Barassi Medal will be awarded to the Premiership captain or captains as a tribute to a man who has left an extraordinary legacy on the game of Australian rules football. To present the very first Ron Barassi medals to captains Harris and Lachie, please welcome the game's oldest living Premiership captain, 1963 Geelong Premiership skipper, Fred Wooler.
It's a nice touch, that, isn't it? The Ron Barassi medal going to the dual captains, and no greater name really than Ron Dale Barassi, and so that is a significant honour.
To bring it down. Thank you. Firstly, to the Swans, enormous respect for your organisation and your team. You're always thereabouts. Had a fantastic year, so commiserations. But yeah, we admire what you guys do every year. You put yourselves in this position to compete for flags, so we've looked up for you for a long time. Thank you. To the AFL, thanks once again for a massive season, one of the closest ever. Thanks to Toyota, the major sponsor. Love playing in this competition and don't take it for granted. To our footy club, from top to bottom, unbelievable organisation. I love this group so much, but led superbly from the president down. Thank you so much to everyone that works so hard behind the scenes to make this possible. Thank you. To the boys, love you guys so much. Unbelievable to be up here. This group's phenomenal. Thank you to our major sponsors, Caltex and Yui, for all your hard work and dedication to put into this club. And last but certainly not least, to our fans, you guys are the best in the comp. We love what you guys bring. It's been an unbelievable ride the last 6 years for me personally, but the journey dates far back, way further back than that. So thank you so much. And to our partners and our families as well, thank you so much for everything that you sacrificed for us to be here. Love you all.
Would you now please welcome four-time Premiership coach and member of the Hall of Fame, David Parkin, to present the Jock McHale Medal to the coach of the 2024 Toyota AFL Premiership team, Chris Fagan of the Brisbane Lions.
Great scenes as David Parkin embraces Chris Fagan, the oldest VFL AFL Premiership coach in the history of the comp and the first not to have played league football.
Yours.
Probably have to pull these down a bit, I'm not very tall. Firstly to Sydney, I know it's a really hard place for you guys to be at the moment because we've been there before, but you're one of the clubs that we've modelled ourselves on, to be honest, and we have enormous respect for you, and we know you're going to bounce back well next year. Congratulations on your season. To the AFL, thank you very much for the season that you've put on. It's been a season like no other, and somehow a team who finished 5th on the ladder and had to play every week has managed to win the flag. To everybody at my football club, the board, all the football department, the coaching group, the fitness crew, there's so many people to mention, but you know that every single person in our football club is important to us, and you're all a part of what we've done today. To the families, partners, children of all our players, I hope you feel good about what's happened today. You sacrifice an awful lot, and this is one of the rewards you get, if you're lucky enough, a premiership. So thanks for all you've done. To the players, what a group of footballers you are. You've shown enormous resilience during this season. At one stage we were 13th and things weren't looking good, but you found a way, and I'm so proud of you. And we're going to have some fun together over the next few days. So well done, boys. And I think I'm just about done, but what a day.
I now have great pleasure inviting the legend that is Lee Matthews to present the Premiership Cup to the Lions captains and coach. Just one slight admission. Fags just said we're going to get Zorks coming together. You want to speak?
So Dane Zorko arrives up on the stage as well. So there's going to be 3 players and the coach lift the Premiership Cup. And here come the Brisbane Lions. The famous Lions won 3, this group creating their own part of history. The Brisbane Lions are your premiers for 2024. And they've got the right confetti dust. Quick break here. Plenty more interviews to come. Nate will tell you about the confetti. Need to find out why Dane Zorko got up there as well. Brisbane destroy the Sydney Swans by 60 points. McDonald's Marine Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy.
That quarter for Bunnings Trade. Load up on landscaping at Bunnings Trade.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks the grand final.
score a new deal every day with Macca's Footy Finals deals. Only on the My Macca's app.
Give yourself a holiday boost with up to 10% off your next break when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Boost your well-being, boost your energy, boost your happiness. Whether you're craving a coastal road trip or rainforest adventure, Choice Hotels has over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand. Plus, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it with Choice Hotels. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for full details.
Hard yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's right, buddy. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Australia's most independently awarded air conditioner brand. And this year, they're proudly celebrating 25 years of designing quality products with unrivaled reliability, superior performance, and cutting-edge technology. So it comes as no surprise that they have the highest levels of customer satisfaction. I think what you're trying to say is, put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments. Like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop, the only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo, the scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot, and the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. We've got sweet spring savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. Get Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumo free, J-Trax free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Plus Rodex tyres starting from a very low $59 and $128 for SUV and 4x4 tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you. T's and C's apply.
Ready to kick goals on and off the field? You need Employment Hero. From hired to retired, it automates all the pesky parts of HR, recruitment and payroll. Plus, it comes with Smart Match, an AI recruitment tool that matches you with top candidates instantly. Imagine never having to search for people or post a job ad again. Join the 300,000 businesses using Employment Hero to tackle employment admin and get your business back in the game. Search Employment Hero today. It's employment solved.
Things were different back in the 80s. A sea of brown cars and mobile phones the size of fridges. But one thing hasn't changed. With an average return of 8.87% per annum over the last 40 years for our Growth My Super option, Cbus Super has been making hard work pay off since 1984. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
This quarter for Beacon Trade, helping tradies light the homes of Australia. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
100,013 people have seen Brisbane by 60 points. The Brisbane Lions currently with those iconic shots walking around the MCG, parading the cup. Nathan, if you and Damo and whoever's left on your footy show tomorrow, it might only be you two the way you're going at the moment. If you don't get your man Darcy Wilmot on tomorrow after a night celebrating, he's the interview that I want to hear.
He was the only one that yelled into the microphone. It was really good. And I tell you what, there's so many good stories and you can go through them all, and we will over the next 48 hours in the newspapers, and it's fantastic. But Brisbane, they just conquered everything today, and it's a good feeling for Chris Fagan. I mean, he was doubted. There was a few people in the media talking about the fact that he didn't have the tactical nous to do what the Brisbane Lions have now done, and he was under the pump, but he's come through, and I thought he came through big time last week in the second half against Geelong, the way he coached that footy club.
I presume we're going to hear from Joe Danaher at some stage, because that has been the story floating around, Das, about whether he was going to be doing a potential. Fagan gets Gatoraded by the Brisbane Lions. Gatorade all over the coach. Not sure which Brisbane player got him. Maybe Jared Berry got him. Charlie Cameron's going off his chops. Dunkley with his second premiership. But somewhere amidst all this, I presume we'll hear from Joe Danaher as to what on earth is going on there, Das.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you, How he's been a player that's just done things his own way. He lives a couple of hours away from the Brisbane Lions, training up there, northern New South Wales. He's a young father now, and the speculation is this is Joe's last game. And if it is, you wish him well. And what a night to finish on.
Leroy's wrapping you up, Shug.
No, it's not Leroy. He's celebrating with the Lions. He's bubbling up the biggest thing you've ever seen. It'll be like Woodstock times 5.
Imported it that much, he
out of control.
Leroy, don't take the purple tablet, whatever you do.
60-point win by Brisbane.
Garbage bag full for
Don't
Leroy.
go anywhere, because we are sticking around for a full wrap. We might open the open line. We've got a big farewell for Das. He's going to tell us why he's leaving. McDonald's Marine Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy.
That quarter for Beacon Trade, helping tradies light the homes of Australia. Beacon Trade, let's make life work.
For Ream Hot Water,
Triple M rocks the grand final.
built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Give yourself a holiday boost with up to 10% off your next break when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Boost your well-being, boost your energy, boost your happiness. Whether you're craving a coastal road trip or rainforest adventure, Choice Hotels has over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand. Plus, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it with Choice Hotels. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for full details.
Hard yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's right, buddy. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Australia's most independently awarded air conditioner brand. And this year, they're proudly celebrating 25 years of designing quality products with unrivaled reliability, superior performance, and cutting-edge technology. So it comes as no surprise that they have the highest levels of customer satisfaction. I think what you're trying to say is, put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments. Like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo. The scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot. And the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. We've got sweet spring savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. Get Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumo free, J-Trax free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Plus Rodex tyres starting from a very low $59 and $128 for SUV and 4x4 tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply.
Ready to kick goals on and off the field? You need Employment Hero. From hired to retired, it automates all the pesky parts of HR, recruitment and payroll. Plus, it comes with Smart Match, an AI recruitment tool that matches you with top candidates instantly. Imagine never having to search for people or post a job ad again. Join the 300,000 businesses using Employment Hero to tackle employment admin and get your business back in the game. Search Employment Hero today. It's employment solved.
Things were different back in the 80s. A sea of brown cars and mobile phones the size of fridges. But one thing hasn't changed. With an average return of 8.87% per annum over the last 40 years for our Growth My Super option, Cbus Super has been making hard work pay off since 1984. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Give yourself a holiday boost with up to 10% off your next break when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Boost your well-being, boost your energy, boost your happiness. Whether you're craving a coastal road trip or rainforest adventure, Choice Hotels has over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand. Plus, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it with Choice Hotels. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for full details.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
The Triple M footy review for Amy. Clangers happen. Lucky you're with Amy.
Grand final by 60 points, 18-12, 120 Sydney, 9-6-60 in front of 100,013 people, and the celebrations are taking full swing down at the Ponsford stand end. There's all sorts of folk down there, Das.
Ordinary scenes out here, Howie. There's a cast of thousands out on the MCG and celebration for the Brisbane Lions, as it should be. No one's got to Joe Danaher yet, Howie. I'm interested to see if that is going to be Joe's last game. And we saw 3 captains hold the Premiership Cup, Howie. So.
Why did they call Dane Zorko up?
Well, it came from the coach, or Lockie Neal, moved across and said to Hamish, hang on, we just want to get Zork up here. So there will be a reason, Chief. And those that have access to the ground with the microphone might be able to shed some light on that at some stage. Mickey Roberts will be down in the rooms to find out exactly what's going on. Maybe we'll hear from Joe Danaher with Mickey Roberts down there. Sydney. Well, it's going to be a tough week or so for the Swans, isn't it? What's the wash-up for Sydney, Chief?
Well, there'll be a lot of soul searching. It's going to take a lot to recover from that. I mean, it's a wonderful motivation heading into next year if they're up to it, but it's going to be hard when you've lost 2 of the last 3 in such dramatic fashion. When you've just basically failed to show up on the biggest occasion possible, that's a bitter pill to swallow. And we spoke about the mental scars that will leave. It's going to be an enormous hurdle for the Swans to get over. But if used the correct way, it might be what drives them. Who knows? But it's going to be a very, very tough off-season for them.
Now, Chris Fagan spoke about the fact that they were there last year experiencing the agony of grand final day. Now it's ecstasy for the Brisbane Lions. If there's 2 blokes I'm going to the disco with tonight, it's Wilmot and Lohman, I think, Das.
They won't come home.
No, they've got some decent reptile about them, those 2. They look like good celebrators, Howie.
Cheese kicked 4. Wilmot has kicked 3, kicked 2 in the first quarter. And for Brisbane, the reigning premiers always seem to start the season as favourites to go again, Nate. You know, you start this season, you think Collingwood are going to be hard to beat. Brisbane, can they improve again next year? I think if they get another young man by the name of Ashcroft and he gets into that side, McInerney comes back in the side. What are your thoughts there?
Absolutely, they can improve again, and maybe they don't have Joe Danaher next year, so they'll probably have to find another forward, but they've got the heaps of forwards. I mean, their starting 7 forwards is probably the best in the competition, with one starting on the interchange bench, and we might head down to Hodgie, who's with the coach.
Winning a premierships is all about resilience and stories. I'll tell you what, you guys have got a pretty good story.
Yeah, we've got a great story. I'll be honest, I thought at the halfway mark of the year, if we could just scrape into the 8, that would be a good result this year. So to do what we've done is quite unbelievable. And, the playing group, the whole club just united, and we stuck to our guns, and we got a reward today.
Tell us about the journey the whole way through. Obviously, when you got here, they had a lot of development to do on and off the field, but it's just been a great story. What's impressed you the most about this group of guys that you had out there today?
Oh, I think they're just a close group, and they've really worked hard at that. A lot of those boys got to leave home to come up to Brisbane to play, and a lot of them are country boys. And you know, if you come to our club, it's a bit like a country footy club. Families are welcome, and we have a lot of fun together. And I think that's been critical to it. You know, our recruiting team have drafted guys deliberately from that knew each other, like Berry and McCluggage and that sort of stuff. And it's all come together today, I guess.
Well, mate, grand final today, it's all about doing the simple things well, being a team focus. That was a clear thing that the side was really good at today. Yeah, that's probably our greatest ever performance, and we did it on the big stage. You know, we've been working towards it. We've had some games this year where we haven't done it all that well, but we've continued to learn from it. And you know, we took inspiration from Oscar McInerney last week. You know, he gave himself to the team fundamentally when he came back out on the ground and got another 40 or 50 minutes. And you know, I think he inspired the group today. Well, mate, happy to say congratulations. You're a premiership coach. Thanks, Hodgie, and thanks for all you've done too, mate. Cheers.
Still haven't heard. Maybe the coach could have told us if Joe Danaher was retiring.
Could have. Didn't get to that.
That'll be coming. Take a break here. We'll come back and we'll solve the Joe Danaher mystery for you. But don't worry, because Brisbane have won the premiership by 60 points. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy.
The Triple M Footy Review for Amy. Clangers happen. Lucky you're with Amy.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Hard yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's right, buddy. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Australia's most independently awarded air conditioner brand. And this year, they're proudly celebrating 25 years of designing quality products with unrivaled reliability, superior performance, and cutting-edge technology. So it comes as no surprise that they have the highest levels of customer satisfaction. I think what you're trying to say is, put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments. Like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo. The scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot. And the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. We've got sweet spring savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. Get Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumo free, J-Trax free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Plus Rodex tyres starting from a very low $59 and $128 for SUV and 4x4 tyres. We won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply. Ready to kick goals on and off the field? You need Employment Hero. From hired to retired, it automates all the pesky parts of HR, recruitment and payroll. Plus, it comes with Smart Match, an AI recruitment tool that matches you with top candidates instantly. Imagine never having to search for people or post a job ad again. Join the 300,000 businesses using Employment Hero to tackle employment admin and get your business back in the game. Search Employment Hero today. It's employment solved.
Things were different back in the 80s. A sea of brown cars and mobile phones the size of fridges. But one thing hasn't changed. with an average return of 8.87% per annum over the last 40 years for our Growth My Super option, Cbus Super has been making hard work pay off since 1984. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Give yourself a holiday boost with up to 10% off your next break when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Boost your well-being, boost your energy, boost your happiness. Whether you're craving a coastal road trip or rainforest adventure, Choice Hotels has over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand. Plus, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it with Choice Hotels. T's and C's apply. See choicehotels.com for full details.
Hard yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks the grand final.
The Triple M footy review for Amy. Clangers happen. Lucky you're with Amy.
Here's Luke Hodge with Joe Danaher.
Mate, I come here when the foundation was set. The club was in an amazing position. It obviously come from a long way back, and a lot of people deserve this. A lot more than a few of us that jumped on a bit late, but so pleased for the whole group, the whole footy club, and the whole supporter base.
But you kicked the goal over there late in that last quarter. You had about 10 teammates jumping over the top of you. Tell us, what were you feeling there?
It was a beautiful feeling, mate. Something I'll look back on for sure. But to have the game done in the last quarter and be able to enjoy it with your teammates was something really special.
Well, mate, you've had a massive impact on this group. Congratulations on the premiership.
Thanks, Andy.
Did he ask him?
No.
Why?
I don't know, Chief.
Howie, surely he asked him.
Well, we crashed in, unless Luke asked him at the start of the interview, which I'm being told he didn't. Elected not to ask Joe Danaher the question on everybody's lips, but don't
I
worry.
asked Nate a question.
Robbo will get it.
Christina and Nate, one of the great love stories in Nate's beautiful wife.
Yep.
If you won a grand final, Nate, would you do the lap of honour with Christina?
Absolutely not. I don't think she'd want to. I think she'd rather sit in the stands and watch on. But
I'm surprised about it.
It's a different...
It's a new world, Nate.
It is a new world.
There's some extraordinary scenes out there.
Each to their own. Brisbane Lions, they're doing it a different way, and I'm happy for them.
A big thanks to our sports sales team, Jimmy Ellison, Tom Irwin and Lockie Flagg for their hard work across the year.
Flaggy.
We'd also like to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors for supporting Triple M football. Without them, the Duke and Chief can't get paid. Their commitment has been instrumental to making the 2025 AFL season a success.
Do they
We
get
appreciate
named?
their support. They do, Chief. McDonald's.
Yes.
Ream Hot Water.
Nice.
Bunnings.
Yes.
Bob Jane buy 3 get 4.
Yes.
Beacon Trade.
Yep.
Lighting. Ladbrokes.
Love it.
Magnificent. Harvey Norman Replay.
Yes.
Cbus Super, which you two clowns are brought by. I don't think they got their money's worth. Red Z, which roll with the two-man. Choice Hotels round the ground.
Nice.
Double AMI.
Yep.
Specsavers.
Yes.
Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, always good in the pre-game.
What about Sukhavati Bali for all the prizes for the quiz?
Don't inject yourself.
Employment Hero, Hard Yakka, Thirsty Camel, Magnificent Operation, TAC,
Yes.
and
Love them all.
Temper, of course.
I'm an ambassador of Temper.
Yes.
Jason Nicholas.
60-point winners. Well done to Jace. Well done to Tunners in the back row. The entire team getting us to air. Benny, Beersy back there. Darcy's man, Jasper, who normally he has a blue with. Hey, but on behalf of the
Yes.
entire Triple M family, Darcy,
Do this
you've
justice,
been an
Howard.
absolute star on this network for over 15 years. You dominated
enough, Howie.
on breakfast. You've been a long-term call
enough.
team member back in the days where the Chief used to call you pencil neck. You've gone past
Used
that,
to
mate.
call me
You've
pencil
been
neck.
a star. We will miss you.
Most importantly, just a loved member of our team on a Friday
Very
night.
much
and we have
so.
loved working with you, Duke. And if it's the last time we get to
It
do
is.
it, thank you, mate. I've really enjoyed it.
Very kind, Chief.
And I think of you as a big brother too, so thank you, Duke.
Couldn't have more fun, and I'll just take 1 second, but great lifelong friendships here. Friday Huddle's been a joy to work with great people on and off the air, Howie. I'm looking forward to a new chapter, but that couldn't have been more fun, so thanks to everyone. Really appreciate it.
Maybe a tear?
Probably not, really.
A little bit more time for yoga.
Okay, at least we've been able to reconnect him
More
with Nate.
yoga.
They talk
Yes,
now.
that's it. Hey, well done, Darcy. We'll
Thanks,
miss you. We love you. And well done to the Brisbane Lions. They have won the 2024 Premiership by 60 points. Thanks for joining us all season. If you want the full wrap-up and maybe the Joe Danaher story, Robbo will have that in the rooms on the listener catch-up, of course. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks football.
The Triple M Footy Review for Amy. Clangers happen. Lucky you're with Amy.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks the grand final.
Triple M.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's right, buddy. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Australia's most independently awarded air conditioner brand. And this year, they're proudly celebrating 25 years of designing quality products with unrivaled reliability, superior performance, and cutting-edge technology. So it comes as no surprise that they have the highest levels of customer satisfaction. I think what you're trying to say is, put your trust in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the experts in air.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments, like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind